Georgette found Ji Yu hang with a very serious expression, the usual gentle smile nowhere to be seen. We roughly know what that group of cult traitors wants to do. Do what? Destroy the city. Sacrifice to the evil god. All that stuff? Ji Yu Hang tried to crack a somewhat poor joke. Yes. Georgette was not joking at all and nodded earnestly. Those cult traitors always like to do this. The filthy creatures they worship, they just love all this. Alright, so what exactly do they plan to do? Any leads? Georgette said, not yet, two sisters are still on the investigation. However, we might have figured out the hiding place of the cult traitors' leader. Oh, Ji Yu Hang finally became interested. Is it reliable? It should be reliable, at least worth a try. Then let's try. Ji Yu Hang decided on the spot. What support do you need? I'll arrange it as quickly as possible. We better act immediately, don't let them get away. I need you. Huh? A competent psychic caster, who can help us achieve a lot of things. Ji Yu Hang quickly calculated in his mind. He was indeed very busy now and couldn't spare much time, but everything surely had its priorities. Those governmental matters could wait and wouldn't kill anyone, or at least not too many. If he could take down the cult leaders sooner, that would save many more lives. He had no qualms about participating in combat personally. Of course, appropriate security measures would still need to be taken. It wasn't that he didn't trust the nuns, but the more forces at his disposal, the better, obviously. From the Phoenix side, they could probably assign 4 people to join the operation and keep 3 for maneuvers outside the city. They shouldn't reject this request. Aside from 2 people handling the food distribution checks in the outer city, Georgette and her team would have 9 people participating in the combat. Counting Ji Yu Hang himself, this lineup was certainly enough. However, after some thought, Ji Yu Hang decided to bring along that elite Marine squad. That squad had now become his personal guard. After reclaiming Revival City and receiving lots of gifts before, he instantly upgraded the remaining members to T3 level. That was the upper limit for now. Their equipment, physical fitness, and combat experience were not sufficient to support a promotion to T2. Perhaps in the future, after more baptism of fire or some special opportunity or technology, their ranking could be further promoted. But no matter what, 28 T3 level soldiers were the most elite force Ji Yu Hang could field from under his command. And he himself was described by Georgette as an excellent psychic caster. But he could immediately elevate his own rating by a notch. After the battles outside the city had quieted down, Ji Yu Hang found that his experience was enough to level up. With just 200 gifts, he would become an LV4 psychic caster as determined by the system. This level also was what Ji Yu Hang considered his ability to take on a fully armed superhuman such as a star warrior in single combat. After figuring all this out in his mind, Ji Yu Hang nodded and said, "Okay, then I will join you." After seeing off Georgette and sending a request to the Phoenix side and getting a response, Ji Yu Hang used the last bit of time before the team assembled to focus on 2 things. The first was checking the battle settlement. Blood battle narrow victory, 65 points of grace earned. Casualties: 427, enemies killed, 742, prisoners captured, 121. Governor's Infantry Regiment 3rd Battalion. Casualties: 89, enemies killed, 266. Prisoner Brigade. Casualties: 338, enemies killed, 337. Phoenix Battle Group, Allies, casualties, 0, enemies killed, 139. A hard-won battle. This was actually Ji Yu Hang's first time achieving such a result. Obviously, the gap in strength between the two sides wasn't large, but the victory, with relatively heavier losses on his side, led to a smaller bonus in Divine Grace points. After subtracting the Phoenix's share of the spoils, what remained was a mere 65 points of Divine Grace. As for that unorganized, hastily assembled prisoner brigade, their weapons and equipment were not up to scratch. Apart from being equipped with some crew-served heavy weapons, their level of gear was virtually indistinguishable from that of armed thugs. The enemy had the bonus of brainwashed religious zeal, and although our political commissars fired them up, there was still a gap to be closed. Despite this, having equal casualties wasn't something Ji Yu Hang was entirely satisfied with. It showed that their military skills really did leave something to be desired. Ji Yu Hang felt a bit of a headache. He had originally thought, considering they were from the Alliance's regular forces, they wouldn't be too bad even if they wouldn't reach T5, right? Maybe he could save some divine grace points and just use them normally. But looking at it now, it seemed they were a bit too lacking. It seemed he would still need to invest in them after all. 7,000 men, raising them to T5 would also cost 70 points of divine grace. His heart ached. After checking the battle results, the second thing Ji Yu Hang needed to do was level up. With 200 points of divine grace spent, Ji Yu Hang felt a warm current, signaling his base attributes were increasing. At the same time, a screen for selecting talents appeared on his interface. As usual, he clicked on the unique line first, not expecting to be able to select it. Without second thoughts, he clicked on spirituality. Mind manipulation. Allows you to penetrate the target's mind, creating illusions, altering memories, and exerting direct control. At the same time, it strengthens your resistance to psychic attacks. Spirituality +1. Having obtained a new talent, Ji Yu Hang was fully satisfied. Mental abilities, which he had longed for, were tools commonly used by psychic casters and were very frightening. Moreover, after acquiring the mind manipulation spiritual talent, its potential uses extended far beyond just combat. Of course, Ji Yu Hang also reminded himself that such abilities should not be abused. The order he hoped to establish was certainly not one founded on the manipulation of minds. He would not use this method on his own people. But when necessary, this technique could be incredibly effective. After completing the level-up process, his attributes were as follows. Hero. Ji Yu Hang, Faction Leader, LV4, insufficient experience for level up. Physique. 9, Spirituality. 18, Traits. Psychic Caster, Governor of Rage All-Star. Talents. Protective Spiritual Energy, Telekinetic Control, Mind Manipulation. Not much was added to his attributes this time, apart from gaining 1 point in spirituality from the mind manipulation talent. None of the physicality or spirituality attributes increased from the normal leveling process. Of course, that did not mean they hadn't increased. In fact, he could feel his physical condition and spirituality improving. It was just that the increase wasn't enough to account for a full attribute point, so it wasn't reflected on his personal interface. After all, the higher one went, the more difficult it became to level up, requiring more experience accumulation and more investment of divine grace points. Likewise, the actual difference between each attribute point after leveling also grew bigger and bigger. Upgrade complete. Feeling the sudden surge of immensely powerful spiritual energy, Ji Yu Hang's confidence skyrocketed. He even wanted to find a phoenix to spar with, not for anything else, just to test his current strength. Of course, that was not feasible. He and the Phoenix were allies now, but their relationship wasn't that close yet. Ji Yu Hang could only regretfully give up on the idea. Speaking of the Phoenix battle group, Ji Yu Hang got along quite well with Commander Maddens, but he wasn't very familiar with the others. Mainly because those space warriors all had an unapproachable air about them, making it hard to strike up a conversation. Except for Priest Rizzo, with whom Ji Yu Hang had quite a good impression, a kind-looking old bald man with white whiskers. Though it was strange to describe a 400-year veteran who had blood on his hands as kind and benevolent. Although Ji Yu Hang had not met him many times, each time he saw him, the priest would smile at him. He always felt that there was some deep meaning behind the old priest's smile. Commander Maddens always felt that Priest Rizzo's gaze towards Mr. Ji Yu was somewhat peculiar. After receiving Mr. Gu's mission request, he accepted it without any hesitation. Ignoring Schneider's eagerness to fight, he had the bald guy stay in the outer city to continue coordinating the security work of the food distribution points in the entire outer city area. Schneider was certainly not satisfied, but obedience was instinctive, and he could only keep his dissatisfaction to himself. Then, with two of his brothers and Priest Rizzo, Maddens rushed to the inner city. As they were gathering and preparing to depart, he noticed the exchange of glances between Priest Rizzo and Mr. Ji Yu, which sparked his curiosity. Being the closest of battle brothers, there was nothing to be embarrassed about, so Maddens straightforwardly voiced the question in his heart. Priest Rizzo just gave him a smile and said, "Did we not come to this world to seek the help of this Mr. Ji Yu? We should at least have a good attitude." Hearing Rizzo's response, Maddens was somewhat at a loss for words. I asked with such sincerity, and the old priest is brushing me off? Is there some secret he can't tell me? Wanting to inquire further, but Rizzo took the initiative. Why did you choose not to bring Schneider this time and come personally? Because While speaking, the white-whiskered old bald man winked towards Superior Georgette not far away. Caught off guard and suddenly embarrassed, Madden said, "What do you mean?" "Ha ha ha." Rizzo laughed, patting Maddens on the shoulder. He successfully diverted the topic. This slippery old man. He didn't have time to ask any more questions, as the operation was about to begin. 4 space warriors, 9 battle nuns, 28 elite marines, and the 2nd Battalion led by Perbov, though under full strength. This formation, although not particularly numerous, was the most elite small action team that Gu Hang could offer at the moment. They sat in many army vehicles, heading towards the outer city. These military vehicles had also been seized from the Alliance Legion, produced by the abandoned Cave Society. The IR Iron Bull series had just entered mass production with not much output, barely enough to organize a convoy from Wying City transporting synthetic starch, and was being directly used in Revival City. This so-called Wying City was the initial camp. Gu Hang had recently given it a precise name. It was a play on words. It could either be referred to as Revival City's satellite city or be interpreted as defending the achievements of Revival. However, even though the IR Iron Ox series isn't needed yet, the original military vehicles were sufficient for the task. The battle nuns were fine, but the massive size of the 4 interstellar warriors made it difficult for them to squeeze into the canvas-covered trucks, which also challenged the vehicle's load-bearing capabilities. Enduring this inconvenience was necessary. Their operation this time was a decapitation strike, seeking swift and rapid action to catch the enemy off guard. The giants clad in blood-red battle armor running through the streets towards their target would make a lot of noise. Merely showing such a stance would likely alert the target to flee immediately. They had no choice but to hide in the vehicles. As for whether the movement of military vehicles would attract attention, there was indeed such a possibility. However, fortunately, military mobilization in Revival City had been frequent of late, and military vehicles moving back and forth in the narrow passages of the outer city had almost become the norm. In any case, riding in vehicles would certainly be more stealthy than if they were to reveal themselves and move openly. As for what Commander Maddens was obsessively thinking about, not at all. Regarding the battle nuns, Maddens realized they hadn't boarded the trucks. He remembered the previously agreed plan of action, where the nuns would enter the battlefield directly from the air. Why couldn't the interstellar warriors do the same? Because they were too heavy, and the aircraft couldn't bear them. The battle nuns' powered armor was much lighter than theirs. Thinking about this explanation, Maddens was infuriated. What a piece of junk planet, not even a damn aircraft capable of carrying them could be found. They were wearing standard tactical powered armor, not some Vanguard type, and certainly not the Terminator type. If even this wasn't possible, thumbs down. Sitting in the military vehicle, which was significantly narrower relative to their size, with a hint of gloom for a while, they came to a stop. It seemed they had arrived at their destination. At that moment, inside the helmet connected to the radio message, information came through that they were in position. Maddens ordered the team to disembark, spread out in formation, and surround the target location. He assumed command. This was a very natural thing for him, as Maddens had gotten used to such a role from his past experiences. Interstellar warriors always held a core tactical position on any battlefield. Especially when coordinating with other Imperial forces, they naturally placed themselves in the most pivotal position and then took command. However, Gu Hang had an issue with this. Having Maddens in command was certainly great tactically. He had at least 200 years of combat experience and possessed the status of a battle group commander. Directing such a small-scale team battle was definitely within his grasp, meticulous in every aspect, something Gu Hang, who had not undergone specialized military command training, could not compare to. But this would let the interstellar warriors establish their prestige among the troops without saying a word. When the soldiers got used to taking orders directly from the interstellar warriors, where would the governor's authority stand? Although Maddens himself might not have intentionally aimed to build influence, merely acting normally, Gu Hang did not welcome this development. Sometimes, on many non-homeworld planets, where interstellar warriors stayed for a long time, the governor slowly turned into a nanny for the battle group, often evolving step by step in this way. There was still a long way to go before reaching that state, but it didn't prevent Gu Hang from nipping it in the bud. Feeling guilty, he certainly didn't want the Phoenix, especially the Phoenix he hadn't yet dealt with, to have too much sway over his direct subordinates. Ji Hang issued a new order, Commander Maddens, please launch the attack directly. We can't afford to slowly wait for the encirclement to form, the enemy might escape during this time. Maddens was taken aback for a moment, slightly unaccustomed. He thought again of Priest Rizzo's smile, but ultimately said nothing more, simply acknowledging and then signaling the other three brothers to begin their action. After getting out of the vehicle, Maddens looked up at the sky. The gloomy sky had begun to rain, and the wind was growing stronger. As the Star Warriors began their assault, 2 transport helicopters, carrying a total of 9 battle nuns, along with Ji Hang himself, also arrived above the target location. The target location had 6 wind turbines arrayed in its vicinity. After Georgette and others had, through various intelligence, determined that the cult leader was very likely hidden there, Ji Hang urgently had the place investigated, and to his surprise, he discovered that it was actually a small wind farm. There were a total of 8 such wind farms within the whole scope of Revival City. Since last year, the Alliance Council had approved the construction of these power stations. A company from the north called Polar Industrial Group had won the bid for this project and had started the construction work. According to the project timeline estimates, these 8 wind farms, situated in different locations around the city, should have been completed around some time before now. From the documents, the whole process of approval and construction didn't seem to have any issues. However, in reality, Ji Hang could sense something odd from other aspects. Does Revival City need wind power? Isn't it more stable and practical to generate electricity using thermoelectric plants built with pyrite? Is there a need for wind energy, an uneconomical and unstable method? And don't even mention environmental protection or clean energy. Not to mention on Rajal Star, this barren planet, it's not an issue in the majority of Imperial worlds either. Even if you could explain this with the abundance of wind energy resources, why build 8 at once? And why 8 small ones? Wouldn't it be better to select a location with particularly good wind energy resources to construct a large set of turbines? The locations of these 8 wind farms were positioned almost in the 8 cardinal directions of Revival City, enclosing the entire city along with its outskirts, which made Ji Hang feel that something was not right. Then, he noticed the names signed on the approval document. Norris, Mondick, Woen. All 3 former Alliance Council members were people whom Ji Hang had clear evidence to believe were deeply involved with the cult. Going one step further, what is the signature ability of the primordial Wrath Owl sect? Storms. All these factors combined, Ji Hang truly felt a deep chill. He really wanted to convince himself that he was overthinking, that there was no definitive evidence of anything. However, as long as his brain could stay even a bit normal, he couldn't make himself ignore these strongly correlated clues when put together. But, regardless, capturing this place and catching the cult leader was the top priority. The strong winds that had started from the cult's attack on the food supply route were now intensifying. Not to mention, it had also begun to rain since a short while ago. In the midst of the swaying, the transport helicopters were very unstable, jolting violently. Ji Hang held onto a handle on the edge of the helicopter with one hand, while looking down. His azure eyes clearly showed that he had fully activated his spiritual vision. Under his vision, amidst the wind and rain, the power station revealed very obvious, even somewhat ostentatious, energy fluctuations. It seemed as if it were taunting, "We are fully prepared, and you are too late." Ji Hang's expression was stern. His gaze shifted outward, observing 4 conspicuous and powerful figures entering into the power station. In the middle of the 6 wind turbines was one with structures surrounding it. Functionally, Ji Hang was unsure of the specific significance of having a wind power generator shaped like a windmill tower, but the most important enemy should be there. The Star Warriors arrived at the main entrance of the windmill tower. One of them kicked open the door and burst inside. Soon, the booming sound of explosive guns, despite the considerable altitude, despite the sound of the wind and rain, despite the noise of the helicopter's rotors, still reached Ji Hang's ears. Enemies holed up inside the windmill tower were being rapidly eradicated. The Star Warriors' attack was relentless and fierce. Georgette and the nuns accompanying her had also completed their rappelling. Their descent wasn't quite like what Ji Hang remembered. The helicopter hadn't even dropped to a safe height when they deployed their ropes. They slid down swiftly, and halfway through, they swung slightly to gain momentum, then let go and one by one smashed through the windows of the windmill tower. Soon after, the sound of bomb guns came from inside, probably accompanied by the slicing of storm shields in human flesh, but, regrettably, Ji Hang couldn't hear it. "Governor, we might need to return ahead of schedule. The storm is too intense," the pilot's voice came from ahead. Ji Hang responded, "You all head back." As he said this, he too jumped down. Seeing the body of the governor plummeting in free fall, the pilot's eyes widened with fright. But it quickly became a non-issue. He saw the governor's descent slow visibly to the naked eye. Then he floated gently, moving toward the location where the battle nuns had broken in through the windows. His golden robe fluttered wildly in the strong wind, yet not a drop of rain could touch him. "They are all some bizarre folk," the pilot muttered as he maneuvered the helicopter to ascend, heading towards the inner city. The rain was getting heavier, and he was somewhat worried. Revival City often had windstorms, but the rainfall was usually moderate. According to the season, it wasn't the time for stormy weather. The stronger the wind and rain grew, the worse the omen. Had the rage owl god been angered? His body shivered slightly, he needed to hurry back. By the time Ji Hang entered through the broken window, the fight was nearly at its end. Some cultists were entrenched here, not many, but each one was rather powerful. Leading them were 3 individuals wearing gray-white robes. From his several encounters with the primordial Wrath Owl sect, Ji Hang could roughly discern their hierarchical differences. Those capable of using storm sorcery were undoubtedly core members. The ones in blue robes were ordinary members. Gray-white robes, of which Ji Hang had seen a few, were generally a notch above the blue robes, roughly equivalent to his own strength at LV2. Among the gray robes, Ji Hang had so far encountered 2 with distinct physiques. The one who ambushed him originally, and the fat woman he met at Nora's factory. Both belonged to this category, approximately as powerful as Ji Hang was at LV3. Right now, just 3 ordinary gray robes, they couldn't turn the tide. The blue-robed ones were being pincered. The nuns smashing in through the windows were beating them mercilessly. Star warriors were climbing up from the staircase below. The 3 gray robes kept releasing powerful sorcery, trying to harm the nuns, but to no avail. Their spells were easily countered and greatly weakened, utterly incapable of shaking the power armor on the nuns. This time, the one to land the final blow was still Georgette. Her sanctified golden halberd, which served as her transcendent weapon, seemed to possess a special demon-dispelling property. As a spiritual energy wielder, Ji Hang could instinctively sense the threat from it. Moreover, Ji Hang could clearly see that when Georgette charged the 3 gray robes, her raised sanctified golden halberd sliced through their storm shields like a hot knife through butter, cutting open the people inside as well. The other 2 quickly cast spells in resistance, but to little effect. Emulated by the lead nun, 2 more slashes followed, and subsequently, all were slain. The devastation caused by the sanctified golden halberd was terrifying. Clean cuts and completely split bodies made the scene grotesquely bloody. Watching this, Ji Hang internally remarked, "Yikes. Does the head nun have some peculiar hobbies? Why does she always end up making it look like this?" Under the 3-dimensional strike of the battle nuns and the interstellar warriors, those cultists holed up in the windmill towers didn't last even 2 minutes before they were all slain. Ji Hang didn't even get a chance to join in. He pursed his lips discontentedly. "Don't freaking take all the kills." Even if the scale was small and the number of enemies few, the reward for such a battle wasn't much, but a mosquito was still flesh. "If you take all the kills, won't I miss out on even a single point of grace?" He sighed and walked forward. The interstellar warriors and battle nuns made some space, revealing the area they surrounded. There was a door, covered with certain patterns. This door should lead to the closed top level of the windmill tower. Further up, there should be the windmill blades. Under Ji Hang's spiritual vision, he could clearly see the storm heresy contained within. He had a guess in his heart, but he did not speak up first. Instead, he looked over at Georgette with an inquiring gaze. Georgette frowned and said, "This should be some kind of solidified seal enchantment. I'll try to break it." Maddens glanced at the wall beside them. "Don't bother, there's a seal there as well." "Can't we try to force it open?" asked Maddens. He didn't have much talent for spiritual energy. It seemed that the Phoenix gene seed naturally didn't quite mesh with this stuff, with a low chance of awakening spiritual abilities. Even in their heyday, the think tank responsible for the battalion's spiritual affairs was just symbolically set up. He remembered the previous think tank director's favorite activity was swinging a big hammer to smash people. These mystical and ponderous methods of spiritual decryption were what he found most irksome. Resorting to brute strength, violent destruction, that was his forte, hence his question. To his surprise, Georgette responded to his question with another, "What else do you think I meant by breaking it?" "Fine." Georgette didn't say anything more. She raised her holy gold halberd and struck down on the door marked with sealing runes. The thing was quite sturdy, even though Georgette's holy gold halberd had demon-breaking properties, and she was chanting and invoking the name of the divine emperor during the strike in hopes of receiving a blessing. It still didn't break through. But it did create a big hole. Storm heresy was wildly leaking out from the hole. Had there been any ordinary people in this room, they would likely be blown right out by the fierce winds. Of course, those standing in the room had no such issues. Such winds, of course, could not budge them. Georgette, her first strike having failed to shatter the seal, felt a bit embarrassed. Gritting her teeth, she roared and slashed again. Now it was thoroughly smashed. The wind became even more violent, to the point that the ordinary nuns had to call upon divine grace just to stand firm. Even Ji Hang had to consciously channel his spiritual energy, using telekinesis to divert the force of the wind. The interstellar warriors also had their method. Oh, they didn't need any other techniques, they were too heavy to be blown away. On the contrary, they could step forward, guns in hand, charging inside. This most dangerous task, they took upon themselves unhesitatingly. Wearing the heaviest armor, those willing to take the deadliest hits must be prepared to endure. Then it really started to take a beating. A wind bullet exploded on the body of a Phoenix warrior charging at the very front. The power of this strike was not to be underestimated. The interstellar warrior was blasted sideways. Mattins, closely following behind, continued to press forward. He charged ahead while firing his grenade launcher vigorously. This time, there were no new wind bullets coming their way. After they breached the first line of fire, the rest followed suit. The interstellar warrior who had been knocked down by the wind bullets struggled to his feet, appearing mostly unharmed, albeit a bit disheveled. Ji Hang was the last to enter. Raising his head, he saw the specific appearance of the enemy. Inside, there were actually only two people. One of them was dressed in a gray robe, with an exaggeratedly strong physique. Standing over 2 meters tall, just slightly shorter than the interstellar warriors. This was a cult sorcerer of a special size, and Ji Hang instantly assessed his strength to be roughly equivalent to his own when he was at LV3. Such strength was barely enough for a wind bullet to knock down an interstellar warrior, but that was about it. During their breach, the people behind the door must have been accumulating power in preparation. Now, his full force strike could only leave the Phoenix a bit disheveled and then standing up again as fit as before. In a real fight, even if ambushed, a standing Phoenix could counter with a burst of grenades, definitely blasting the person and the storm shield into bits. However, at this moment, it was more than just a grenade launcher strafing. What Ji Hang saw, however, was a wall of wind, lying in front of the battle nuns and interstellar warriors. The grenades hit it and exploded upon the wind wall. Flames and smoke were swept around by the wind wall, blowing everywhere, even blowing off the ceiling above, yet not harming the people inside the wall. Through these scenes of light and shadow, Ji Hang saw the true host behind that robust gray-robed figure. It was an old man, wearing a white undergarment with a black robe layered over it, adorned with golden edges. A rather luxurious belt buckle was embedded with shimmering blue diamonds. He wore a huge amulet covered in crushed blue diamonds on his chest. And even his black high hat was inlaid with gems. The multitude of small gemstones on his accessories emitted strong storm heresy energy, and he himself, under Ji Hang's spiritual vision, was as blinding as the lightning in the midst of a storm. Ji Hang immediately realized that he must not underestimate this opponent. Even though he had reached LV5, this black-robed old man was a spiritual energy practitioner far stronger than himself. Behind him stood a native god of Rage Owlstar. Although, oftentimes these so-called gods were just powerful beings. But being given such a title meant they possessed certain evil god characteristics, receiving worship, granting blessings. A native god, no matter how you slice it, is still a god. And this black-robed old man was a direct beneficiary of a god, an emissary of the deity. The spiritual energy glow on him was nearly blinding Ji Hang's vision. The wind wall he summoned could perfectly withstand the fierce attack of 13 grenade launchers, a fact that proved this point very well. Ji Hang recalled the information that the battle nuns had gathered, mentioning the title of the cult leader. Primal High Priest, Kui Kao. Kui Kao watched the alien visitors who had arrived before him and laughed madly. Ha 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 ha. You found this place, but what does it matter? Everything is already too late. The will of the divine is about to descend, our preparations are complete, revival city. All people. You will become the cornerstone of the gods' revival. The revival of Rage Owl Star does not need the support of a false emperor, nor the help from outsiders. Rage Owl Star will be revived under the will of the god. He delivered his fanatical speech, and these words, without a doubt, enraged the space warriors and battle nuns. Especially the term, false emperor, which was the most intolerable and blasphemous language. Silence, traitor. You will pay for your blasphemy. You and the evil god you worship will both atone with your deaths. The infuriated warriors and nuns began to further attack the wind barrier that blocked their way. When they found that the bomb guns were not very effective, some of them brought out even stronger abilities. Georgette, Matins, and Priest Rizzo charged straight ahead. The sacred golden halberd in Georgette's hand, a powerful weapon against evil, was not as effective as before at this time. With a slash, the golden blade would burst into intense flashes of light upon hitting the wind wall, symbolizing the clash of spiritual energy. The wind wall would sustain an injury, but this damage would be rapidly healed by the swift flowing wind the very next moment. Matins's fine chainsaw sword, though perhaps more powerful than the golden halberd, was less effective against such defense mechanisms built of some form of spiritual energy. When the roaring chainsaw sword struck, it would be repelled instead. If it wasn't for Matins's superior martial skills and extraordinary swordsmanship, he could have been injured by the recoil. Priest Rizzo, on the other hand, proved to be more reliable than his battle group leader. His priestly scepter, like a warhammer, smashed into the wind wall. When the gravity generator in the head of the scepter was activated, it made the force of the scepter's strike even more ferocious than a real warhammer. Every swing of Rizzo's scepter caused a large area of the wind wall to shake. The all-out attacks of the three experts made the defense of the wind wall not so impregnable. Coupled with the continuous firepower from others, the entire wind wall seemed to be in a state of turmoil. Seeing this, the primal high priest's smile faded. He took a small magical instrument from his waist and directed it toward the burly man in a gray robe who served before him. Gale Envoy, it's time for your sacrifice. The Gale Envoy humbly lowered his head and spoke with devotion, it is my honor. Kui Kao nodded appreciatively and then activated the magical instrument in his hand. From the tip of the instrument, a golden bolt of lightning was released, striking the Gale Envoy. With a scream of agony, the golden current started to surge and travel about his body, forming a golden electric net pattern that completely enveloped him. The pattern of the electric net grew denser and more magnificent, until finally, his whole body spasmed and transformed into a pure golden humanoid lightning. He stopped trembling, slowly stood up, and turned his head. He had lost his human appearance and became a pure yet unstable form of energy. The next moment, he truly turned into a bolt of lightning and merged into the wind wall. Among all those who launched attacks on the wind wall, Georgette and Priest Rizzo were considered the most threatening. The Gale Envoy's target was set on Georgette. Priest Rizzo on the other side, wearing power armor that clearly had better defensive capabilities, was not someone to be trifled with. When Georgette struck at the wind wall with another slash, the man merged with the wind wall and lightning instantly arrived at her side. Seizing the moment she attacked, a golden bolt of lightning extended from within the wind wall. It was like a spear, thrusting at Georgette. The battle nun reacted extremely quickly. Unable to dodge in time, she managed to retract the fine chainsaw sword that hadn't yet struck the wind wall and counter-slashed at the golden lightning spear, cleaving it apart with one strike. An arc explosion, the intense energy knocked Georgette back. Seeing that the battle nun did not immediately rush back into the fray, it was evident that she had taken some discomfort. On the contrary, the Gale Envoy, transformed into golden lightning, seemed unaffected and continued to weave like a dragon through the wind wall. The distant shooter wielding a bomb gun was no threat to him. However, the three close by, whenever they launched an attack, would be harassed by him. The power of that golden lightning was not weak. A slight misstep in handling it could lead to injury. In turn, they had nothing that could threaten the Gale Envoy. Direct attacks were effective, but only if they could hit their mark. That guy, moving freely within the wind wall, would just run if he missed. If they couldn't tear through the wind wall, they couldn't harm the gale. A group of space soldiers and battle nuns were stopped by a single wind wall and, for the moment, were at a loss for how to proceed. And throughout this process, Ji Hang had not made a move. It wasn't that he harbored any ill intentions. In fact, Ji Hang felt incredibly angry with Kui Cao's earlier speech. Insulting the false emperor felt all right to him, but the idea of sacrificing the several 100,000 people of Revival City really infuriated Ji Hang. I suffered indignities and worked the fields outside to preserve this bit of population as seeds for the future's prosperity, and now you plan to sacrifice them all in a whim? And you keep spouting about the revival of Rage Owl Star, but with everyone sacrificed and sent to meet your so-called Rage Owl God, what will you have left to revive Rage Owl Star with? Are you relying on your insane evil god? The Empire may not be anything good, but does that make you cultists any better? However, even with his rage boiling, Ji Hang still managed to stay calm. He didn't make a move because it was pointless. The power of the battle nun's fine chainsaw sword and the priest's gravity scepter was far greater than any force Ji Hang could muster with all his spiritual energy. Even if Ji Hang joined in, it would be roughly equivalent to adding another bomb gun to their side, which wasn't very helpful. Instead, as a user of spiritual energy, what Ji Hang should do was to think and find a way to break the deadlock. This wasn't like the situation they'd encountered at the entrance with the enchantment. Back then, their strength completely overwhelmed the opposition, so it didn't matter how clever the design was. If one strike didn't break it, just use two. Now, they had to think of a clever solution. Though Ji Hang hadn't figured out how to break the wind wall, his observations in this short period had brought him some other insights. These insights not only shocked him but also showed him a glimmer of hope. Ji Hang knew that the primal high priest wasn't putting all his energy into dealing with the interstellar warriors and the battle nun. It certainly wasn't because he underestimated his opponents. Although Kui Cao was strong enough, he wasn't so powerful as to have that kind of capital. In actuality, that guy probably had more important things to do. Those things were even more significant than the battle at hand, more critical than his own life. He seemed to be conducting some kind of ritual. Within Ji Hang's field of vision, he could faintly see strands of spiritual energy extending from Kui Cao's body. One of these strands continued to the blades of the wind power generator above the tower. 5 others were dispersed among the blades of 5 other generators in the area. Many more strands stretched out in groups, extending towards the horizon. Although Ji Hang couldn't see the end, he could guess that these connections of spiritual energy probably extended to the other 7 power stations as well. After realizing this, Ji Hang had a thought and used the power of spiritual energy to send an order to Perbov, who was stationed outside. Destroy all the wind power generator sets, including the one we are at, immediately execute. Inform Yan Fangshu to dispatch additional troops to the other 7 wind power stations, eliminate all the people there, and destroy the power stations. After sending this message, Ji Hang saw that Kui Cao's gaze was fixated on him. Obviously, although his spiritual energy communication wasn't intercepted, that old man might have heard it. Ji Hang opposed him with a faint smile, carrying a somewhat provocative taste. Of course, at this moment, Ji Hang had also raised his vigilance to the utmost. As soon as the seemingly crazed old man attempted to make a move, he would immediately react, striving to control his own body and defend against the attack through telekinesis. The pressure was quite substantial. After all, the old man was a spiritual energy user much stronger than him. However, Kui Cao didn't lose his temper as he had shown in his previous crazed state. He didn't pay any attention to Ji Hang and was wholly absorbed in his own business. Ji Hang was somewhat disappointed. If the old man had angrily attacked him, it might have indicated that Ji Hang's punch had hit a critical spot. But if not, could it be that those power stations weren't the key? Whatever. The wind power stations themselves weren't of high value to Revival City. It was better to blow them up first and ask questions later. Perbov resolutely executed Ji Hang's orders. He selected demolition experts and began to install explosives on the windmills outside. Ji Hang also saw this scene. With this in mind, he was at ease. After that, Ji Hang began to study the wall of wind that stood before everyone. In fact, he had been looking at this wind wall for a while and indeed found no clear way to breach it. But now he did. after the gray-robed divine envoy turned into a pure energy state as a lightning person and entered the wind wall. This action was, of course, a reinforcement of the wind wall. With this lightning person causing havoc inside, the three main forces attacking the wall would be harassed and their concentration would be diverted, which in turn would make the wall seem even more impregnable. But in Ji Yu Hang's eyes, this was instead a weakness. Once that guy merged into the fire of the wind wall, Ji Yu Hang had already started to make some small moves. However, he was trying hard to control the intensity carefully and not be too obvious. He was attempting to use his newly acquired ability, mind manipulation, to influence the guy operating inside the wind wall. If Kui Kao noticed and interfered, Ji Yu Hang's plan might fall through. Therefore, he'd rather be slow but careful. Now, he wasn't far from success. But at this very moment, Kui Kao slowly lowered his hand. The man with white hair, looking towards the enemies in front of the wind wall, spoke. Pawns of the false emperor, the harder you try, the more pathetic you appear. This city, it was destined to ascend in the midst of the gods' gaze within the storm. Your little tricks are utterly meaningless. When he said this, Kui Kao's smile was maniacal. It was as if he had completed the largest, most important task, and was now finally able to let loose and revel in his own ego. Ji Yu Hang's expression was stern. Had the ritual already been completed? Was it beyond stopping now? What exactly was the ritual? According to what Georgette had said earlier, it was a sacrifice of the entire city, but in what way was the sacrifice to be made? The raging storm outside? Would it evolve into a catastrophic storm capable of annihilating everything? Ji Yu Hang was lost in wild thoughts, his complexion not looking good. He was thinking of a way out while carefully, subtly continuing to use mind manipulation. He also tried to speak, to see if he could taunt or provoke Kui Kao into revealing more by provoking him with words. Villains seemed to always like to be verbose. However, just at this moment, the sound of an explosion, which even the raging storm outside could not suppress, came through. Following that, there was intense turbulence under their feet, and the entire tower was collapsing. The 6 wind generators on site, including the one which this tower, where they were located, relied on, were simultaneously blown up by Perbov outside. Perbov had hesitated upon hearing the command to detonate. It didn't matter about the other 5. But blow up the one where the governor and his party were. The governor himself was still inside. But since the governor himself had explicitly included the tower he was in, then just do it. The governor was always right. The governor spoke urgently, plus they weren't professionals in building demolition. To ensure total destruction, they loaded a generous amount of explosives aiming for a decisive blow. At this time, Ji Yu Hang could no longer worry about using verbal provocations. He immediately threw his spiritual energy into protecting the interstellar warriors and battle nuns. From the height of 4 or 5 floors, it wasn't certain whether they would suffer any casualties from the collapse, but even if it was just being temporarily buried under the ruins, it would be a hassle. By the time they dug themselves out, who knew how long it would take? Of course, their combat suits provided some defense against spiritual energy. Their firm resolve also made it difficult for Ji Yu Hang to directly apply telekinesis on them. But who said Ji Yu Hang was such a pedant? He controlled the flying floorboards and debris amidst the explosion, forming a temporary, floating ground that supported all his people, and he managed their slow descent to the ground. On the other hand, as an even more powerful psychic, what Ji Yu Hang could do, Kui Kao could certainly do even better. He and his 365-degree revolving wall of wind also landed safely. Ji Yu Hang's mouth was slightly agape, just about to use the destruction of the 6 wind turbines as a basis for verbal probing, when he looked up and saw a scene that rendered him speechless. The wind generators had indeed been destroyed, but in midair, at the original positions of those generators, there were huge blades made of white vapor still spinning. At the same time, an even more terrifying change occurred. The white wind blowing from those vapor-formed blades gradually took shape in the air, the silhouette of a monster. It was an owl beast, over 10 meters tall. Ji Yu Hang was seeing the owl beast for the first time in reality, and although it was merely an illusory form made up of the white storm, it did somewhat resemble the extinct ancient creature depicted in the pictorials. It possessed an extremely majestic body, akin to that of a giant bear. Its head resembled that of a mighty eagle, with antlers like those of a deer. When still, it might seem a bit dim-witted and endearing, but at the moment, as it roared angrily at the sky, With the storm converging and dispersing at its command, it was truly terrifying. And as this illusory embodiment of the owl beast wantonly unleashed its power, the violent storm became increasingly aggressive. In just this short span of time, the ground was not merely covered with flowing water, it was already deep enough to submerge one's feet. The strong wind, laden with raindrops, was painfully striking faces. Debris from collapsing buildings was being swept everywhere by the gale, with smaller pieces even flying off into the distance. Branches were being torn from trees, and even the thinner trees were being snapped by the wind. This was no longer a mere storm, it had gone beyond nasty weather and could be called a natural disaster. Ji Hang wasn't having much trouble here, and neither were the space warriors and the battle nuns, but the soldiers further away were struggling. They were not at risk of being blown away by the wind, but the flying building debris had already injured quite a few of them. Even with the enemy Kui Cao still in front of him, and that storm-ravaged owl beast, Ji Hang's thoughts inexplicably drifted to Revival City. The distribution of food, after the setback of the transport routes being ambushed by the enemy, should have returned to normal a few hours ago with Osenia's efforts. However, distributing food to hundreds of thousands of people, even across 60 distribution points, would still mean queues of tens of thousands, or even more, at each point. The distribution would take far longer than a mere moment or two. Up to this moment, today's food distribution in that area would have only progressed by a fraction. But now, the storm had arrived. What was the situation over there? Ji Hang was indeed worried. However, he was stretched too thin at the moment. No matter how much he worried, there was nothing he could do about the situation there. What's more, the source of all these problems was here. Ji Hang forced himself to focus on the present. His mental manipulation of the divine envoy transformed into a golden sparkle was about to yield results. But before that could happen, Kui Cao's offensive reached them first. My greatest mission has been accomplished. Now, let me teach you Imperial stooges a lesson, he declared. No sooner had he spoken than his outstretched hand fired a bolt of lightning, attacking the group of space warriors. The lightning struck a battle nun. Her body convulsed violently as she fell to the ground, motionless. Upon closer inspection, one could see that her breastplate had been pierced by the lightning. Even without moving closer to check, Ji Hang could distinctly sense from his vantage point that the nun's vital signs had vanished. Ji Hang's expression turned extremely grim. One strike had killed a battle nun, an expert in fighting heresy. This high priest's power was off the charts. Saddened by a sister's death in battle, Georgette's attacks became even more furious, and she increased her offensive tempo yet again. But still, she couldn't swiftly break through the wind wall and was even sneak attacked by the golden lightning figure, sustaining some injuries. And the enemy's attacks were far from over. As Kui Cao seemed to be gathering another bolt of lightning, the illusory enraged owl beast swung a massive paw at a space warrior. The space warrior, along with the armor that probably weighed 2 tons, was sent flying by a slap. They were lifted 3 to 5 meters into the air by the white misty giant hand before being slammed harshly back to the ground. Although it wasn't lethal, that member of the Phoenix definitely wasn't feeling comfortable. Protected by the wind wall, Kui Cao could launch attacks without restraint, unhindered. And now, his spiritual energy was so strong that he was capable of causing real harm, even capable of killing the nuns in powered armor and the space warriors. And that was to say nothing of Ji Hang. That bolt of lightning just now could instantly kill a nun blessed with divine grace and protected by powered armor. If it hit him, even with spiritual energy as a shield, he might at best save his life. Being completely drained of spiritual energy in an instant was unavoidable, and whether he would survive depended on luck. The reason he had not been targeted first was probably that Kui Cao didn't think his level of spiritual energy posed any threat. Killing a nun or a space warrior first would alleviate the pressure on him more effectively. However, Ji Hang couldn't always rest easy, nor could he pin his hopes on not being attacked by others. Thus, although his mind interference was not fully prepared, Ji Hang decided to initiate the mind control effect immediately. He had been working on this quietly for quite a while, taking care always to be subtle and slow in order to avoid detection. He was using a relatively slower method to let his spiritual energy infiltrate the divine envoy's soul, who had transformed into a being of lightning. He hoped to complete the infiltration unnoticed, ensuring a 100% certainty and then effect a reversal of the situation. But now, he had to take the risk and try. he changed the manipulation effect to interference. To tell the truth, he wasn't completely sure of himself, but the effect after he initiated the magic was unexpectedly good. This pure energy mage was almost losing his rationality as a human. He was burning himself up in some way and, with the additional blessing from Kui Kao, could perform as he now did. Against such a brainless target, direct control was a bit difficult. The impatient part of his mind was extremely hard to tame. But if it was just about causing interference, completely collapsing what little rationality he had was relatively much simpler. Ji Yu Hang was doing just that, and he also implanted a more impulsive and aggressive thought into the mage's soul. In an instant, the guy lost control. He no longer maintained his body within the wind barrier for protection, engaging in guerrilla tactics. Instead, he darted straight out from the wind barrier. The crackling sound of electricity seemed like his roar as he charged towards the Phoenix Battalion leader. Maddens couldn't be happier. You're finally willing to come out and throw your life away. He didn't know exactly what had happened, but 200 years of battle instincts led him to subconsciously raise his chainsaw sword and swing it down hard. When the chainsaw sword hit the mage's arm and then moved to his head, a huge burst of electric light exploded at the point of contact. Sparks flew violently in all directions. In that instant, as the energy state binding was destroyed by the chainsaw sword, all the power inside the mage erupted and uncontrollably surged out. Meanwhile, Madden stood unshaken. He could feel the immense force acting on his body, and through the power armor, he felt the severe pain of the electric shock. But with firm willpower, he endured it all and even pushed the chainsaw sword forward harder, completely shattering the burst of light. In reality, after Ji Yu Hang had interfered with the light mage's mind, successfully making him run out from the wind barrier, he no longer paid attention to the situation here. Though the guy was fierce, once he lost the protection of the wind barrier, his abilities were no match for any of the three great experts in close combat range. And Ji Yu Hang's goal wasn't just to kill a light being made of energy. Having one less hindrance to their attack and breaking the wind barrier from inside was just the first step. If he could only achieve this much, it might count for something, but it certainly didn't reach the turnaround effect Ji Yu Hang wanted. The moment the Gale envoy charged out, Ji Yu Hang seized the opportunity. He used almost all of his spiritual energy, employing telekinesis to fill the void left by the Gale envoy. This action had to be fast. Ji Yu Hang believed that if he were even a bit slower, the swiftly revolving wind barrier would immediately close the gap. His chance lasted only a fleeting moment. Thankfully, Ji Yu Hang managed it. He felt immense pressure. The storm divine power within the wind barrier fiercely rejected the spiritual energy he placed there, treating it as an intruder, frantically pushing outward. He had to throw all his strength into maintaining the gap. Seize the chance. Ji Yu Hang's voice rang out beside every warrior and battle nun. They indeed did not let Ji Yu Hang down. Priest Rizzo strode forward, his staff imbued with all his might, heavily slamming beside the large hole Ji Yu Hang had created. The immense force made the already incomplete, vulnerable wind barrier tremble mightily. Next up was Georgette, and her sacred golden halberd inflicted further destruction on the wind barrier. Their attacks were effective, of course. Ji Yu Hang could clearly feel the pressure he was enduring suddenly decrease. Meanwhile, the wind barrier became increasingly unstable. If they could just keep up this momentum and continue their relentless assault, breaking the wind barrier would happen very soon. Inside the protective encirclement of the wind barrier, Kui Kao's face had turned extremely grim. His previously somewhat arrogant, crazy smile had all but faded away. He raised his finger towards Ji Yu Hang. You deserve to die. The power of storm lightning was building up, coalescing. Ji Yu Hang's hair stood on end. He felt the threat of death. In that moment, he was considering whether to withdraw the effort maintaining the hole in the wind barrier. If so, he could move his body using full-powered telekinesis with a decent chance to evade Kui Kao's attack. Even in the worst case, if he did get hit, the extra spiritual energy could perhaps save his life with a protective aura. But that would mean losing most of the ground gained so far. Just then, a whistling noise filled the air. The sound of large-caliber artillery shells came hurtling from not too far away. Ji Yu Hang could almost hear Pairbode yelling, "Fire! Fire! Blast them ferociously! Bombard them fiercely! I'll take full responsibility! What the hell are you afraid of? Friendly fire!" Can you morons really fuck up so bad you'd accidentally hit the governor with that massive wall of wind and that big whatever the hell that looks like a bear just sitting there? Can't you get your aim right? Bomb. Bomb the shit out of them for me. Just as Ji Yu Hang had thought, Perbov was indeed hopping mad and cursing non-stop. The reason he was hopping was that a chunk of building debris the size of a fist had just smashed into his shin. It wasn't broken, but it had lost its strength. But he was still angry and irritable. Being unable to help, being weak, that was what irritated him the most. Since the ambush in the alien woods, Perbov had always seen it as a disgrace that the governor had to personally go into battle, to face the enemy firsthand. The governor came from beyond the stars, bringing steel, machinery, and weapons. And they, as warriors and soldiers, should be the ones to eliminate any threats for the governor, not expect him to be both father and mother to all. To handle development, to lead battles, was one thing. But if the governor had to fight on the front lines, then what the hell were we there for? At this moment, he was determined to do something. He was furious, he was fierce, and perhaps even a bit reckless. But he also had the cunning and cleverness unique to the Wastelanders. Even if his decisions were rash, in action, he wasn't so reckless as to disregard everything. Perbov couldn't understand spiritual energy, dark magic, sacrifice rituals. But he had one thought. There was nothing in this world that couldn't be destroyed with explosives. If it didn't blow up, then the caliber just wasn't big enough yet. In the past, the camp only had 60mm mortars, but now they had 155mm howitzers. Regardless of effectiveness, bombard the hell out of them first. That was the source of the artillery roar Ji Yu Hang had heard. Perbov's heavy artillery actually totaled just 5 cannons, supplemented by some mortars to make up the numbers. But they had indeed produced remarkable effects. The Star Warrior's bomb rifles boasted specialty diamond-tipped bullets, secondary acceleration, and close explosion functions, with off-the-charts firepower. Still, caliber is caliber. What's a 155mm howitzer? Just the shell is 0.8 meters tall standing upright, weighing nearly 50 kilograms. Being near the explosion of such a beast was definitely a shockingly visceral experience. 2 artillery shells burst high above the enraged owl transformation. The monster that had just swatted away a Star Warrior and was preparing to further maul the Phoenix had 2 massive holes blown into it. Essentially made of concentrated spiritual energy, half its form dispersed instantly. Though a lot of energy was reassembling, reconstructing its body, it significantly affected its strength. And 3 more shells fell on the 360-degree storm shield. The shield, already reeling from Ji Yu Hang's breach and the gravity scepter and holy golden halberd's stabs, couldn't withstand such an assault and shattered instantly. The blast radius of a 155mm howitzer shell could be several dozen meters. If it hit the ground, it could create a crater 5 meters in diameter. And without a doubt, Ji Yu Hang and his companions were all within this lethal range. From this perspective, Perbov's claim of not worrying about friendly fire was complete bullshit. Actually, Ji Yu Hang, the other 2 phoenixes, and the 7 surviving battle nuns might be somewhat better off, as they were a little further away. Matins, Rizzo, and Georgette were right up against the wall, using more powerful close combat weapons. They were even closer to the heart of the bombardment. But in that moment, the disintegrating storm shield actually provided them with protection. The destroyed shield absorbed the majority of the blast wave's force, and many of the flying shrapnel pieces were significantly weakened. The 3 in close proximity, all clad in powered armor, remained uninjured. Lying flat on the ground, similar to a plank hold, helped them avoid much of the shrapnel and blast wave. At least, after the explosion, all 3 were able to stand up without being too badly affected. If they were mostly unharmed, then Kui Kao inside would be fine as well. As a spiritual energy user of his strength, the storm shield swirling around him wouldn't be weaker than the powered armors until the spiritual energy faded. Still, he wasn't free from looking dirtied and disheveled. The real fatal issue for him was the broken shield. Clearly, though the storm shield was Kui Kao's handiwork, it definitely took him a long time to prepare, borrowing much external power not his own. Otherwise, however strong a spiritual energy user he might be, a defense purely built from his own power could never withstand such a long, terrible onslaught. This also meant that once the storm shield was destroyed, even if he wanted to put up another one immediately, it would be impossible without half a month's time to construct slowly. And now, with no obstacles left, the phoenixes and battle nuns could seek revenge. Kui Kao was still struggling. He shot a bolt of lightning towards the swiftly approaching Mattins. But this time, the battle-hardened and prepared commander wouldn't be easily hit like the previous none. Amid the smoke and blurred vision, he still judged Kui Kao's intention accurately, avoiding the lightning spell a moment before it was cast. The lightning missed its target, and Mattins reached close quarters, slashing his chainsaw sword hard against the storm shield. The storm shield wasn't immediately shattered, but the terrifying feature of the chainsaw sword lay in the fact that, apart from the initial slash, as long as the Star Warrior wielding it continued to exert force downward, the rotating chainsaw would keep on cutting fiercely. It was a force capable of severing heavy-duty armor. Within just a second, the storm shield on his body was already flickering wildly as it showed signs of fracturing. In his urgency, Kui Kao launched another bolt of lightning. He knew that it was meaningless to purely reinforce the shield with spiritual energy to resist the attack. As long as Mattins remained alive, he had no chance of surviving at such a close range. However, this lightning spell, though it hit its target, did not interrupt Mattins's actions in the slightest. Mattins had already anticipated and judged the High Priest's intention in advance. He couldn't dodge, but he could make slight adjustments to his body so that the lightning bolt shot out would hit his massive shoulder armor precisely. In a Star Warrior's armor, the strongest part is definitely the shoulder armor. In their combat techniques, using shoulder armor to absorb excess damage is an option. Often, they treat the shoulders as shields. The lightning that could pierce and slay battle nuns could not penetrate Mattins's heavy shoulder armor. And at that time, Rizzo arrived. The priest's scepter swung down with full force, and the storm shield, which was already on the verge of destruction, shattered instantly. The scepter, now with the gravity generator activated, continued its relentless descent upon Kui Kao's body. The physical strength of a spiritual energy user is far from comparable. Under the effect of the gravity generator, Kui Kao's body was almost completely crushed. Then Georgette, who arrived shortly after, thrust her holy gold halberd through the old man's head. From her many years of experience battling such enemies, destroying the body was not always enough to kill a spiritual energy user. Some individuals' brains were the core. Some could even transcend their physical forms and exist in an energy state, just like that lightning person before. As the holy gold halberd pierced the skull, a holy fire ignited simultaneously, completely incinerating Kui Kao's vile face. Georgette sniffed. The powerful spiritual energy user was indeed dead. However, the matter was far from resolved. Ji Hang first sent a message to Perbov behind him. "No need for a second round of bombing, you almost killed me." Upon hearing this, Perbov's expression stiffened instantly. However, Ji Hang's next words relaxed him again, "But well done." A smile returned to Perbov's face. "I always said we needed to be more decisive in our action." Ah, wait, could Governor General's words be sarcastic? Could they mean, "You almost killed me, well done indeed"? But Ji Hang no longer had the energy to concern himself with Perbov's state of mind at that moment. He looked up at the slowly reassembling Storm Fury avatar and the relentless storm. This confirmed his previous guess. Killing Kui Kao was not the key. Or rather, they were too late in killing him. By the time they had arrived at the scene, the entire ritual had already entered its final stage. Even, in a sense, Kui Kao didn't take his own life and death seriously afterward. For such a fanatical believer, he had accomplished his mission, and what he did afterward was merely a flurry before death, seizing whatever he could. However, the big mess he left behind was what troubled Ji Hang the most. The storm could no longer continue. A long-lasting typhoon, exaggerated rainfall, frequent lightning strikes, this would destroy Revival City. Even the current intensity of the storm was already a catastrophe. Not to mention, the wind and rain were growing stronger, and the lightning strikes more frequent. In just a short while, Ji Hang had observed several trees nearby being struck by lightning. It was unthinkable what the condition of the city would be like. He didn't know to what extent the storm would continue to intense. Stopping the storm meant to sacrifice the entire city was something the Starfighter battle group and the Sisters were also bound to do, and without question. Even if they didn't regard the civilians of Revival City as people, the cult leader, who had repeatedly called the Emperor a false emperor, a lackey, and his followers as cheap slaves, had already thoroughly aroused their anger. Under these names, the man had undisguisedly declared his hostility towards the Empire, becoming the most despicable traitor. Wouldn't it be a great shame if a city that housed members of the Sisterhood and the Starfighter battle group allowed the plans of these traitors to succeed? When Ji Hang suggested that they must find a way to solve this problem and prevent this catastrophe, both of them agreed and began to look for a solution. Georgette was the main force. As the prioress, aside from her combat capability, and apart from the divine grace bestowed upon her over the years, her other major task was to study various spiritual powers and cult materials. She armed her mind so that she could quickly find targeted solutions when facing similar problems in the future. Rizzo was of a similar nature, just not as specialized as the battle nuns. After all, he was a starfighter and had been on a penitent crusade for an extended time, where battle missions and training were more frequent, and as a priest, he also had to soothe the emotions and morale of his fellow fighters, and handle their confessions. But no matter what, he had lived for so long, seen much and knew much, and perhaps some of his past experiences could offer insight into similar issues. While the prioress and the priest of the battle group sought a solution for this evil ritual from a religious perspective, Ji Hang considered solutions from the aspect of spiritual energy. Currently, the huge storm avatar is about to be reformed, but in itself, it might look intimidating, but that's not a big problem. Using a 155mm howitzer again to bombard it seems too extravagant, as a shell is quite expensive, and inventory isn't plentiful to begin with. But they could use much cheaper mortar guns. Perbov had already sent out several mortar teams to encircle the giant monster incarnation. Whenever it shows signs of reforming its body, a few shells would directly blast down, and the just reformed part of the body would be blasted into pieces again, entering the phase of reforming once more. It was quite pitiful. However, while it may seem pitiful, if it truly stood up, it would be extremely fierce. A slap from it could send a starfighter flying, and even through the powered armor, they would be injured. Against ordinary people, it could perhaps sweep away a whole squad of infantry with one move. Don't be fooled by the fact that 2 howitzer shells sent it away, but if it wasn't for the Phoenix and the Holy Mercy Lily drawing its hatred beforehand, and the fact that they had a relatively high chance of survival under the bombardment, relying solely on ordinary troops to deal with it would be extremely difficult. It might require death squads to attract the attention of the Storm Fury avatar. But a death squad would surely suffer heavy casualties under the attack of the Storm Fury avatar, and then, when the heavy artillery arrives, the ordinary soldiers who are closer are likely to be completely wiped out. Not to mention organizing a death squad that is bound to be a suicide mission is a difficult task in itself, but even if it's successful, the soldiers would find it very hard to hold their ground. Without the ability to counter, the Storm Fury avatar would easily rampage through the military formation, not restricting its movement, making the accuracy of the artillery fire worrying. If not hit, then a new death squad must go up. Are there enough men to die? This death squad can't rely on the troops who have just been recruited from the prisoners. Coercion won't work, and they simply can't do the job. But what if they call on more starfighters and battle nuns to go to each wind power station to solve the problem? Will there be enough time? Faced with this problem, Ji Hang thought of a solution. The quintet in the sky. However, even if they could deal with the threat of the Storm Fury avatar, what about the problem of the storm itself? Ji Hang had thought that the generators and the large blades were the core of this storm. However, after they were bombed and physically no longer existed, they left behind white misty blades that blew into a huge Storm Fury avatar. What if the core of this storm was in these white misty blades, in the Storm Fury avatar? The fact was just so. Ji Hang could clearly see that the power of the Storm Fury avatar was projected into the sky, causing a strong spiritual energy reaction. But the problem was, this connection couldn't be cut off. Ji Hang had already tried using his soul-cutting ability to block it, but to no effect. Or perhaps Ji Hang was not powerful enough to have an effect. And when the Fury avatar was blasted into pieces, and the white mist forming the wind turbine blades were also shattered, it did not affect their spiritual connection at all. The lightning storm and torrential rain were still getting worse. Flash floods from the downpour, the hurricane itself, and even more frequent lightning strikes. If this trend continues, the growing storm would destroy Revival City in about 3 hours. Standing in the rain, Ji Hang pondered all of this. While observing the constantly exploded and minimally replenishing Storm Fury avatar through his psychic vision, he contemplated many tactics moving forward. He began to speak, issuing one command after another. Inform Osenia. Beyond distributing food, to put all her efforts into the evacuation of personnel. Prepare for the worst-case scenario. She has 2 hours to evacuate Revival City. During this time, I need her to do her utmost to evacuate as many people as possible from the city. Tell Lambert to mobilize all the forces he can command within Revival City to assist Osenia's evacuation efforts. Notify Yan Fangshu to deploy the entire former Alliance Legion to fully support Osenia. The troops must also withdraw from Revival City after 2 hours. Another order for Yan Fangshu. Take command of the teams sent to the various wind power stations. 10 minutes from now, he must provide the precise coordinates for 7 wind farms and relay them to me. After the orbital bombardment, all troops must quickly approach the bombardment sites and exterminate everything still alive there. If anything continues to reconstitute or resurrect, keep destroying it. This mission is to carry on for 2.5 hours. Once the time is up, if there are no new orders, the troops must withdraw immediately. Connect me to Quintet and convey my request to Colonel Yelicia. Please prepare for an orbital strike immediately. In 10 minutes, we will provide the strike coordinates. They must carry out 3 rounds of precise orbital bombardments at the locations, with low firepower and the highest accuracy. Emphasize. Not to use heavy caliber ship cannons. I do not wish to destroy Revival City. Perbov, upon hearing these commands from the governor, couldn't help but shiver. Back when the torrential rain had soaked him through, he didn't feel cold, but now the wind and rain seemed piercing to the bone. He hurriedly followed the governor's instructions, sending out each command through the communication soldiers of the camp. Connecting with Quintet proved slightly more troublesome, but fortunately, the mission included a device specially for orbital communication. After some time, he managed to get it done. After finishing the tasks at hand, Perbov had nothing else to do. As he sat idly, he began to grasp the implications behind the governor's orders. This was making preparations for both possibilities. If the storm disaster remained unresolved by the end, the worst-case scenario would come into play. Relinquish Revival City and evacuate as much of the population as possible within 2 hours. Of course, as long as the people survived, there was still hope. But with only 2 hours under a fierce storm, how many could they evacuate? Hardly any. Not to mention the manufacturing equipment, the food. But in such a dire situation, the governor's choice was undoubtedly rational. Before everything came to an irrevocable end, it was crucial to preserve as much as possible, saving as many lives and as much material as they could. It was better than losing everything along with Revival City. Part of the work assigned to Osenia, Lambert, and Yan Fangshu was in an effort to achieve this. But clearly, the governor was not so easily willing to give up. He was still doing his utmost to save the city. The second command to Yan Fangshu and the request for an orbital strike to Yelicia were made with this in mind. 3 spaced-out orbital strikes, even the smallest firepower a starship could deliver, would be enough to destroy the wind farms. The subsequent 2 salvos, with a slight interval, could then eliminate any manifestations of the storm fury that appeared. Of course, this wouldn't completely solve the problem. Even if the avatars of the storm fury were extinguished, their shells would regenerate over time, as it was happening now. But the troops dispatched to the other 7 sites could handle the follow-up. Like Perbov's own situation, they just needed to surround the remnants of the storm fury and bombard it with mortars whenever it showed signs of regenerating. As long as they had enough shells, the thing couldn't wreak havoc. And then, there was only one problem left. The monster might be contained, but how to stop the storm? Watching the governor still furrowing his brows, seeing the Holy Lily and the phoenixes look helpless, Perbov's heart twisted in anguish. He couldn't help but pray silently. Divine Emperor above, please let them find a way, please don't let the governor's hard work go to waste. He hadn't been a devout follower of the Divine Emperor, but having heard and thought a lot, he could now say this. Osenia was already soaked through. She had been running in the storm for a long time. Even though she wore a raincoat, her slender figure seemed as if the wind could blow her away at any moment amidst the heavy rain and strong winds. More than once, her subordinates had hoped she would return inside the building, but she had refused them all. "You'd do better to do something useful than waste time persuading me," she said. And that was what she did. In theory, once all the work arrangements at the food distribution points were in place and the attack on the food convoy had been resolved, there should be no significant problems as long as the plan was executed step by step. At most, they had to worry about public security. Over the past few days due to war and unrest, Many of the residents of the outer city of Revival City had fallen into starvation. While they weren't called rabble or rioters, one couldn't expect these people, most of whom had experience wandering the wastelands, to be rule-abiding. Many of them had blood on their hands. It was all too common for public security issues to arise during the long wait to receive food. She had anticipated these issues and had established some rules. The armed soldiers would sternly warn those in line to behave. Those who didn't would not only face suppression from the soldiers but would also lose their qualification to receive food. Coupled with her tireless propaganda that there was an adequate supply of food, the likelihood of disputes and security problems was greatly reduced. In the beginning, everything did indeed go as she had planned. That is until the storm hit. When the storm first arrived, Osenia sensed trouble. Waiting in line in the wind and rain was a test for the people's health, a test for their mood, and a test for her subordinates and the soldiers maintaining order. When would it be a good time for wind and rain? Why did it have to be now? There was no choice but to grit their teeth and carry on. The storm caused a great deal of chaos, significantly increased her subordinates' workload, and led to numerous emergencies that were reported to her, one after another, requiring her to come up with solutions or even handle them personally. Many things couldn't be resolved just by sitting in an office, listening to reports, and making decisions. She ran through the rain among the various food distribution points, confronting one issue after another on the front lines. Busy, tired, and challenging, but her will was resolute. This was the first and most crucial day of building a bridge of trust between the governor and the people of Revival City. She had to do her best in her role. No storm could hinder her determination to see everything through smoothly. That was until the 2-hour evacuation order was relayed to her. It left her feeling disillusioned. She had never complained about the hard work, but this news nearly made her collapse. She couldn't help but feel lost. What was the point of the previous efforts, including the sacrifice of those soldiers guarding the transport routes? She stood there, staring blankly at the people queuing in the storm. There were parents with young children, couples hunched over, creating a small shelter for their child against the wind and rain, but the little boy, who looked to be only 4 or 5 years old, was still inevitably drenched. There was a limping man who had come alone. He slipped while walking forward, fell into the water that was deep enough to submerge his feet, and couldn't get up for a long time, relying on the help of others to stand again. Everyone in the storm seemed so hard-pressed, so helpless. Were they to abandon them after only 2 hours' time? Osenia felt she couldn't do it. But moments later, she told herself in her heart, "You must do it." She couldn't see the whole picture, but she wasn't a fool. She could guess that the pressing reason behind the evacuation had to be this storm that kept getting worse. It had even occurred to her that the storm could potentially kill everyone. If there were a choice, His Excellency the Governor certainly wouldn't make such a decision, but it was the lack of choice that drove him to it. So what she needed to do was to ensure as many people as possible could survive. This held the same meaning as the earlier food distribution, only it was now much more difficult. Whether it was the specific tasks that needed to be done or the determination that had to be made. She wiped the rain off her face, but it was in vain, as more cold rain slapped against her skin. She gestured for her subordinate to come over, and yelled into their ear over the sound of the wind and rain, "Notify all food distribution points. Instruct each one to keep a line clear. Arrange for everyone who has received food to gather outside the city. Tell them the storm is a conspiracy by the cult. Leaving the city is for their safety. Use all the megaphones, put them all to work. Select volunteers from those who have received food. Have them quickly inform everyone they know. Leave the city. Leave some reliable vagrants to help us maintain order. You go now and rally a squad of soldiers. Set up a temporary camp outside the city. Find a place without wind and rain. Get all the drivable vehicles moving. Take the food from the gathering point over there." After that, she connected with Lambert's signal, instructing him to move as much of the inner city's food as possible to the temporary camp outside. Having done all this, she heard a rumbling sound. At first, she thought it was thunder, but then the ground started to tremble, and it didn't seem like thunder at all. Stepping outside, she saw 7 orange glows from around the city, streaking across the sky and crashing to the ground. The sounds like muffled thunder came again. A little while later, another 7 orange glows fell from the sky. Was this orbital bombardment? What issue had escalated to the point of needing an orbital bombardment? Osenia shivered. Although it was only at the edges of the city, about 10 to 20 kilometers away from the center, Such terrible power meant that if there were people or homes in those areas, they would likely. She shook her head. Those things weren't for her to worry about right now. The matter at hand was more important. The food distribution point here was already in chaos. The order to evacuate had been given. Osenia knew clearly that the forces under her control couldn't guarantee orderly evacuation under such a storm. She also wanted to organize the poor into orderly groups, each accompanied by at least a squad of soldiers to maintain order and guide them to the evacuation points outside the city. But that was completely unfeasible. Given time and a stable environment, she might have managed, but now, arranging for as many people as possible to leave the city in 2 hours amid the storm was too difficult. The noise of the wind and the rain, mixed with the thunder, was so loud that even if she shouted at the top of her voice, it would not carry far. If the goal was to evacuate as many people as possible, then she'd rather sacrifice some order, even if it meant more chaos, as long as she could spread the message further and wider. Let the locals figure out their own way to get out. They might be faster than trying to organize personnel herself. Her top priority was to ensure the evacuation routes stayed open, preventing a large number of people from getting stuck on the roads out of the city, culminating in nobody being able to leave. She also needed to set up points outside the city to ensure supplies, to avoid the scenario where lots of people leave the city only to die of starvation in the wilderness instead of the storm. There was a list of tasks to do, each critical, yet hindered by environmental and logistical difficulties. Time was of the essence. 2 hours were not enough to do much, even if one fought tooth and nail. But the saying still stood, one must fight with all one's might. In the wind farm, Gu Hang and his group were still there. After issuing numerous orders, Gu Hang focused all his attention on the problem at hand. Abandoning Revival City and giving up the hard-won accomplishments of so long was a last resort. Although he had made this decision and instructed his subordinates to start executing it, he was still striving to save the city until the last moment. He wasn't just standing there like a fool, all determination and no method. In fact, with spiritual vision working at full strength, Gu Hang was gathering every bit of spiritual energy flow information he could and analyzing it in his mind. Gradually, Gu Hang observed something. He had an idea. After 2 rounds of mortars blasted the reassembling body of the primal fury owl into pieces again, Gu Hang issued an order. Speed up the pace, bomb it at the first sign of reshaping. In the midst of the storm, it was difficult to relay orders, but this obstacle was nothing to Gu Hang. His voice, powered by spiritual energy, rang clear and accurate in the ears of every mortar team soldier. The warriors in the rain carried out Mr. Gu's command. The reason this wasn't done before was due to the consideration of the ammunition stock. No one knew how long this would have to continue, and every fired mortar round was one less in the supply. After all, the monster needed time to reconstitute its body. It would have almost the same effect to bomb it again once it had regenerated to a certain extent, preventing it from fully reforming while significantly conserving ammunition. But now that Mr. Gu had given an order, they would follow it. Meanwhile, Gu Hang observed the flow of spiritual energy during the first reconstitution, after the primal fury owl's incarnation was thoroughly shattered by the bombings, more frequently and more times than before. Finally, during this process, he solidified an idea. Stop, he commanded again. The soldiers obeyed and halted. Gu Hang walked forward, his eyes shining as he carefully observed and stood at a spot based on the information he had analyzed previously. This was a crater. After being bombarded back and forth multiple times by heavy artillery and mortars, the area where the avatar of the primal fury owl could resurrect wasn't very large, so finding a good spot was somewhat challenging. Gu Hang waved his hand, and spiritual energy gently seeped forward. Under his will, the released spiritual energy bore a hint of blue, tinting a small area ahead in color. A moment later, when Gu Hang stopped pouring in energy, his blue spiritual energy was quickly washed away by the wind and rain, except for an oval-shaped spiritual energy core, about 20 centimeters in diameter, floating in midair. As he said this, he reached out again. His spiritual energy, controlled through telekinesis, tried to influence this insubstantial, oval-shaped sphere that could only be marked by staining it with spiritual energy, but it remained completely still. Telekinesis is ineffective, which probably verifies my theory, he concluded. Then, he attempted to influence it by means of mental manipulation and soul-cutting. Mental manipulation is ineffective. It must not be a life form, or it has no cognitive abilities. Soul cutting has some effect, but it's not significant. I can't sever the ritual core's residual influence on its surroundings after completion. This thing is less of a sphere and more of a hole opened in the real world. As Georgette listened, she moved forward. Seeing the battle nun reach out her hand, as if to touch it, Ji Hang considered speaking up to stop her. But then, noting the golden glow on her hand, he swallowed his words of caution. A battle nun blessed by the emperor might possess some special means. Although the lady was rather rash in her actions, her vast experience meant that if she dared to touch it, it was unlikely to be in vain. Then Ji Hang watched as she made contact with the dyed void. The moment after she touched it, as if having endured a tremendous force, she was repelled. She stumbled several steps backward before regaining her balance. She reached up to remove her helmet, during which Ji Hang observed her hands shaking violently. Once the helmet was off, everyone saw blood gushing from her nose. Her white short hair quickly got drenched by the rain, mixing with the blood, which smeared all over, making her look very bedraggled. "I thought you wouldn't do it for nothing, but you actually did?" Fortunately, it wasn't anything serious. She wiped her face with her hand, realized it was futile, and then turned to the others and said, "I think I found a solution." "What is it?" Ji Hang asked immediately. "Challenge it, then defeat it." Georgette gave an answer that was a bit perplexing but swiftly explained. As Mr. Ji said, this is a void that connects to a mad and powerful entity. That must be the primal fury owl worshipped by the cultists. Regardless of its origins, it has likely become a fearsome spiritual energy creature by now. I just faced it directly, and it's beyond my capability. Georgette candidly admitted her lack of strength. Even just a fleeting glimpse at a spiritual level had subjected her to a massive impact, causing severe mental strain. Of course, if they had met in the real world, it wouldn't have been quite as dire. Engaging in unprotected spiritual vision is inherently high risk. But she was already quite admirable. Even for a battle nun, directly confronting a deified and potentially insane spiritual energy creature in the mental realm and only suffering a nosebleed was quite remarkable. She came out relatively unscathed. Although she was reckless, she clearly had the wherewithal to be so. Georgette continued with the valuable information she just obtained. Its power, through this void, is projected into the real world. We need to defeat it to close the portal, to prevent the resurrection of the Fury Owl incarnation, and to stop this storm. And we may need to do this 8 times. Every wind farm, besides this one, needs to be shut down. After Georgette finished speaking, Ji Hang asked the critical question, how can we defeat it? Are we supposed to defeat a primal psychic creature that has achieved godhood? No, it hasn't come to that, Georgette continued to explain. I've sensed that it is still some distance away from tearing apart the veil of reality and truly awakening. If nearly 1 million people from Revival City indeed perish in the storm, such a vast spiritual reaction would echo repeatedly at the site of the ritual, and it really could pull it out of hell. But to approach this layer of the true universe, it still needs an anchor. Its 8 spiritual avatars are here. What we need to eliminate are these avatars, soul to soul. A strong spirit is the key to defeating it. Ji Hang roughly understood what Georgette meant. Although she had mentioned some rather abstruse concepts, they seemed related to the underlying logic of the entire world. He found some answers in his memories. In the legitimate study for spiritual energy users, it is understood that beneath the entire reality of the universe, there's a believed layer of an illusory universe filled with pure energy but no matter, considered to be the birthplace of the real universe, its foundation, also referred to as the true universe. It is speculated that tens of thousands of years ago, during the Golden Age, humans wielded advanced technology, properly harnessing the energy of the true universe. This boundless energy source gave rise to a brilliant civilization. All of this ended after the emergence of hell. Hell is seen as the gathering place of energies that are unusable or discharged after use. It is rife with madness, destruction, and chaos. Modern scholars of spiritual energy generally believe that the true universe is now divided into 2 layers. The star spirit realm is the outer layer, a usable sea of spiritual energy. The spirit network constructed by the Divine Emperor supports the entire spirit realm, allowing safe spiritual energy users to emerge among humans, who also utilize spiritual energy as an advanced source of energy. Of course, the Theological Council of the state religion doesn't see it that way. In their theory, the spirit network is the divine realm established by the emperor upon his ascension. The emperor blesses the people of this world from within his realm. People should believe wholly in the emperor, and upon death, their souls should return to the divine realm, achieving transcendence. The mechanical sect has their own theories to be set aside for now. But regardless of the debate, in essence, spiritual energy originates from the spirit realm, and the ascended emperor bestows protection upon humanity. However, hell still exists, disordered, chaotic, insane, filled with destructive energy. According to Georgette, the primal fury owl is classified as a kind of powerful psychic creature, and it has fallen into hell for reasons unknown. Now, due to the rituals of the cultists, it is about to tear open the veil of the real universe and descend. Within the 8 wind farms, there exist 8 avatars of the fury owl, essentially 8 mental projections of the primal fury owl that have torn a small opening in the real universe, allowing the insane spiritual energy storm to sweep through it. If these 8 fury owl projections are killed in the mental realm, it would mean a complete termination of the avatar's reconstitution, preventing the arrival of the primal fury owl and permanently solving the storm issue. How do we kill these fury owl projections? Just touch the void. Georgette provided a very specific solution, further explaining, I was trying to see the source earlier. That's why. If it were only about challenging the projection, it wouldn't be like this. Oh, so you still went and acted rashly. Then, has the projection avatar here been dealt with? No. Georgette admitted somewhat awkwardly, after my injury, I no longer have enough mental strength to destroy the projection. Oh, after acting rashly, you're too weak to do the actual work. Isn't that just giving it away for free? Ji Hang took a deep breath, deciding. I'll do it. Priest Rizzo stepped forward. Just touching it will suffice? Yes, Georgette replied. As long as you don't venture too deep, just annihilate that creature. All right. Priest Rizzo reached out and touched the void. Moments later, he lowered his hand, looking a bit wilted and weak, but his voice was light as he spoke, mission accomplished. As his words fell, Ji Hang could clearly see the void shrinking at a visible rate, soon disappearing entirely. Ji Hang was overjoyed. Dawn was in sight. We now need to rush to the other 7 wind farms immediately. We have less than 3 hours, we can still make it. Watching the governor become invigorated, the priest sighed and cooled the excitement. Your Excellency, Rizzo began, I'm afraid it's not as simple as we thought. What do you mean? Projecting the soul into the mental realm for combat is much more difficult than imagined. Defeating that creature doesn't cost me much, but the transit back and forth burdens the spirit heavily. I can't do it again in a short amount of time. Otherwise, just the act of projecting the soul could leave me unconscious, and I need at least 2 days of rest to recover. Everyone has a 2-day cooldown to enter the mental realm? Ji Hang looked at Georgette. I'm in a similar situation. Rizzo continued. To withstand the pressure of soul projection, one needs a very resilient spirit. Even for the Sisters of Saintly Lilies, it would be extremely dangerous. Only we phoenixes have the capability to endure it. As soon as these words were uttered, the nuns of the Holy Mercy Lilies disagreed vehemently. Several stepped forward. We can do it. The will of the Holy Mercy Lilies is in no way inferior to that of space warriors. Leave it to us. Their emotions ran high, feeling insulted. But Rizzo had no intention of employing reverse psychology, and even Georgette fell silent at that moment. Ji Hang saw all this and acknowledged that Rizzo's words were the truth. The abbess was no fool. If she was confident, she wouldn't remain silent. Clearly, it was because she also believed that the ordinary battle nuns faced a near certain death doing this task, and thus she kept quiet. In the previous battle, she had already lost a sister in arms. Ji Hang turned his gaze to Mattins and directly made his request, Commander, I need your help. Mattins didn't demur, to fight for the Emperor, eradicate the corrupt spiritual energy creatures, and save the Empire world, the Phoenix cannot refuse. The Phoenix is indeed reliable. Initially, I even considered a change the cage for a bird plan, simply too inhumane. But the Phoenix only has 7 members. That's a problem too. Rizzo had already been spent here, leaving only 6 of Phoenix, yet there were 7 wind farms to deal with. Georgette looked somewhat ashamed. If she still had the strength to fight, she could have taken care of 1, and there would be no problem. Or, if she dared to risk sacrifice, 1 nun might not be enough, but they had 10 people, taking turns, they would surely be able to bring down 1 projection. But when it really came to making this decision, she hesitated. However, Ji Hang did not make it difficult for her. I will deal with one myself. That's too dangerous, Priest Rizzo advised. Ji Hang waved his hand, his decision already made. Moreover, he felt that in pure mental realm combat, he, a user of spiritual energy, might even be stronger than the warriors of Phoenix. Subsequently, the personnel were split into many groups and began rushing toward the other 7 wind farms. Besides Rizzo, the 3 Phoenix members present rushed to 3 different sites. The nuns also formed teams to follow as reserves. Another 3 Phoenix members, led by the bald Schneider in the city, received orders and went to 3 other locations. Ordinary troops did not accompany their actions. Perbov and his team were ordered by Ji Hang to go to the city to help, following the commands of Yan Fangshu and Osenia. The remaining space warriors and nuns could then proceed at full speed. With the aid of their powered armor, they strode through the storm, not much slower than a car. Ji Hang headed toward the farthest of the 7 power stations. The reason for this assignment was because he could fly, making him the fastest. Whether it was bad luck or being targeted, he was struck by lightning twice on his way there. But there was no harm done. Before the lightning struck, he had already detected unnatural gatherings of spiritual energy through his spiritual vision, allowing him to dodge and advance. Upon his arrival at the destination, local soldiers were bombarding incarnations of the primal fury owl in the enormous craters left by orbital bombardments. The strategy that Ji Hang had previously formulated was working. Originally, following Yan Fangzhu's orders, the many troops that came to this location encountered resistance from cult members. The cult's numbers and quality weren't especially high, and given time, the soldiers should have been able to overcome the enemy, followed by demolishing the wind farm, not a big problem anymore. But while they were engaged in combat, they received new orders, so they withdrew from the fight. Those cult members didn't chase after them. Their mission was to protect the wind farm. Even if it couldn't be held, they were to delay as much as possible. Even when the enemy's retreat seemed strange, their happiness outweighed their confusion. Then, in their joy, they faced orbital bombardment. The bombardiers aboard the quintet followed the governor's orders and carried out 7 times 3 rounds of minimal yield bombardment, not using the colossal cannons and the light spear array, but only the secondary cannons. Yet, the effect on the ground was still terrifying. The direct destruction range of the bombardment extended over half a kilometer. The shockwave retained lethal force even a kilometer away. Even the troops stationed at an almost 2-kilometer theoretical safe distance from the target could feel the intense shock. Some houses on the city's edge collapsed under the bombardment. Fortunately, by now, most people had gone to various food distribution points to queue for supplies, so the casualty figures should not be too high. Just as they were hurrying back, washed by the rain and witnessing the rapid dissipation of the residual heat after the 3 bombardments, the wind farm was already gone. The primal fury owl, which should have appeared, was making an effort to reconstitute itself. No doubt about it, the artillery attack commenced. The barely reconstituted primal fury owl was blasted apart again. In this way, with a strategy of blasting a bit as soon as it reconstituted a bit, the local primal fury owl's incarnation became very miserable. Until Ji Hang arrived. He commended the troops on the scene, and through the communication soldier integrated into their team, received the latest situation updates. Good news had come from the other 2 wind farms closest to the one where Kui Kao had been eliminated. 2 stellar warriors, including Commander Maddens, had already annihilated the projections of the primal fury owls in those locations. This was a good start, indicating the plan was proceeding smoothly. Without hesitation, Ji Hang stepped forward and touched the void. Suddenly, he felt a palpitation and before his eyes appeared a vast fog. The fog came quickly and vanished just as fast. Within a few breaths, it disappeared. Before him lay a steeply descending road, endless in length, with rolling mists of endless colors. Ji Hang felt a strong pull of temptation as if being called to walk down, but also a strong sense of fear warning him of the great horror that lay below. These 2 conflicting feelings interwove in his heart, even causing him a moment of trance. A roar awakened him from the astounded sense of conflict. Turning around, Ji Hang saw a 2-person tall, phantom incarnation of the primal fury owl, strutting arrogantly. "Are you the one?" Without a word, Ji Hang unleashed a psychic slash at it. Upon his psychic projection entering this illusory mental realm, his spiritual energy could, of course, be utilized. Additionally, because he was closer to the spirit realm, and even to hell. His spiritual sensitivity became keener and the psychic spells he could unleash were stronger. The monster lost a leg, losing its arrogance immediately. Unyielding will. Maybe the battle nuns and stellar warriors really needed it when they entered the mental realm to fight. They had to engage in fierce melee combat with the frightful primal fury owl incarnations. Hence, their willpower determined the strength of their bodies. But a psychic like Ji Yu Hang didn't need that. He relied on spiritual attributes to battle here, and all his psychic spells were effective, a few even stronger than usual. Ji Yu Hang's psychic slash might not kill the primal fury owl projection in one blow, but no matter, one slash at a time would suffice. With less spiritual consumption and stronger psychic power. At this rate, he could continue for 100 slashes. In other words, he could execute the primal fury owl projection by dismemberment. In reality, it didn't even survive 15 slashes, never once touching the hem of Ji Yu Hang's clothing before being cut into countless pieces. A thick fog enveloped his vision once more, and by the time it cleared, Ji Yu Hang found himself back in the real world. It was at this moment that he felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Upon leaving the mental realm, his soul had suffered a tearing. It wasn't an injury per se, but if he entered that place again within a short period and then left, he might genuinely harm the core of his being. He came to understand, this must be the price Georgette referred to, the cost of projecting one's soul into the purely mental realm. Thankfully, the price was paid upon exit. If it had to be paid upon entry, going in with a debuff of weakness and having to fight a primal fury owl projection would make the challenge substantially harder. The content isn't easy to split, so 2 chapters have been combined and posted together. Dizzy and disoriented, Ji Yu Hang refused the support of the approaching soldier and made his way to the group of communication soldiers on his own. While taking a rest beside them, he said, "Let me know immediately if there's any news from other places." "Yes, sir." With that, Ji Yu Hang closed his eyes and sat in the rain to recuperate. It wasn't that they couldn't afford to set up a shelter for the governor, it was just that in the current conditions, any awning would be blown away. Fortunately, Ji Yu Hang didn't care about such things. In the following 15 to 20 minutes, messages from all around came one by one. 3 more projections of the wrathful owls at the wind farms were taken care of. Together with the previous 4, that made 7 in total. A smile appeared on Ji Yu Hang's face, even with his eyes closed. It seemed there wasn't much of a problem anymore, but a few minutes later, the news from the last wind farm that he had been waiting for still hadn't arrived. The smile disappeared from Ji Yu Hang's face. "Send a message, ask what's going on over there, what's the situation now?" The communication soldier did as ordered, and soon there was a reply. 5 minutes ago, an interstellar warrior and 2 nuns arrived, they. At this point, the communication soldier stammered, and Ji Yu Hang already had an ominous feeling. "Quick, say it." "Yes, sir." No longer bothering to organize his words, the communication soldier hurriedly reported the situation as it happened. An interstellar warrior touched the void first. Then after a little while, the void didn't disappear. Instead, the interstellar warrior fell. Then the 2 nuns checked, and said the interstellar warrior was already dead. One of them touched the void and also fell. The remaining nun is using the communication signal, calling for help. Ji Yu Hang's face turned completely dark. Although not yet a complete failure, he was aware that there was a big problem now. Besides himself, a high-level spiritual energy user, only the interstellar warriors could deal with the wrathful owl projections lingering in the wind farms. These Phoenix veterans, who had undergone the penitent expedition and each had at least a century of combat experience, were all extremely determined. There were only 7 of them, and added to Ji Yu Hang himself, they should have been able to handle all the wrathful owl projections. It was indeed a stretch, but Ji Yu Hang hadn't really considered the possibility of them failing. However, even though the Phoenixes had a 70 to 80% chance of winning against a wrathful owl incarnation in the mental realm with pure willpower, facing it 7 times in a row could lead to an accident, which wasn't unthinkable. Moreover, Ji Yu Hang remembered that among the Phoenixes, one unfortunate soul had been hit by an air blast and then, during the appearance of the wrathful owl incarnation, was slapped by the same being. Although there was no concrete evidence, Ji Yu Hang suspected that the one who died was this very person. Perhaps the previous warrior had already been seriously injured and in a poor state before entering the mental realm to face the wrathful owl projection with pure willpower and unfortunately lost the battle. The loss of an interstellar warrior was painful. Although the Phoenixes were still only his allies, their relationship wasn't the kind where one would stand still if an ally was in trouble. On the contrary, the two sides had cooperated fairly well recently. Even though their presence required Ji Hang to invest a considerable amount of manpower in building monasteries for them, and Wu Jiarong's research institute had to spare time to handmake bombs for them, the interstellar warriors truly showed their worth in action. The price Ji Hang paid was not even as much as the money he would give to hire mercenaries. On the flip side, these Phoenix warriors had been a great help to him. The loss of one meant that Ji Hang felt he had lost at least 300 points of grace. That was the price of a standard interstellar warrior, not to mention the veteran's experience. Beyond the personal loss, the downfall of a Phoenix declared that the mission to halt the cult's ritual had suffered a significant setback. 7 interstellar warriors for 7 wind farms left no room for error. If a mistake occurred, the difficulty of fixing it was immense. The battle nun who died following the fallen Phoenix was a case in point. In the whole revival city, where could one find another being with spiritual will as strong as that of the interstellar warriors? The only person Ji Hang could think of asking for help was Superior Georgette. Would the Mother Superior be willing to let her 9 remaining nuns, one by one, attempt to duel to the death with the angry owl projection? Ji Hang felt a bit reluctant to broach this request. The Mother Superior had already lost 2 of her subordinates. If it were only about sacrifice, that would be one thing. But the critical issue was that no one knew what chance the nuns stood as they entered the mental realm to challenge the angry owl projection. What if all 9 nuns died and the problem still wasn't resolved? Georgette would hesitate, but it seemed Ji Hang had no other option. He took a deep breath and said to the communication soldier standing by, "Go inquire where Superior Georgette currently is. I need to speak with her." "Yes, sir." The communication soldier hurried off to carry out the order. However, at that very moment, Ji Hang heard a roar of extreme unwillingness, coming from the edge of the sky, from the void. Suddenly, he felt that the dark clouds hovering over the city showed signs of dispersal. The increasingly fierce storm and heavy rain seemed to have lessened a great deal. Ji Hang was somewhat startled in his heart. Had the ritual been terminated? Had the angry owl projection been dealt with? But why? Who had intervened? Could it be that the last remaining nun mentioned in the previous reports had a major outbreak and defeated the angry owl projection? Ji Hang's heart was enveloped in immense surprise. Regardless of the details, this was undoubtedly excellent news. Although the outcome was positive, such a roller coaster of emotions was hardly friendly to the heart. If possible, Ji Hang really did not want to experience something similar ever again. Shortly afterward, another communication soldier came to report the news. "Governor, we have new intelligence from the wind farm where we lost a star warrior and a battle nun. The problem has been solved." "I know," Ji Hang said with a smile. "Who resolved the issue in the end? Was it the battle nun?" "No, him." At that response, Ji Hang was taken aback. "Then who was it?" "It was Thaddeus." "Thaddeus?" Ji Hang found the name somewhat familiar. He instantly recalled the series of battles during the previous food transport convoy ambush. He had read the battle report, and in that battle, the position of political commissar he had established played a significant role. Back then, the most impressive person he had noticed was naturally Cody, who sacrificed himself to turn the tide of battle from defeat to victory. As for Thaddeus, it seemed that in the story of Cody, he was just part of the backdrop. However, it was this character, who seemed as inconspicuous as part of the backdrop, who became the key to saving the entire city. Now Ji Hang was very curious about how exactly Thaddeus had achieved this. Thaddeus didn't know how he had done it. He had led his platoon, following Yan Fangzhu's orders, to this wind farm to carry out their mission. After the orbital bombardment, his troops couldn't even be considered the main force. They were merely supporting teams from the governor's infantry regiment in executing a blockade. Late on, the Star Realm warriors and battle nuns had arrived, and he didn't even understand what had to be done at first. It was not until a Star Realm warrior and a nun had died at the core location after the previous orbital bombardment. Only when the surviving nun reported the situation to her head nun in somewhat of a panic, using the communication soldier's channel, did Thaddeus understand what was probably going on. Then, he strode towards that void. Everyone watched his actions, confused at first, not knowing what he was up to. But soon, some comrades reacted, coming up to try to stop him. In the pouring rain, his comrade grabbed Tadeusz's waist from behind and yelled in his ear, "Have you gone mad? Have you no regard for your life? Let go." Tadeusz struggled violently. "Don't go to your death, it's something even the Star Realm warriors can't handle. You're just throwing your life away for nothing." "Who says?" Tadeusz broke free with a twist and, turning to his comrade who had fallen to the ground, said, "What this battle needs most is steadfast will, and I certainly am not lacking that." As he said this, he thought of his friend Cody, remembered his pulling the pin of the grenade and jumping into the enemy, remembered what he himself had not been able to do. These memories did not strike him down, rather, they reinforced his determination. This world has nothing to do with those Star Realm warriors or battle nuns. And yet they still fought with all they had. To save our own homeland, to fulfill the aspirations of the governor and all our people, why shouldn't we dare to sacrifice? I am not afraid to die. I've been afraid once, and I'm not afraid this time. I will go and fight. I know I may be going to my death, but when I am dead, I hope more brave warriors will stand up. We will surely prevail." He shouted with his arms held high, turned resolutely, and walked toward the void in the storm, adjusting his red cap. He couldn't see where the void was, but he could approximate its location based on previous intelligence, and then he could reach out and search with his hands. A few minutes later, he found it. A fog passed before his eyes, and when he came to his senses again, he found himself in the mental realm. A roar from the projection of the raging owl marked out the enemy's location for him. Tadeusz didn't hesitate for a second and immediately plunged into the fight. When he arrived in this mental realm as a soul projection, he was unarmed, but when he had a strong desire to attack, a rifle somehow appeared in his hands. He let out a roar not unlike that of the raging owl projection, and pulled the trigger towards the monster. The bullets swept over the beast, at least twice his size and requiring 3 or 4 of him to encircle, causing it to stagger. Fundamentally, both the rifle and the bullets firing were manifestations of power projected from Tadeusz's own will to fight. He was battling with his own will, and the specific form it took was of little consequence. The scenario within the mental realm only materialized the scenes he was most familiar with and adept at. The bullets had a significant effect, but it was not realistic to think he could kill the raging owl projection with just those. Ignoring his gunfire, the raging owl projection let out a furious growl. From its open beak, a white storm bullet fired out, hitting him square in the chest. The storm bullet seemed far more terrifying than the spells cast by the blue-robed individuals he and Cody had faced in battle. By all rights, he should have been undoubtedly dead. But he ignored all that, focusing only on hitting the raging owl as much as possible before the hit. Then, the storm bullet struck him in the chest, blowing him away. He smashed to the ground a short distance away, his body aching terribly, feeling as though he was falling apart. But feeling pain was a good thing. If the storm bullet had killed him instantly, he would not have felt anything at all. Unlike now, where he could endure the pain and struggle to his feet. But in the process, the raging owl projection had already reached his face. He swung his left arm to defend, and a riot shield appeared on his arm, blocking a heavy strike from the owl. In fury, the owl lifted a pair of front limbs high into the air, ready to slam down once more. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3. Tadeusz held on with all his might. His mouth and nose were bleeding. If there had been an observer, they might have seen that his entire soul's representation, his spiritual form, was becoming unstable, with signs of disintegration. In the midst of his mind dissipating, Tadeusz's thoughts again turned to his friend Cody. They had grown up together in the abandoned cave society, shivered together in utter darkness when the convicts had attacked their home, seen the light the governor brought to them, enlisted together, and become political commissars. Then unavoidably, he remembered the last moment before Cody's death, his friend with the red cap crawling from the half-ruined building, leaping down with 2 grenades in hand, killing the enemy. Tadeusz, defending against the owl's attacks with his riot shield, felt as though the memory overlapped with the current scene. He really saw Cody jumping down from mid-air, grenades in hand and waist, smoke billowing around him. Boom! The explosion occurred. The raging owl projection, raising its front limbs to strike him one last time, was blasted to pieces. In his confusion, Tadeusz was enveloped by a white fog, and then he felt a fierce, cold rain lashing his face. He fell downward, crashing into a puddle, with a roaring in his ears. He felt the warmth of blood uncontrollably flowing from his nose and mouth, quickly washed away by the rain splashing across his face. His blurry eyes looked outward, seeing many robed figures rushing towards him. He struggled to stretch out his hand, gave them a thumbs up, and then the world turned pitch black, and he knew no more. Schneider still couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. After resolving the trouble at the wind farm he was responsible for, he had been worried about his injured battle brother and rushed over here. On his way, he received the terrible news. A brother who had survived the century-long expedition had died here. His heart was filled with rage, with resentment towards Mattins. He wasn't incapable of accepting the sacrifice of a battle brother. In fact, in his past experiences, he had grown accustomed to sacrifice. But he couldn't accept that his battle brother's death was in vain. Yes, in his eyes, this event seemed pointless. They were supposed to die for the rebuilding of their warband, not on this planet that couldn't even support the rebuilding of the warband. He had always felt that Mattins and Rizzo were wasting time. But if it were just a waste of time, then so be it. Perhaps time would enlighten his two brothers that placing hope on that frail spiritual energy governor was a ludicrous idea. But now, what they had squandered was not only time but the lives of their battle brothers. This was unacceptable. He had come here to retrieve his brother's body, and then to confront Mattins and Rizzo, to challenge them whether their decisions were really correct. If they were truly set on following this governor down a dark path, would the remaining 6 of them be even enough to die? One brother had already been sacrificed, yet there was still no sign of the dawn of the warband's rebuilding. Conversely, the mirthless governor, after much plotting, had acquired a city that was about to be annihilated by a storm. Enraged, Schneider arrived at this place. And then he witnessed a mere mortal overcoming the enemy that his battle brother had failed to defeat until his death. How could this be possible? A mere mortal, how could he have accomplished this? He had just experienced a battle against the projection of the Fury Owl himself, and he had won with ease. He was a phoenix warrior who had fought for 300 years, his spirit, his will, were much harder than steel. He agreed with the previous judgments from Georgette and Priest Rizzo that such relentless spirit could only be possessed by them, the Emperor's death angels. Even the battle nuns couldn't attain such a level. But now, a mere mortal. By what right? He admitted, among the countless battles he had fought in his long career, many of the mortals who fought alongside were indeed commendable even by the standards of the stellar warriors. But such heroes, even in the most elite Star Realm armed forces, were rare. How could this indigenous officer compare? He instinctively refused to believe this reality. Yet the last void was indeed rapidly shrinking and finally vanished. The dark clouds that had enshrouded the city sky, turning the entire city pitch black, were also swiftly dissipating, allowing a ray of sunlight to fall through. The wind was calming, the rain retracting. No matter how much Schneider didn't want to believe, everything before his eyes was indeed real. Hero activable. Tadeusz, Gu Hang, extremely curious about how Tadeusz had achieved this, tried to find the answer from his system interface. Therefore, he discovered a new message in the hero interface. Tadeusz could now be activated as a hero. He tentatively clicked. The cost for activation was 50 graces. He didn't spend the graces, but he could infer something from the cost. 50 points, that was the cost to upgrade from LV2 to LV3 for him. Did this mean that once Tadeusz was activated, he would be a hero starting at LV3? A content smile appeared on Gu Hang's lips. Among mortals too, there are outstanding heroes. Facing the option to activate Tadeusz, Gu Hang hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to activate him. This wasn't specifically to reward the hero who had performed great deeds, nor was it simply out of Gu Hang's curiosity about what made a person who had achieved what even interstellar warriors had failed, so special. While there were factors like these at play, the activation of Tadeusz as a hero genuinely helped with some of the work that Gu Hang had to do next. Next, several thousand soldiers from the former Alliance Legion needed to be reorganized. Gu Hang's own direct troops only numbered a little over 1,000 in a small infantry regiment. It was impossible for him to mix and integrate troops as he had done in the past. If the measure of a political commissar seemed effective presently, then it should be continued and reinforced. And Tadeusz was a very good candidate for that. Gu Hang planned to implement this policy comprehensively in his troops in the future, adopting a dual command system. Military affairs, such as combat command and training arrangements, would be primarily overseen by the military chief with the commissar aiding. Whereas the commissar would take the lead on aspects like daily life, army construction, and ideological discipline, with the chief assisting. For the moment, Yan Fangshu was still the highest military chief in charge. As for the political commissar side, Ji Yu Hang planned to promote this lad Tadius swiftly up the ranks. Under the current circumstances, Tadius arguably had a heavier task compared to Yan Fangshu. After spending 50 points of the grace to complete the activation, Ji Yu Hang instantly saw Tadius's attributes. Activated Hero. Tadius, SR. Level. LV3, Physique 10, Spirituality 6, Command 10, Political 13. Traits. Calmer of Storms. Having endured the baptism of the storm, the cleansing of the mental realm upon his return has had a reflective effect on his physique. Physique +1, Spirituality +1. Awakened Political Leader. Simple political ideological education enlightened him. Witnessing the sacrifice of a friend shocked him. The idea of sacrifice during the action to save the city made him a hero. He has awoken. His thoughts solidified, knowing exactly what his goal is. Political +2, Command +1. Talent. Unyielding Will. This person has an unbreakable will. No difficulty can bring him down. Physique +1, Special Effect. Unbreakable. Inspire Morale. This person has a strong influence and can boost the morale of all friendly forces around him. The effect depends on the firmness of his will. Looking at Tadius's attributes, the first thing Ji Yu Hang noticed was the level. SR wasn't that 2 tiers higher than the N level of the 2 characters he had activated before, Osenia and Wu Jarong. But in reality, looking at the attributes, there was nothing particularly outstanding about them. When Ji Yu Hang was at LV3, his spirituality was already at 17. Of course, comparing with Ji Yu Hang was not fair. Even at LV1, before acquiring the system, Ji Yu Hang had already reached a high spirituality of 14 thanks to his predecessor's legacy. And before activation, Tadius and the others were merely ordinary people. As a 3-level character, Tadius's highest political attribute was only 13 points, but the advantage was that besides spirituality, there were no real weaknesses. This meant he was more of an all-rounder, capable of shouldering arms and engaging in the frontline battle as well as handling political work in the rear. And his SR rating was likely more valuable for the 2 talents and 1 trait that he had over the 2 ladies. Those 2 ladies only had 1 trait each. Excellent bureaucrat and former technical genius. These 2 traits were probably similar to Tadius's awakened political leader trait, but not equivalent. His political leader trait was obviously a bit more advanced. What's more, he had 3 more. The advantage of the SR rating seemed to lie here. Beyond the quality tier, Ji Yu Hang was also very curious about another point. How had Tadius's attributes increased? Set aside the political and command capabilities, which might have been dormant military, political talents in Tadius that were simply awakened by the system. The physique attribute couldn't be faked. The past Tadius, Ji Yu Hang knew clearly, was just an ordinary person. After being selected for the military, even with training from the soldier tag system that made him a T5 level soldier, it meant he had acquired some level of military skills. There wouldn't be a dramatic change in his physical condition. This also implied that his physical attribute, even if better than that of an average person, would at most reach around 7 or 6 points. In fact, Ji Yu Hang had never heard of anyone in his troop having some innate divine power or other special physical characteristics. So, the case was pretty clear. Tadius's attribute growth was given by the system. The mechanism of this hero panel is such that when someone with potential or talent appears under Ji Yu Hang's command, he can use his blessings to realize that person's talent. It is as if the system uses some magical means to accelerate the individual to a level that might normally require extensive training to achieve. Activating a hero's ability is quite beneficial for Ji Yu Hang to rapidly develop talent. Thinking of this, Ji Yu Hang went to check on Osenia's status again. To his surprise, the girl had reached LV2. That she could level up did not seem strange to Ji Yu Hang at all. As a political talent like her had undergone such a high-pressure ordeal, growth and development were to be expected. What surprised him, though, was that this upgrade did not require any of his own blessings. Could it be that aside from the initial cost of activation, leveling up does not require additional expenditure? As long as they grow to a certain point on their own, they can level up? This suggested to Ji Yu Hang that the function of activating heroes might be even more important than he had anticipated. Then he remembered Yan Fangshu. Old Yan missed the chance. However, even now, he wasn't planning to activate Yan Fengshu. That guy still hadn't made up his mind whether to give up his title of naval captain or not. So, keep working then. Taking his attention back, Ji Yu Heng continued to look at Osenia's character card. Hero. Osenia, N, level. LV2, Physique 4, Spirituality 5, Leadership 8, Politics 11. Trait. Excellent political officer, talent. Handling politics under pressure. When affairs are urgent, she makes very few mistakes, politics +1. Osenia's political points had increased by 2, and her leadership points by 1. And she had acquired a new talent. Handling politics under pressure, true to its name, was not particularly powerful, but very practical. For political officers, the fear is making mistakes under heavy pressure, which could come with a higher cost and be more irreparable than usual mistakes. Ji Yu Heng received benefits not only from the system interface but also from the aftermath of the storm event. The battle settlement he'd been waiting for did not appear. It seemed as if the system did not regard this action as a battle. However, it did show up elsewhere. His events interface was flickering slightly. With a thought, Ji Yu Heng opened it. A new event appeared before his eyes. Extinction Storm. Event completed. The primordial Wrath Owl sect, believers of an evil god, plotted to sacrifice Revival City in its entirety, but you foiled their scheme. You and your allies eradicated the primal Fury Owl's projection, halted its revival, extinguished the storm, and saved your city. But evidently, you have also incurred the wrath of that fallen primordial deity. It will watch you from hell. Its followers will target you. Event Reward. Grace points plus 500 inches, acquire trait, Enemy of the Storm. You are the enemy of the storm. You can command storms to bend to your will. When there is a target using storm-related psychic spells near you, they must have your permission, or their spiritual energy's potency and spellcasting success rate will be suppressed. This, Enemy of the Storm, trait was very specific. Its general utility wasn't great, but if Ji Yu Heng were to encounter followers of the primordial Wrath Owl sect in the future, this trait could be greatly beneficial. As for the part of the event description mentioning that the native primordial god who fell into hell would from then on view him with great enmity, and its followers would target him. Ji Yu Heng was not worried about this in the slightest. It was as if without this event, they wouldn't already be enemies. In Ji Yu Heng's view, there was no difference between 90% hatred and 100% hatred. On the contrary, he might not even need to wait for them to come seeking trouble. He would likely be the one to seek them out. Beyond this trait, the 500 grace points from the event reward was another huge boost. It once again set a new personal record for Ji Yu Heng's single largest gain of grace points. Ever since he entered Revival City, his acquisition of grace points had never stopped. From the initial war, to the victorious ambush on the grain transport convoy, and now this 500-point haul. During this process, Ji Yu Heng spent 17 grace points to upgrade the remaining 17 of 28 Navy Marine Corps soldiers, who turned out to be of little use, 200 grace points to raise himself to level 4, and 50 grace points to activate Tadius. In total, that amounted to a consumption of 267 grace points. Yet, even so, the number of grace points remaining in his hands still reached a whopping 654. He had never been so affluent before. Within the entire system, the places where one could spend money were very few. The character system is a major investment, but if no talent is detected, it cannot be activated. Ji Yu Heng's own upgrades are quite costly, yet without sufficient experience, money alone cannot buy advancement. The army badge system can also consume funds, but if the training only reaches T5 level, even if the more than 7,000 people from the former Alliance Legion were all trained, it would only cost about 70 grace points. A mere trifle. Unless in the future the army reaches tens or hundreds of thousands in strength, the cost of training, even at just T5 level, might escalate to hundreds or thousands of grace points, potentially becoming a significant burden. But at least at the current scale, the expenditure pressure for troop training is minimal. The event interface can be paid for, and a repeatable event for a Phoenix seed worth 100 points sits there, ready for Ji Yu Heng to activate whenever he wishes. Then, upon his command, a gene seed coveted by the Phoenix battle group would materialize. Coupled with a boy of outstanding talent, a set of powered armor, and several years of training, a new Phoenix would be born. If all goes well, that is. But this is the kind of thing that's likely to result in failure upon testing, so for now it's not being considered. The remaining area where money could be spent was on the technology panel. This was the real money pit. He had by now roughly figured out the mechanics of the technology system. The investment of grace into this system is tiered. 10 points, 100 points, 1000 points, and so on. 10 grace points can only exchange for basic level technology, with a guaranteed success on the first try. Subsequent successes have a decreasing probability by 30%. He had already hit the jackpot 3 times at this tier. Alloy steel production line, the G9 gun family production line, and the whetstone engine production line were the results of those 3 successes. Now, the probability of winning the 10 grace point tier had dwindled to 10%. Another win might deplete the chances entirely or something else entirely. In any case, the cost-performance ratio was already very low. As for the 100-point tier, the first-time purchase bonus was still available. Just 1 infusion guaranteed a prize. There was a 50% chance of acquiring a basic level technology and another 50% chance that it could yield an advanced level technology. The specific decline mechanism for the winning odds at the 100-point tier was unclear, and it might take a few more investments to understand it. But as it stood, spending money on the 10-point tier to gamble on that 10% chance, the expected value to hit a prize once would still consume 100 grace points. Although there is a chance to hit the jackpot on the first try, it is equally possible to spend over 100 points without yielding any results. Yet for the same price of 100 points, one could guarantee success at the 100-point tier. So why would Ji Hang have any reason to continue investing in the 10-point tier? In any case, he still had quite a few grace points on hand, so why not take a shot and see what happens? Thinking this, Ji Hang went ahead and clicked on the Technology interface. Advanced Technology. Controlled Reactor, the main source of energy in most of the Empire's medium to high-level worlds. Upon seeing this item, Ji Hang's first reaction was, he'd hit the jackpot. Its simple description implied limitless possibilities. Indeed, as the technology description suggested, in most of the more advanced worlds, controlled reactors were the primary energy source. Using the simplest elements, water and air, as raw materials, they could refine nuclear fuel for electricity generation. In many resource-rich worlds, relying solely on controlled reactors for power generation, alongside the production capabilities for energy storage cells, was enough to produce batch after batch of fully charged cells and pay considerable taxes. Rage Owl Star, in this regard, was a world rich in resources. In many worlds developed over a long period, water resources were scarce. In the nest capital worlds with hundreds of billions of inhabitants, water had to be deliberately and continuously recycled. Moreover, a significant amount of energy had to be invested in the regeneration of water resources. But on Rage Owl Star, water resources remained abundant and inexpensive. Just recently, a storm nearly flooded Revival City. Ji Hang knew that with this technology in hand, he might not be able to roll out a mass production line for mother machines to explode the capacity of reactors, but that was not key. All he needed were 3 ready-made black box reactors, placing them both in Revival City and Wying City, ensuring that for a very long time to come, he wouldn't have to worry about energy issues. The era of importing thermite stone for power generation in Rubbish Town, which lasted only a brief period, could be declared over. After obtaining the controlled reactor technology, Ji Hang was very satisfied and excited about the 100-point tier science technology draw. He still had more than 500 points, enough for 5 more draws. However, he first checked the probability decay situation. The probability of getting a basic tier item had become 70%. The intermediate tier had become 30%. There was still a 100% chance of winning a prize. So what was there to say? Draw again. Basic science technology, medicine production. Provides the capability to produce over 143 types of basic medicines, covering most common diseases and injuries. After acquiring this, the probability of basic tier items decreased to 50%, while the intermediate tier remained at 30%, and there was a 20% chance of drawing nothing. But overall, there was still an 80% chance of obtaining something, so Ji Hang did not hesitate to draw again. Basic Science Technology, 5th Generation, Walker, Series Armored Vehicle. The most common armored vehicle in the Imperial Star Realm Army, capable of extending into various models, producing the Advancer armored transport vehicle, the Wanderer infantry fighting vehicle, the Defender anti-air warfare vehicle, and the Listener armored communication and command vehicle, etc. Once again, the probability for the 100-tier items had decreased, turning into 30% for basic science technology, 30% for intermediate tier, with the chance of drawing nothing rising to 40%. At this point, Ji Yu Hang started to hesitate. He still had 354 blessing points, enough for 3 more draws. But if he got nothing on the 100 tier, it would be quite painful. Conversely, the expected value of 10 consecutive 10-point draws yielding 1 basic science technology started to seem more attractive. After thinking for a moment, Ji Yu Hang decided to take another shot at the 100 tier. He drew nothing. It was indeed painful, but with the probabilities laid out, it was within Ji Yu Hang's expectations. He did not hesitate and spent another 100 points. Intermediate level. Bomb gun, a high-tier individual combat weapon in the Empire. Only Star Realm warriors, battle nuns, and a few exceptionally elite troops can master it. He indeed won a prize, but it was somewhat off the mark. The bomb gun wasn't very useful to Ji Yu Hang at the moment. An ordinary soldier equipped with a bomb gun would likely break their own arm with a single shot. However, it could be set up as a fixed machine gun position, and its firepower would undoubtedly be much more formidable than that of a G9 machine gun. The issue is that it's not very portable. Soldiers couldn't just lie down and shoot, as they likely wouldn't be able to control its accuracy. To use it, time would need to be spent setting up the gun properly and using it as a fixed firing point. Despite this, its tactical value was sufficient. Moreover, once the bomb gun was available, Ji Yu Hang's technical experts, led by Wu Jiarong and her technical team, would no longer need to spend each day hand-making bullets for the Star Realm warriors, as the black box could produce them. However, acquiring the bomb gun technology posed another problem. Ji Yu Hang currently lacked the capability to expand production. While the mother black box could directly roll out a production line was different from the finished product black box. The latter could turn trash into bomb guns, but the former required the most basic components and raw materials. For the production of bomb guns, alloyed plastic steel would not suffice. Even the best plastic steel would not meet the requirements of certain gun components. It would require alloy ceramic steel, a much higher grade of alloy material. Clearly, Ji Yu Hang's forces currently did not have the capability to produce this. It seemed they could only use the finished product black box for small-scale production for now. A bit disappointing. Although the bomb gun technology could indeed be considered intermediate level, it did not hold high value for Ji Yu Hang at the moment. However, he soon got his emotions in check. In the future, once the production capacity catches up, this thing will eventually be able to shine with the brilliance it is supposed to have. Think of it as a technological reserve for the future. There were still 154 blessing points left, enough for one more attempt. However, this time Ji Yu Hang ultimately chose to stop. He needed to save some blessing points for backup. Controlled reactor, 5th generation, Walker series armored vehicle, basic medicinal production, bomb gun. With this haul, 2 advanced level and 2 basic level technologies, a total of 4 technologies, were a huge gain. Now that he had the technology in hand, it would take Ji Yu Hang quite some time to realize their value, allowing his domain to slowly digest the scientific achievements until they could truly transform into productive capacity. Drawing too many technologies at once would still require a gradual conversion into productive capacity. There was no rush. Nevertheless, while he stopped drawing, he didn't forget to take one last look at what the probabilities for the 100 tier had become. Basic level, 50%, advanced level, 10%. So the probability for the advanced level had gone to the basic level, and if you win at the basic level, the probability would then decrease to that of the Air Force? He felt he had grasped another mechanism of the technological lottery system. Tallying up the gains was always a joyful thing. But Ji Yu Hang couldn't indulge in his happiness alone in his room for long. The storm disaster was over, and the things he had to do became even more numerous. Disaster relief, resettlement of people, resumption of work, follow-up production planning, city development, and the investigation and sweep of the remaining cult members in the city. This series of tasks was extensive, complicated, and heavy. He received a communication request from Osenia and discussed with her what needed to be done next for a little while. Ji Yu Hang shared his thoughts with Osenia in broad strokes, and the young lady went on her way to continue with her tasks. Then, Ji Yu Hang immediately went on to meet with some people. The first ones he needed to meet were the warriors of the Star Realm and the Battle Nuns. This belonged to the nature of diplomatic work. These two groups were Ji Yu Hang's most important allies at the moment. And during the previous operations, they had paid a painful price for his cause. Out of the 7 Star Realm warriors, 1 had died. Out of the 12 nuns, 2 had perished. Ji Yu Hang had to make some gesture of acknowledgement. Not to mention offering some real benefits, which he now didn't have much of to offer that they would value. But it was precisely because of this situation that he had to be even more satisfactory in his attitude. No matter how busy he was, Ji Yu Hang still attended the funeral of the Phoenix. Mattins and the others returned the body of their fallen brother to their still under construction monastery for burial and held a small-scale funeral underneath the statue of the Divine Emperor, officiated by Priest Rizzo. Afterward, Mattins sought out Ji Yu Hang and put forth his request. He wanted to select 200 youths between the ages of 12 and 19 from within the scope of Revival City to be apprentices for the warband. The warband would personally train these youths and choose one among them to inherit the gene seed and equipment of the fallen phoenix. Although the death of one had grieved the remaining 6 phoenixes, wasn't this also a new beginning? No problem, leave it to me, Ji Yu Hang assured Commander Mattins, thumping his chest confidently, within Revival City. No, even further away. You can have whatever or whoever you want within the entire bounds of Rage Owl Star. Just let me know, and I'll see to it they're delivered to you. It was only 200 youths, and Ji Yu Hang was more than accommodating. Consider it as the Phoenix Gang's own contribution for waging war. As per the tradition of the warband, they would train these 200 young men rigorously and after a period of training, select the most outstanding lucky chap under 19 to undergo the genetic seed implantation surgery. The rest would continue to stay in the training camp. Those who surpassed 19 without being selected weren't released, but instead transitioned to auxiliary personnel for the warband. The treatment and designation for these individuals varied among different warbands, but according to Phoenix traditions, they would be called down, accompanying the Star Warriors in battle. Their learned skills in power armor, grenade rifles, chainsaw swords maintenance, and the tactical literacy fostered in the training camp would not go to waste. However, Mattins's face was always tinged with melancholy. This matter caused him great anxiety. If the seed implantation was successful, that would of course be wonderful. The warband would have fresh blood, and this new blood would produce a new genetic seed 5 years later, a new cycle of renewal. And if successful again, another would come after 5 years. But if it failed, then there would be only 6 old soldiers left with the existing phoenix seeds in the entire universe. Mattins couldn't afford to take this lightly. I hope everything goes smoothly, he said to Ji Yu Hang. The warband. We really can't afford another failure. I hope that when the time comes, you could help us out again by arranging for some specialized equipment for the implantation surgery. Although he can perform it now, Priest Rizzo isn't a professional pharmacist. High-quality equipment would increase the likelihood of success. I'm willing to help you guys out, but it depends on whether the next interstellar merchants arriving at Rage Owl Star carry similar goods. If they do, I'll secure them for you, Ji Yu Hang replied. Thank you very much, it's what I should do, as I promised to support the rebuilding of your warband. After brief exchanges following the funeral, Ji Yu Hang took his leave. Before he left, he noticed a bald warrior approaching Mattins. That person's gaze lingered on him until he boarded the helicopter and flew far away. After attending the funeral at the monastery of the Star Warriors, Ji Yu Hang went to visit the Battle Nuns as well. They hadn't held any funeral or mourning, simply preserving the bodies of the 2 sisters carefully. The headquarters of the St. Lee Nun Association were on Coralie at 3 in the Tianma Star Sector. On their journey back, they would take the bodies of the sisters with them, and a funeral would be held at the chapel of the headquarters. As the planetary governor, Ji Yu Hang expressed gratitude and condolences to the Mother Superior, and through the subsequent conversation, understood roughly what they planned to do next. With 2 sisters gone, Georgette certainly wouldn't let it rest. She and her sisters intended to doggedly pursue the primordial Wrath Owl sect's trail. Ji Yu Hang expressed some worries. Judging from earlier events, those cult members should not be underestimated. At Kui Kao's level, they were sufficiently menacing to threaten the safety of the Mother Superior. especially since they would move on to search for the cult's stronghold after concluding their investigation of the cult in Revival City, exposing them to even greater dangers, and Ji Hang might not always be able to provide support in time. Nevertheless, Georgette herself remained optimistic about it. According to some intelligence previously obtained, Kui Cao holds a very high status within the entire primordial Wrath Owl sect. The highest power structure of the entire sect is the so-called Grand Priest Council. There are only 6 people who are named High Priests, and even fewer, just 2, can be crowned with the title, Primal. One had already died in Revival City, leaving only the other who was not invincible. In fact, if it were a fair fight, Georgette didn't think that a spiritual energy practitioner of Kui Cao's level was her match. The reason why the previous battle was so fierce was mainly because Kui Cao was fighting on his home ground. That wind farm was essentially a ritual site, where they had been preparing for more than a year, including that disgusting wind wall and the incarnation of the rage owl that manifested, were all products of the ritual site. If it were just Kui Cao himself, Georgette believed that he wouldn't last more than 3 strikes against her. The blood debt of my sisters, I want these cultists to pay back 100-fold. It should be 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, Ji Hang echoed. Hearing this, Georgette was quite satisfied. Her face stern, she said to Ji Hang, Your Excellency the Governor, in the name of the State Religion Holy Cultivation Association and the Saint Li Nun Association, I formally request your assistance. I need you and your forces to do everything in your power to help us search for cultists, eradicate them, and provide necessary support. Having said that, she took out a somewhat yellowed piece of paper. Ji Hang took it, glanced over it, and saw the content was roughly similar to what Georgette had just said, only the wording was more formal and written in official language. This was an official request for cooperation, signed at the bottom right with Georgette's name, her position within the state religion, and sealed with wax. Ji Hang's expression also grew serious. I accept your request. I will provide you with the help you need. I will appoint a liaison officer. Tadiu's political commissar will be responsible for the coordination. He will be one of the military commanders under my command. As soon as you need assistance, contact him directly and I'll authorize him to provide you with the supplies, investigative help, and military attack support you require. Thank you, Your Excellency the Governor. I have already sent a request to the headquarters of the Sisterhood. After a month, another squad of battle nuns will come to support us, and we will completely eradicate those cultists. It is I who should thank you. Truth be told, Ji Hang was slightly surprised by Georgette's decision. He had thought that these nuns would return to their starship after the battle. But the cult crisis that erupted in Revival City was bigger than imagined, and it was the battle nuns' inescapable responsibility to eradicate the cult members. The loss of 2 battle sisters was also a significant shock, igniting a raging fire of vengeance in Georgette, determined to fight the primordial Wrath Owl sect to the end. Ji Hang certainly supported this decision. Those cultists were also his targets for a relentless crackdown, as both sides had already become irreconcilable enemies. Now, with the help of a team of professionals adept at countering heretics, Ji Hang couldn't be more welcoming. As for the support she was seeking, give it all. As long as it would turn the cultists' ashes to dust, he would provide whatever was needed. Osenia did not find herself idle just because the disaster had ended. On the contrary, she became busier. In the process of arranging the evacuation of Revival City, the urgency of the matter inevitably led to considerable chaos in the midst of the storm. But fortunately, the problem was ultimately resolved. When the evacuation was half completed, the storm subsided, and the sky cleared up. Although the governor had not issued new orders at that time, Osenia could see that the disaster sufficient to obliterate the entire Revival City seemed to have passed. Despite the houses that had collapsed in the storm, standing in the flood caused by the torrential rain, everything appeared immensely messy. There were also quite a few people who had been electrified to death by lightning strikes. But overall, the casualties were still within an acceptable range. By that time, she had already been requesting the troops assisting her to implement more orderly control, and after confirming the governor's order that the disaster had ended, she directly halted the evacuation of the city. At this point, Osenia's focus shifted to emergency rescue and disaster relief. The already organized populace was not sent back directly. She took the stage with a loudspeaker, personally explaining the entire process to the people. The dreadful cultists had tried to summon a storm to destroy the city. But this plot had been personally thwarted by the wise and valiant governor. Now that the city was safe again, those who hadn't received their food could continue to collect it at the distribution points. Those who had received it were required to participate in the city's emergency rescue and disaster relief operations under the arrangement of the troops. As for the tens of thousands of people who had already gone to the evacuation points outside the city, Osenia had not crammed them back into the city. As per the great governor's request, they would carry out indoctrination and education on those 30,000 plus people, facilitating their relocation to Wying City. This was the pre-established population strategy. Revival City actually did not need to maintain such a large population. The past Revival City, not to mention the exploitation of the suburban poor and the refugees by the inner-city people, faced difficulties just in terms of industrial structure in sustaining so many people. Revival City's light industry was decent, but it could not absorb a working population of millions. The service industry was mainly targeted at the inner city, and even the commoners there lived rather tightly, with only the wealthy truly having money, but they did not require that many people to serve them. Plainly put, the production capacity could not support so many people, and exploitation was not really the key issue. If Revival City couldn't support them, Wying City could. There was a severe shortage of people there, and the expansion of production was hampered by the population numbers. In his original plans, Gu Hang had intended to relocate a large portion of Revival City's population to Wying City to establish a heavy industry base. Now it was the perfect opportunity. Those who had left the city had their belongings washed away by the flood, and with their food for the journey already prepared, the masses might be slow to move, but a 2-day march should get them to Wying City. Of course, they would not be sent on their way just like that. The wasteland was not safe. Captain Perbov had received orders to lead his troops in collaboration with the 3rd Battalion, to escort the convoy back. By then, Patel, the representative of the abandoned cave society, would probably be overjoyed to distraction. As for the emergency rescue and disaster relief of the outer regions of Revival City, it was actually quite blunt and straightforward. Originally, there was no planning to speak of in the outer region of the city. When people arrived, they found a spot, set up a shelter, and called it home. The materials for the shelters were diverse. None of these houses had any fire or disaster resistance to speak of. The ones that didn't leak wind or rain were considered well built. They had not considered whether the traffic was convenient or not. In the especially dense areas, having a small path for people to get in and out was decent enough. It was only when the inner city folks couldn't bear to see it anymore, mainly because they couldn't have the country folks block the roads in and out of the city, that they planned several main roads and strictly forbade obstruction, thereby maintaining basic supplies and communication. This too was in Osenia's plans. Little by little, she aimed to clear the outer city, using the main roads as a reference to develop a more rational network, and establish administrative districts based on industrial structure, dividing the areas by blocks and zones. The storm and the floods it brought were disasters, but, looking on the bright side, it unwittingly helped to demolish the houses. Even though the ruins were a mess, they still had to clear them by hand. So let them clear it. What was called emergency rescue and disaster relief was just that. They searched through the ruins piece by piece, rescuing people first, and then clearing an area to concentrate the debris in one location. The cleared space would then immediately be used to construct simple, inhabitable large houses, where people could at least sleep in large communal bunks to begin with. The construction teams would then move in synchronously, building new houses according to the plans in the cleared areas. Watching many people simply having a full belly, wading through water, rolling up their sleeves, and getting down to work enthusiastically, a long-lost smile appeared on Osenia's face. She liked such vibrant scenes the most. However, after smiling, she immediately turned back to her temporary office. Since the emergency rescue and relief work was to be combined with city reconstruction, the necessary planning needed to be started promptly. This caught Osenia somewhat off guard. She had thought there would be plenty of time to think about this. How to demolish, how to rebuild, including how to settle and compensate the civilians whose homes were demolished. Now, many problems didn't require thinking, but new ones had arisen. She was full of energy. What are they up to now? It was them who said we had to evacuate, and it's them saying we have to come back. And having to move so much stuff, clear what ruins, if you ask me, what's there to clear? When the water's gone, can't all this be used again? Ricky, boss, you got something to say? Listening to the complaints one after another, Ricky probably felt something similar. But when people asked him, he just waved his hand and said, "Less talk, more work." TCH. The person gave up, disappointed, waved his hand but didn't dare to say much else. Ricky had some influence in this area. After all, he had led hundreds of people through the wilderness, struggled to survive, and made it to Revival City. Then, with his bravery and fierceness, he carved out a small territory for his own people to have food. At the same time, due to his loyalty, compliance with rules, and sensibility, he didn't bully others. Instead, he was willing to stand up for justice for others, establishing considerable prestige so that people from a large area of the neighborhood respected him. Even the gangs didn't bother coming this way. But this was all he could do, at most. And now, this neighborhood was already destroyed, the people had scattered everywhere, with very few acquaintances remaining nearby. But Ricky didn't care. He just quietly lifted the waste material boards from the ground and transferred them to the cart beside him, then repeated the action. In his view, what was the use of saying so much, doing so much? When had those above ever regarded them as people? In truth, this new governor, who provided grain and food, was already very good. He wanted to play his games, let him be. As long as they were fed, he could do whatever he wanted. Whoever fed them was the boss. As for the storm that could destroy the city, it was said that it was stopped by the governor. Anyway, I didn't see it. Whatever you say goes. Could I even oppose it? Of course, it's not like I completely disbelieved it. After all, that storm was definitely not normal, and I did see red lights falling from 8 points around the city, accompanied by the sounds of explosions, as if fierce battles were happening. Eventually, the storm did stop. Maybe it was indeed handled by the governor? But it was unrelated to small fries like me. Could I influence anything? I couldn't influence anything. Even in matters that could destroy a city and lead people to death, for the poor like me, even those with a bit of influence, doing anything was meaningless. Even if a storm, lightning, or flood really claimed my life, I would have to give in. What else could I do? By comparison, all I could do was strive to secure a meal for myself. If I was going to die, I should have a meal before I die, right? During my past wandering life, I came close to starving to death, and I've seen people starve to death. I think it's the most terrible way to die in this world. However, speaking of having a meal, it seems better that the governor won. After all, the governor did provide a meal. As for working now, well, after being fed, it's only right to work. Where on this wasteland could you get a free meal? Even when working, there was always someone in a black jacket and red hat, shouting through a megaphone, which was kind of annoying. But I didn't dare say a word. They carry guns and command troops. There are thousands of people working at this site, with nearly 100 soldiers guarding it. These soldiers didn't just supervise the work. Under the leadership of the person in the red hat, they also labored. But if you're going to work, don't keep making noise. Talking about how this is cleaning our homeland, how in the future better houses will be built here, how we'll be the ones living in those homes. Damn, where's such good fortune in the wasteland? I've never heard of this in my whole life. But saying this, I can't help but wish for it a bit. Could we really live in sturdy houses, live orderly lives in neat neighborhoods? Forget it, better not to have too many hopes, to avoid greater disappointment later. As the work in my hands continued, the fatigue and weariness of my body gradually made it difficult for me to have any idle thoughts. But just then, the sound of gongs and drums began. It was time for a meal. I looked up and realized that the sky had darkened, and it was about time to finish work for the day. Following the crowd to the meal site, I picked up my portion. It wasn't delicious, just a hard blob like a pancake. But I was still happy. Whether it tasted good or not was never my concern. All I knew was that this rock-hard pancake was substantial and filling when eaten. Not to mention, it was accompanied by a bowl of thick soup. Soaking the pancake in it, that was already a great delicacy. After a day of toiling, saliva was triggered by this meal, and my stomach embarrassingly growled. Picking up the food, I was eager to move away to a quiet spot and enjoy it, but someone called out to me. "You didn't take this." I looked back, and it was a pair of gloves. "These just came in with the supplies. You can use them tomorrow. Be careful when you work, don't cut your hands." The girl in charge of distributing food and gloves said this. Ricky hesitated before taking the gloves, but he couldn't help looking around and noticed that almost everyone had received a pair. He began to reconsider his earlier thoughts. The food in his hand, the gloves, it was as if they were telling him that the new adults who had arrived seemed willing to treat them as humans. Otherwise, if all they wanted was work, wouldn't just giving you food be enough? Why would they care if you might scratch your hands and give you gloves? Collecting his thoughts, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement, took the food and gloves, and left. After eating and drinking his fill, he lay down on the communal sleeping area, ready to sleep. It was a bit noisy around him, as the construction crew was working through the night to build houses. The materials they used were the junk they had collected earlier, and the houses they were building were simple prefabricated ones. In fact, some had already been erected that day. According to the man with the red hat, they were building temporary shelters for them, and everyone would move in first for resettlement, and later on more houses would be built and distributed to everyone according to their contributions. He still didn't quite believe the latter part, but he had no doubts about the former. Although he hadn't moved into one himself, that was because there simply weren't enough of these prefabricated communal houses yet, not enough to go around. Only a portion of people, focusing on the old, the young, and women, could be accommodated. Where he was sleeping now was outdoors, with just a pile of waste material arbitrarily stacked to raise the ground a few dozen centimeters, encircled by makeshift shelters to avoid sleeping directly on the damp ground, and to provide some shelter from the wind. But by tomorrow, when more of the resettlement houses were built, he should be able to sleep inside, and wouldn't have to endure conditions like today's. Although living conditions were harsh, in truth everyone could bear this sort of hardship. It wasn't a big deal. He lay down, ready to quickly fall asleep, since tomorrow there would still be a lot of work to do. Just then, he heard a loudspeaker calling from outside. "Ricky, Ricky, who is Ricky? Does anyone know Ricky?" He sat up, his expression grave. He didn't know what had happened, but as a wasteland traveler by instinct, he assumed any unexpected event to be bad news. He was already considering how to conceal his name, how to slip away quietly. However, he wasn't given the opportunity. Having a reputation isn't always a bad thing, and he was quickly identified. More than one person outside was saying, "Ricky is right here." He could only walk out reluctantly, glaring at those who had exposed him. A young man who caught his glare spoke somewhat sheepishly, "Boss Ricky, these people looking for you don't seem to have bad intentions, otherwise I wouldn't have told them where you are. I'm not betraying you." Save it. After a rebuke, he could only resign himself to following the person with the loudspeaker and the red hat. He got into a car, for the first time in his life, and arrived at a place that wasn't much different from their temporary dwellings. Here, too, the night was bright with lights, and many people were coming and going, seemingly very busy. After waiting for a while, someone led him inside, to a girl in a blue shirt. She seemed unaware of his arrival, still engrossed in her paperwork. Her shoulders looked frail, as if a breeze could blow her over. Her face was also very haggard, as though she'd been working hard for a long time. But this person, Ricky knew. He couldn't quite believe his eyes. Osenia? Hearing his voice, the girl who had been looking down lifted her head, revealing a surprised smile. "Uncle Ricky? I finally found you, are you okay?" Ricky was surprised. "How are you?" Now, he wasn't blind, he could tell that Osenia held a high position here. Something like a minor manager, was all Osenia could say. A clerk who was just about to go out to deliver some materials couldn't help but laugh. "Minor manager. You, miss, are now the chief officer of the production department, directly appointed by the governor. In the absence of any other civil departments or actual positions, you could be considered the de facto highest civil manager of Revival City at the moment. And you call that a minor manager?" When Osenia heard the laughter, she glared fiercely at the clerk. The clerk gave her a tittering laugh and quickly scurried away. Turning back, she gave Ricky an embarrassed smile. "Colleagues don't really understand." There's no need to explain further. Even if Ricky wasn't exceedingly shrewd, he had been mixing in the wasteland for a long time and would be too foolish if he couldn't see through certain things. His demeanor became a bit more reserved. The two were acquaintances from the past. During her flight to Revival City, Osenia had actually traveled in Ricky's group. She had received quite a bit of help from Ricky during the flight and for a while after arriving at Revival City. Ricky wasn't helping her specifically, but he was a rare kind of person who valued fairness and loyalty. On the road to refuge and after settling in a small block of Revival City, having that much support was already a great help to Osenia, a young girl trying to survive with her younger brother. Of course, since they were not relatives or close friends, The help only went so far. Later on, Osenia left Revival City with her brother. Ricky said, "I heard someone say they heard you give a speech and that you became an employee under the governor. I was happy for you. But I didn't expect that you were more than just an employee. At that time, I heard that you and your brother got taken to the governor's camp after sharing a bowl of porridge with someone. I thought you were tricked since there are no such good deals in this world. But, it seems I was the one with limited knowledge. As long as you're doing well now, that's all that matters." Osenia smiled wryly. "I wouldn't say I'm doing too well. I barely slept in 2 days. And, the reason I asked Uncle Ricky here is that I have serious business." "What serious business?" Ricky was very cautious. He was still somewhat afraid of falling into a trap. But Osenia had already eagerly pulled out a sketch of a planning map from the pile of papers under the table. "Take a look at this. This is..." Ricky took a quick look and, although he couldn't understand many of the detailed parameters on the planning map, just by looking at it, he quickly recognized it. "This is our block? But it's completely transformed. But how much money would it take to do this?" "Stop with the buts," Osenia said. "As I remember, Uncle Ricky is not the kind of person to be indecisive. I'll be straightforward. I didn't ask you here just to catch up. You see, my work now is very voluminous, very busy. I asked you to come to help me." "What can I possibly do to help you?" Ricky instinctively wanted to refuse. Everything was too unknown, and he didn't want to step in without clearing things up first. However, Osenia waved her hand dismissively. She was no longer the timid girl of the past, or rather, the tenacity inside her hadn't changed, but she had learned that sometimes, to achieve her goals, she needed to show that tenacity outwardly. She said, quite indisputably, "Uncle Ricky, don't refuse me. Your prestige in the neighborhood and your good reputation can provide me with great help. I'm in dire need of capable people to handle affairs. Helpers who are reliable in both character and ability, to help me speed up the work. This matter isn't just about me, nor is it simply a command from the governor. It's also for the welfare of the entire city's people. Even if you don't consider other aspects, think about our old neighborhood. Do you want to return to our previous life or would you prefer to live in the houses I've designed?" Ricky said helplessly, "Of course, I want to live in the houses you've designed." "Then come help me. I guarantee you'll be able to move in, just by working for me and serving in the new government. That alone will earn you enough credits for a house. And your work will help many others move in as well. I also assure you that you'll become an even more respected person." "It seems like I don't have a choice." "That's right, you don't." Osenia smiled and extended her hand, continuing toward the man before her, "but I promise you won't regret it, never." "All right." Ricky sighed and continued. "What specifically do you want me to do?" "Find more reliable manpower, organize the teams, follow our planning maps and work more efficiently. We need to make everyone understand and believe that what we're doing now is for a better life tomorrow. In this respect, our political commissars, those with the red hats, will help you. But our people lack enough knowledge about Revival City, so we need locals like you to organize teams, distribute food, supervise the progress of work." She started to explain the specific tasks to Ricky in detail. Ricky was also listening very carefully. In fact, Ricky wasn't the only person that Osenia had recruited. Throughout the process of clearing debris and rebuilding the city, Osenia encountered too many problems. She had already identified the number of workers needed for the factories and shops within the city getting back into operations and hoped that corresponding workers and clerks would go back to their jobs. And many people without jobs, or those whose work was ruined by the disaster, were temporarily transitioning to construction workers on site. Through work for aid programs, she also meant to handle the city's infrastructure. But when it came to the point where more refined management was needed, Osenia realized that her control wasn't sufficient. She didn't have enough people to disseminate her ideas and plans to every construction team and every district. She also lacked the personnel to assist her with a series of plans she was making. For now, this problem wasn't particularly noticeable. The army, still maintaining its organizational structure during the disaster relief, was helping her. But this situation obviously couldn't last forever. She had to establish an administrative foundation. Among the poor in the outer city, she actively sought out those with good character and reputation, those with prestige, those with professional capabilities, and then tried to fit them into her administrative framework. But this was still not enough. Among the outer city's poor, people with a relatively good educational background like herself were a minority, while there were many more in the inner city. And in this regard, she had already approached Lambert. In the midst of that terrifying storm, the inner city was certainly affected too. However, compared to the outer city, the better planned and more modern inner city fared not too shabbily. The sturdy houses were not easily blown over or collapsed due to flooding. The drainage system, though overwhelmed, resulted in the city being submerged for a while, but reliable sewer systems and drains quickly diverted the water away once the skies cleared. Even for the people of the inner city, a few days of shutdown did not lead to starvation. They generally had food reserves and savings at home. But their days were far from comfortable. It was just that the nature of their discomfort was somewhat different. If one were to say that the person currently in charge of Revival City's outer restoration was Osenia, the civil affairs chief, and the general mood of the outer city was one of bustling post-disaster reconstruction, then the most powerful figure in the inner city was Lambert, the grandson of a former chairman of the Alliance Council, and what he brought to the inner city was a reign of terror. Lambert, almost the last of his family, had transformed into a vengeful specter. At least, that's how the people of the inner city saw him. Before the storm, this reign of terror had already begun. Following Norris's capture, based on his and Bradford's testimonies, both former heavyweights in the Alliance Council, people were taken away by soldiers every day. Those taken vanished without a trace. The ones responsible for the abductions weren't any unit familiar to the people of Revival City. The governor's direct troops from Wying City were completely impartial, not even offering a way to discreetly inquire about the fate of those taken. The inner city now resembled a deadly game of murder, where every time you closed and opened your eyes, someone you knew might have been invited for tea, never to return. To describe the situation as panic-inducing would be an understatement. A notion began to circulate within the inner city. The vengeful specter intended to drag the whole of Revival City into hell, as a burial for his family. The tempest that seemed poised to destroy the city actually became a respite for the troubled mind. At least for many who harbored guilt, it was so. At least during the storm, they didn't have to worry about soldiers coming to take people away. However, once the storm subsided, the atmosphere of terror swept back in, and the people of the inner city began trembling with fear once more. Lambert had become a name within the inner city capable of silencing a crying child. It's not that frightening, is it? Listening to Osenia's teasing over the communication signal, Lambert couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Isn't that the situation though? I've heard all about it, don't try to deny it. You can't just spout nonsense. Lambert continued to defend himself. I've been acting according to Mr. Gu's instructions. I have no need to misuse my power for personal vengeance. After all, according to Mr. Gu's instructions, those connected to my grandfather's death are all enemies of this city. Striking at them is merely official business. As for those additional ones, it's not that I want to take it out on them, it's just that they've all done their fair share of bad deeds. By Mr. Gu's standards, they need to atone. How are they to atone? Osenia asked, quite curious. Lambert didn't hesitate with his answer. Those who have committed heinous acts will, 3 days from now at the public trial, have their crimes announced and be executed publicly. Others will be sentenced to varying periods of forced labor. These prisoners, sentenced to labor, will be escorted to the mines of the abandoned cave society to work as unpaid laborers, or to the state-run textile factories that specifically use prisoners as their workforce, to operate the sewing machines. How many people in total? Around 2,000, I suppose. 2,000. Osenia couldn't help but marvel. The inner city only has a total of 100,000 people, right? You've locked up 2% of the population. No wonder the whole city is talking about you like this. They brought it upon themselves, Lambert snorted coldly, not wanting to continue the topic. His actions were not driven solely by his own will. Mr. Gu had instructed him to take action, and it was intended as a thorough cleansing of the inner city. If they were planning to seize all means of production to convert them into state assets, how could it possibly be done peacefully? The so-called, extremely wicked and deserving of execution, individuals, as well as many sentenced to long-term hard labor, had their specific penalties decided not just by their crimes but also by their influence. Those who were not quick enough, thorough enough, or resolute enough in their loyalties had their transgressions magnified by their greater influence. However, there was no need to say these things to Osenia. He changed the subject and said, I already know the favor you need from me. I will select a group of people with minor misdeeds. They were supposed to be released anyway. I will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Those who were originally terrified will suddenly have a chance to serve Mr. GU and obtain positions and opportunities even more important than before. They will probably be overjoyed to the point of tears. Osenia tried to imagine such a scene. It was indeed one of tears and sobs. Lambert paused and then continued, "But you need to be careful. These people have abilities, and there's no major issue with their backgrounds. However, they have been struck down by an iron fist. Whether they harbor resentment towards Mr. GU or the new government in their hearts is something I can't guarantee. You must be very attentive to this when using them." "I will be." After ending the call with Osenia, Lambert organized his documents and went to see Mr. GU. When he arrived, GU Hang's secretary, Zhang Chao, asked him to wait a bit longer as the previous meeting was running long. Lambert waited patiently, and after a while, he saw Yan Fangshu and Tadius leaving the room. He stood up to greet them, and they quickly returned the courtesy as they passed by each other. They didn't talk about anything. The two military chiefs under Mr. Gu's power were evidently in a hurry, clearly having many tasks to attend to, and Lambert himself was also in a rush to report to the governor, having no time for pleasantries. After entering the governor's office, Lambert was about to salute but was stopped by GU Hang. "Skip the formalities and get straight to the point." "Yes, sir." Lambert, not daring to delay, stepped forward and placed a stack of documents in front of the governor. While the governor was looking over them, Lambert began to report the situation. The main content was whom he had recently arrested, which ones needed close attention, and which ones were uncertain and needed Mr. Gu's decision. As GU Hang listened, he amended some text in the documents and then handed them back to Lambert. "Follow this." "Yes," Lambert responded. "I've said what I needed to, so I won't trouble you any longer." He was halfway through his farewells when GU Hang interrupted him. "Wait a moment, there's something else. Your public trial is going to be moved up. It starts tomorrow. After your public trial is over, I want to use the same venue to hold a military honors ceremony for our forces." Lambert was taken aback and quickly said, "Yes, I understand what needs to be done." Though he said it like that, the task was actually somewhat troublesome. With the date moved up 2 days, many preparations hadn't been made yet, and it looked like he and his subordinates would have to work overtime that night. GU Hang was clearly aware of this as he reassured him, "Thank you for your hard work, go and prepare well." The public trial was brought forward to coincide with the medal awarding ceremony, which was a great opportunity for publicity. The awarding ceremony was for the upcoming military restructuring. During this period, Osenia had been busy, Lambert had been busy, and so had GU Hang. Not to mention that although those two were officials in charge of different areas, the ultimate power still lay with GU Hang. Anything of slightly broader scope or requiring inter-department coordination or assistance had to go through GU Hang. Major decisions also needed his approval. And these matters were already quite numerous. Not to mention, GU Hang was personally overseeing the military issues. Internal politics were important, and so was military administration. GU Hang decided to implement a rank system, organizing the troops according to the standard of the Imperial Regular Planetary Defense Forces. Officers would be classified into 3 categories and 10 levels: generals, colonels, and lieutenants. There were 4 levels of generals, none currently existing, 3 levels of colonels, with colonel being the highest, and 3 levels of lieutenants, with captain being the highest. Yan Fangshu was promoted 3 ranks at once and became the highest-ranking officer under GU Hang's command. He would assume the rank of colonel. Next was Tadius, who would oversee the military and political department as a lieutenant colonel. The entire army was to be restructured into 2 major formations. One was based on the infantry battalion that GU Hang brought from Wying City, expanded into a heavy composite brigade. This brigade would be equipped with 5 composite camps, 1 artillery camp, 1 engineer camp, 1 anti-air camp, 1 logistics camp, making a total of 9 camps. The brigade headquarters and direct reporting included the Staff Department, Command Center, Battlefield Medical Department, Political Department, Guard Company, Engineer Company, Communication Company, Brigade-affiliated Reconnaissance Company, and a Land Aviation Squadron. Let's not mention the rest. The 5 composite camps were going to be expansions of the current 5 infantry camps. Each camp would incorporate 1 artillery company, 1 armored company, 2 motorized infantry companies, 2 mechanized infantry companies, and 1 support company, totaling 7 companies in all. The camp headquarters also included a reconnaissance platoon, a communications platoon, and a guard team. Such a main composite camp would have a total strength of over 800 people. There would be 40 Iron Bull trucks, 30 Scout Rider motorcycles, 24 Walker infantry fighting vehicles, armored command vehicles, armored communication vehicles, as well as 12,155 mm howitzers and 12 tanks. Just the 5 composite camps alone would have a total force of over 4,100 people, not including various heavy equipment, to say nothing of the lighter gear. And at the brigade level, along with the 4 other camps plus the brigade headquarters, the scale would exceed 7,000 people. Considering that there were less than 1,500 people currently under strength due to casualties, scaling up to such a force of 7,000. Clearly, Jiyu Hang was going to absorb quite a bit of fresh blood from the former Alliance Legion. At the same time, it was even more important that the production of weapons and equipment keep pace. The tanks would make do with the 60 that were left over from the former Alliance Legion and still operational, though they were somewhat outdated and there was no choice. As for the production of other equipment, Jiyu Hang was about to take a trip back to Wying City to tackle the problem with Wu Jiarong. The other items could be managed, as the transport trucks and fast motorcycles required for the motorized infantry could just use the Iron Bull and Scout Rider. But the heavy artillery needed by the gunners was not quite sufficient from what was captured from the Alliance Legion. Jiyu Hang had to consult with Wu Jiarong about the current status of the self-developed 155 mm howitzers. On the other hand, Jiyu Hang had to make use of the few technological items extracted this time. For the Walker series of armored vehicles that needed to be produced at scale, Jiyu Hang planned to first set up the production line for the Wanderer infantry fighting vehicle. The demand for these was large and their impact significant. In the technologically undeveloped wasteland world, the Walker's firepower was probably more ferocious and more reliable than the locally produced tanks. As for the Listener communication armored vehicle, Defender anti-aircraft vehicle, and Navigator command armored vehicle, which had lower demand, they would be directly produced from finished black boxes, not rushing to set up production lines for now. After Jiyu Hang presented the idea of this heavy composite brigade, both Yan Fangshu and Tadius were somewhat taken aback. The number of personnel was fine, but that equipment requirement was just too damn extravagant. A luxury brigade? If such a heavy composite brigade were indeed formed, wouldn't it travel horizontally across the wasteland world? Even from the perspective of an imperial officer like Yan Fangshu, such a troop, stationed among the many regular Star Realm Army Corps units, would also be considered luxuriously equipped, if the tanks were exchanged for higher-tier tanks of the Star Realm Army. In fact, the Star Realm Army was not in the habit of organizing elite composite brigades. More often, the Star Realm Army faced much larger and broader battlefields, where deploying hundreds of thousands, or even millions of troops, was common. Larger divisions and corps structures were more commonly used. Dozens or even hundreds of divisions would form an army group to handle a particular warfront. Multiple army groups would assemble into an army group cluster to manage continental warfare. The Star Realm Army was called the Hammer of the Empire, for good reason. It had to smash the enemy to smithereens with unmatched force, like a hammer. However, this does not mean that the Star Realm Army, having a hammer, does not need a knife. Some elite composite brigade units would be used as spearheads for assault. The composite brigade that His Excellency the Governor was assembling had a bit of that edge. If this force were fully integrated and equipped and could somehow be deployed to the Quintet starship in space, it's probable that the troops on the starship would be in for a challenge. If they were not adequately guarded, it was not impossible for them to be pierced through all the way to Colonel Yelish's face. True, there were 100,000 people on the starship, but most of them were workers, slaves. The armed forces might only number 20 to 30,000, lacking in heavy equipment. Beyond this main composite brigade, the remainder to be organized was a standard infantry division, made up of 3 infantry regiments, each with an artillery battalion. Though it's called a division, including the division headquarters, the total force was only 7,000 to 8,000 personnel, quite similar in number to the main composite brigade but much less equipped. Yan Fangshu didn't think too highly of this force. Even if their training was decent, their equipment was far inferior, and in the Star Realm Army, they would be nothing more than a regular fill-in division. Of course, in the environment of the wasteland world, they were not bad at all. The total force, which had about 15,000 personnel, was Ji Hang's current plan. With a population of 1 million, maintaining an well-equipped force of over 10,000 seemed to be no big issue for the time being. There was of course a reason he needed to maintain such a large force. Internal development was important. The production potential of 1 million people had to be fully tapped into. Yet, the drive for outward expansion could not be halted. Ji Hang had not forgotten he had only 2 years. More than 2 months had passed. Relying on 1 million people to pay their taxes was not impossible in an all-out production surge, but that would mean all his resources would be devoted to that effort. That was definitely not feasible. He had to bring more territories and more population into his order. Leaving Revival City to start afresh was to plant a seed. Now, this seed had taken root and sprouted in Revival City. The city would become a fulcrum, which he intended to use to leverage the entire planet. Even the necessary expansion actions were being prepared before all the logistical supplies arrived. When Ji Hang placed several new, black boxes in front of Wu Jiarong, her mouth opened wider than it ever had in her life. Where on earth did these things come from? Initially, she had suspected they were provided by the Ji family, but then she realized even the Ji family wasn't capable of this. Later, she harbored the daring thought that perhaps Mr. Ji was the son of some great sage from the sect of mechanics. But then again, any sage would undoubtedly value the black boxes more than their own flesh and blood. Those who had mechanical parts replacing everything in their bodies except their brains, did they still possess familial affections? That was uncertain. After that, Wu Jiarong couldn't think of any other reason. Even if she imagined the worst-case scenarios, such as Mr. Ji pledging allegiance to chaos and becoming a traitor to the empire, it still didn't seem plausible. Where would a chaotic power be willing to give so many black box manufacturers to a planetary governor just to undermine a broken world like Rage Allstar? The input-output ratio just didn't make sense. Unable to figure these things out, she simply stopped thinking about it. Wu Jiarong listened carefully to the governor's instructions, occasionally manipulating the mechanical arms extending from her back to write and draw on a piece of paper beside her. Rather than pondering things that were impossible to figure out, it was better to consider how to meet Mr. Gu's demands. Mr. Ji was like a client with complex ideas and strict requirements, yet he offered a price she simply couldn't refuse. So many different black boxes, each with immense research value. Although most of Wu Jiarong's time was to be dedicated to various tasks assigned by the Research Institute by Mr. Ji, just taking the opportunity to research the black box products and the operation of the black boxes themselves during her rest time amounted to valuable gains. Of course, she couldn't understand how the black boxes worked. That was a problem even the great sages of the sect of mechanics couldn't solve, and she was far less likely to do so. Yet, merely observing them presented rewards. An even greater benefit was researching the standard products output by the black boxes, which was more suited to her current level. It hadn't been long before she felt she had made considerable progress from the past. She had a relatively clear understanding of her own technical skills. Although her official title was just a technical specialist, she had been preparing to become a mechanic 10 years ago and had actually reached that level. However, due to wasted time in the past decade, she had neither the ambition nor the time nor the opportunity to study further. And now, she felt that sense of rapid advancement returning. Probably, in not too long, she would be able to promote herself to the next level of a technical priest. Besides helping Mr. Ji conceal the existence of the black boxes, she also needed to strive to prove her own worth. Although the former was important, it actually wasn't irreplaceable. She had to work even harder on the latter. It's just that Mr. Gu's requirements were still quite challenging. Monthly production of 50 units of 155mm heavy artillery. This one is a bit difficult. But I have looked at the 155mm artillery produced by the local natives, and I realize my design can be further simplified. With effort, we should be able to achieve that this month. Producing 50 Strider Vs each month, and subsequently needing to gradually increase. This is much harder than producing artillery. The finished black box cannot completely solve the problem. It can only produce 15 units with non-stop work for a month. To further expand production, we still need to set up dedicated manufacturing workshops. Just setting up the production line requires the slow production of the black box, and the assembly of the line requires the full participation of the technicians. The Strider has many components. We can use the improved grindstone engine, but the chassis, body, internal instruments, and weapon systems all need to be produced separately. When it comes to assembly, that's another challenge. We have to train more skilled industrial workers to be up to the task. I estimate that it might take 2 or 3 months to reach the production rate of 50 units per month. However, once we achieve this level, subsequent increases should be faster. There's also good news. We can initially use the finished products directly from the black box to meet the demands of the troops as much as possible. The production line for the G9 gun family is relatively mature, so it's not difficult to increase the output. The same applies to the production process for plastic steel bulletproof inserts used in textile clothing. Explosive guns can only be produced by the black box, and even if we set up a production line, we don't have the corresponding raw material components. However, the demand isn't great, so it's not a big deal. It's mainly making resupplying much more convenient for the interstellar warriors. The extra capacity can be used to make explosive machine guns, mounted on the Striders, replacing the original parallel machine guns. At that point, the infantry fighting vehicle will have dual-barreled 40mm autocannons and explosive machine guns, plus anti-tank missile launchers, making the entire armament station quite formidable. We also lack the capability to produce reactors, only relying on the black box. But perhaps we don't need to mass-produce these things for now? With finished product black box, I can have a controllable reactor power generator set deployed in the outskirts of Wying City within a month. Both Revival City and Wying City already have existing power grids. If we integrate into them, we won't have to worry about energy problems for a very, very long time. This will provide immense power for all our production lines, and our production capacity will see exponential growth in the near future. Basic medical technology is relatively simple. We can quickly arrange to build a chemical plant. Once the imported raw materials are in place, we can swiftly start production. This includes over 100 types of common medications. When the time comes, the military and city hospitals will have their pharmaceutical needs met. These drugs can also be traded internationally, or even stockpiled to deal with future imperial taxes. Wu Jiarong was giving Mr. Gu detailed accounts of her thoughts and assessments. In some respects, Gu Heng was somewhat disappointed, such as with the burst production capacity of armored vehicles being slower than he had imagined. But what Wu Jiarong spoke of were all realistic factors, especially the scarcity of qualified automotive workers. Had it not been for the production of the Iron Bull truck series and the Patrol Rider motorcycle series, which slightly cultivated some experience, the gap in this area would surely have been even greater. The demand for qualified industrial workers will only continue to grow in the future. Gu Heng calculated that after returning this time, he would have to get the education industry started. Compulsory education for children and teenagers, technical schools for the rapid training of youths and adults, management schools for training new administrative officers, military academies, or Loyal Air Academy, particularly for ideological education and the cultivation of political officers. As he thought about this, he began to feel a sense of helplessness. The education sector, it's another area that requires a great deal of time and energy investment. Moreover, he didn't have the right person to get this thing up and running. Osenia, she was capable, but she was too overwhelmed with work right now. Rebuilding the city, restoring production, and the insufficient administrative personnel already had the young woman's hands full. She likely wouldn't be able to tackle another equally heavy task in the short term. Gu Heng had no choice but to consider other candidates. After having an extensive discussion with Wu Jiarong about the production of various technology industry lines that followed, Gu Heng then inspected the situation at the Abandoned Cave Society. The former leader of the Abandoned Cave Society, who is now the head of the heavy industry base, Patel, didn't even have time to meet him. Of course, that was an exaggerated way to put it. If truth be told, what task could be more important than meeting with the governor? It wasn't that Gu Heng didn't let Patel come to see him, instead, it was he who took the initiative to accompany Patel and observed their work situation. They were indeed very busy. Perbov had also changed into a set of military clothes and accompanied him on the side. The day before, following orders, this man led his company, escorting tens of thousands of citizens to the Abandoned Cave Society. These tens of thousands were among those who were evacuated from Revival City before the storm disaster, the homeless. They were not reassigned by Osenia to return to the city for reconstruction but were instead directly brought, along with some of the food supplies taken from the city, by military escort, to Wying City. A small number of people were settled in the former governor's camp, the main city of Wying City, and poured into the light industries factories there. The textile mills, construction teams, tool assembly factories, cement plants, electric appliance factories in Wying City, like a land parched for rain, welcomed in a lot of new labor. Under comprehensive strategic planning, there was no shortage of business. The arrival of so many people meant a need for more housing, more raw materials for construction, more clothing, more basic electrical appliances such as water heaters and lights. And these items are in even shorter supply in the outer areas of Revival City that are under reconstruction, with more orders than could be filled. The enhancement of productivity required more labor to be integrated into the system, and after they earned work points, or even borrowed them with an advance on their pay, they needed to produce these goods themselves to meet their own demands. Yet, even so, not everyone could stay in Wying City. The more important Waste Pit Industrial Zone, also under the administrative jurisdiction of Wying City, could accommodate even more people. The core alloy smelting industry has always been a big consumer of labor. The central alloy plastic steel machine black box had never stopped, but many of the resulting production lines could only remain in the assembly stage, or even sit gathering dust and storage, simply because there were not enough hands to operate the machines. The burgeoning metal processing factories, bulletproof insert production lines, automotive industry, military industry. The potential for employment seemed endless. Most people who migrated from Revival City were settled near the residential areas adjacent to the industrial hub of the waste pit zone in Wying City. The empty housing previously constructed here became temporary settlement spots. Homes initially meant for a single family might suddenly house 20 people. Even so, space was still inadequate, considering the incoming population was several times larger than the entire original population of the waste pit zone. In the end, temporary tents and huts had to be used for shelter, waiting for numerous construction crews to work at full capacity to build houses. Moreover, not all these people could be put to work right away. The abandoned Cave Society industrial zone did have some low-end industries where individuals could be sent for short, pre-work training sessions, barely sufficient for them to manage. However, when it came to more delicate processing, vehicle assembly, and a series of jobs requiring a higher skill set from industrial workers, brief training was inadequate. Fortunately, Gu Heng had previously implemented night school policies in the abandoned Cave Society, which continued to have an effect. Literacy and basic skills training were well underway. Now that so many more had arrived, they too were herded into it. Whether it's herding a sheep or a flock. Although this flock was exceptionally large. Nevertheless, the population of the wasteland had numerous issues, but there is one aspect that should not be underestimated. There might be many illiterate people, but many of them had useful skills. After all, wasteland society wasn't primitive. Most had seen guns, used guns, maintained guns. While many couldn't recognize many words, they weren't lacking in fix-it skills or craftsmanship. In the past, these people simply lacked opportunity. Now that they had it, the cost of training them wouldn't actually be too high. It won't be long before these people are no longer a burden but the freshest blood for the continued development of our industry, Patel proudly said to Gu Heng. Gu Heng was fairly satisfied with the development of the waste pit industrial zone. After all, things were on the right track. As time went by, the overall production capacity was set to grow exponentially. The seeds that had been sown were now at the stage of taking root and sprouting. With a satisfied mindset, Gu Heng spent the night in the abandoned Cave Society and, early the next morning, he hurriedly boarded the helicopter to return to Revival City. Joining him was Perbov. He was to take part in today's award ceremony. Perbov was not the main event, but he had commanded 2nd Company and had stood out in several fights in Revival City. His troops were still carrying out tasks in the waste pit zone and couldn't rush back immediately, but as the commanding officer, he had to go back and bring his brothers the medals they deserved. While on the same aircraft as Mr. Gu, Perbov was a little nervous. Although he was quite familiar with him, he had never spent such a long time in a relatively private space with the governor he respected and admired. This made him somewhat uneasy. He was usually quite open and talkative. But now, without any tasks at hand, he wasn't sure what to say. Yet staying silent didn't seem quite right either. However, he soon had to stop worrying about the awkward atmosphere. Gu Heng spoke, raising the topic of official business. It was about some arrangements concerning his own duties going forward. Now, the command for the 1st Composite Brigade should be assumed by Yan Fangshu as brigade commander, and for the 2nd Infantry Division, it should be Tadius taking on the position of division commander, who will also double as the commissar for both units. This situation is definitely temporary and cannot be maintained for long. Following that, once the troops are established and we move into routine training and combat operations, both men will still be pulled for unified coordination. Specific command and management of the troops will be handed over to others. I have in mind that you should take on the role of brigade commander for the 1st Composite Brigade. Perbov seemed somewhat agitated at the moment. It was not possible that he hadn't thought about these things before. After hearing about this round of military expansion, he had given it thought. Aside from that guy Yan Fangshu, there shouldn't be anyone else in the entire army more qualified and capable of holding this position. Frankly, the only real competition were the battalion's leaders brought into Revival City by the governor himself. He was the most senior, the most experienced, and had the most distinguished combat achievements among them. But then, who knew if there might be a surprise? After all, when it came to seniority, the differences were not significant. It was merely a matter of more than a month's time difference. What seniority is there to speak of? He was just lucky to have had a head start. Moreover, who knew if there might be some special circumstances? After all, there was the example of Tadius. That kid also came from the abandoned cave company, starting as a squad leader, and after a single battle, became a hero, even leaping to become a division commander and the head of the army's political department. His rise through the ranks was unmatched. In fact, many privately felt envious. To be honest, Tadius had only taken a risk with that particular void. Despite the void taking the lives of an interstellar warrior and a battle nun, marking certain death for any mere mortal that approached, he emerged victorious. But some would not think that way. What Tadius could do, they could do as well. It was just a matter of not being there at the time or not running fast enough. Otherwise, they would be the division commander now. And whenever Perbov heard these kinds of rumors within his own troops, he would curse vehemently. What's the use of saying such things? When the time comes, the vast majority wouldn't dare to move forward one step, afraid of being ordered to go on a suicide mission. Not to mention having the capability to walk out of there. Others might not have seen it, but had he not witnessed how fierce the interstellar warriors and battle nuns were? A task that took their lives was accomplished by Tadius. That was no small feat, and everyone had to acknowledge it. Sarcastic comments deserved lashes. And now, the words Mr. Gu had just mentioned, of course, they were true. Would he deceive him? He would soon officially become the 3rd most important person in the army after Yan Fangshu and Tadius. In fact, when it came to actual authority, he was number 1. After all, the largest and strongest armed force was directly under his control. Could he shoulder this responsibility? Even after Tadius achieved a remarkable feat, people whispered behind his back. If he took on the brigade commander role, what would the other 4 battalion commanders think of their former peer becoming their supervisor? Rattling his brain in the helicopter, Perbov's mind was filled with many thoughts because of Mr. Gu's words. But these thoughts were also reeled back in because of Mr. Gu's words. However, our situation is always a bit special. It's hard to talk about seniority. We've just come out of the struggle. To speak of ability, to speak of contribution, that's what really convinces people. So, I plan to appoint you, but I cannot simply dictate it. That would make your future work difficult. Perbov listened intently, sensing the key point. After the award ceremony, you'll immediately return to Wying City. At that time, people from the recruiting division separated by Tadius will come back with you. I am temporarily authorizing you to recruit a batch of soldiers within Wying City to fill up your battalion, including a large number of weapons and equipment. Even if they have not started mass production, I'll arrange for you to get them from the Research Institute. By then, your battalion will be reorganized into the 1st Battalion of the 1st Composite Brigade, the first to complete comprehensive equipment. I want you to get your troops ready within half a month and then start operations centered on the Waste Pit Industrial Zone. At that time, Yan Fangshu will give you a clear combat objective. Centered on the Waste Pit Zone, within 100 kilometers, there should be approximately 7 to 10 survivor settlements of varying sizes. Give you another half a month. I want to see those settlements definitely flying the flag of the new alliance and definitely submitting to the new order. Unable to stand, Perbov excitedly straightened up in his seat and saluted. I understand, I promise to complete the mission. He was a bit excited. He knew that Mr. Gu was giving him this opportunity to accumulate merits in advance, paving the way for his next step and facilitating his future work. With this opportunity, he felt that if he failed to carry out Mr. Gu's instructions, he honestly deserved to drown himself in a cesspit. Previous next, Marinus Flanagan, charged with murder, subversion of the government, enslavement, imprisonment. By the name of the Emperor, you are sentenced to death. Jesse Dutra, charged with murder, fraud. By the name of the Emperor, you are sentenced to death. Lloyd Yukich, charged with many people, originally dressed in exquisite clothes which were now dirty and soiled from detention and interrogation, were bound and kneeling on the ground. They looked at Lambert, seated at the judgment bench, reading out their charges, but they could not utter a single word in their defense. They couldn't speak. Their tongues had all been uniformly cut out to prevent them from speaking out of turn at such an important event. They were only needed here to make an appearance before meeting their fates. In fact, they weren't the first ones. Before them, beneath the high platform of the trial, there was another platform, splattered with bloodstains. Just moments ago, in groups of 10, after the sentences were pronounced, they were dragged down to the lower platform. Then, a gun was placed against the back of each person's head, and with the executioner's command, gunshots sounded simultaneously. The kneeling people immediately fell forward as blood sprayed everywhere. Immediately afterward, people came to drag away the bodies, and while the next group's crimes were being read, workers carried buckets of water to splash over the execution platform, then swiftly mopped it down. It was certainly impossible to clean completely at once. By the time the next group was dragged over, the ground was still damp, the smell of blood rushing up to one's nostrils. Scared enough to wet their pants, twisting and turning trying to resist, it was all routine, but utterly meaningless. Then came more orders, another series of gunshots, another group sentenced. The prisoners prepared by Lambert would take over 20 batches to finish. During this period of terror politics that enveloped Revival City, roughly 2,000 people had been captured. Of course, not all of them would be executed here. On one hand, not everyone was sentenced to death, and on the other hand, sentencing and executing 2,000 people one by one would take too much time. A total of about 200 would suffice to make a point. The remaining 400 or 500 death row prisoners would be dealt with later. Among the arrested, there were also those who were truly innocent. About 500 or so were eventually released. The remaining 1,000 or so were all sentenced to labor, prepared to be sent to the mines at the Wastehole Society ruins to dig for ore. This group of people, by the standards of the wastelands, seemed rather delicate. Presumably, they had never engaged in such intense physical labor. After toiling in the dark mines for 5 years, it was unknown how many would survive to see the end of their sentence. Below the execution platform was the Square of Punishment. This place was located in front of the Alliance Council's Great Hall, a rather large space capable of accommodating about 20,000 people with no problem. Now, about half that number, roughly 10,000 people, were standing there. These spectators were essentially from the top 10% of residents in terms of status within Revival City. They had been invited to watch this trial, and they were quite touched upon receiving the invitation. The scenes unfolding before them were indeed chilling to the bone. Among those being executed, there were many they knew, many they were familiar with. In the past, these were their leaders, their superiors, their bosses. Whenever they encountered them, they would probably have to bow and scrape, greet them respectfully, hoping to get some small benefit. A bit of patronage might mean a better future. But now, these individuals who were once so lofty, were being executed in batches before them, like dead dogs. During the execution, the onlookers fell silent as cicadas in winter. "My Lord Governor, it's real this time." This made many among them have to deeply recall the second-generation governor from 6 years ago. No, even more outrageous than the second-generation governor. The original second-generation governor, in order to implement his reign of terror and extort wealth, also relied on the administrative power and military strength of the alliance itself. In that era, although it caused a horrific disaster, since the administrative measures depended on the alliance system, many of them were within this system. They themselves were the executors of the terror. Many times, terror did not descend upon their own heads. But the new governor is not like that. He has established a set of forces out of thin air, forces that carry out his will. The new governor truly does not need them. Over 2,000 people were arrested, 200 are on the execution stage, being executed as simply as slaughtering pigs. This means, almost all the leaders of the ruling class under the alliance system, all the heads of various interest groups, were wiped out in one sweep. Isn't this enough to reflect the governor's determination and ruthlessness? Now, they could truly feel that Revival City, the alliance, and even the whole Rage Owl Star, had truly changed. From the highest platform, Gu Heng looked down silently at everything. The fresh blood on the execution stage, the silent and fearful populace below, none of it caused the slightest change in his expression. He was indeed destroying the existing order. The goal was to clean house, to more conveniently rebuild the order he desired. His methods toward the inner city residents were different from those toward the outer city. The outer city people were poor, miserable, and couldn't even fill their stomachs, so he used a gentle approach, showing mercy, giving hope, establishing credibility. Let them be fed and clothed, let them live and work in peace and contentment, and they would naturally become his force. The inner city people lived decent lives, and it was not cost-effective to buy them off with more benefits. Thus, he used decisive means to plant terror in their hearts and minds, to prevent them from daring to become obstacles. Gu Heng obviously couldn't let these inner city people continue to be vampires. Furthermore, he wanted the inner city people to bleed, otherwise, who would bear the cost of the resources for buying off the outer city people? Contrary to what he had imagined, after cleaning out the nobles in the city, Gu Heng did not gain much of any real value. Money was meaningless. The so-called alliance currency, issued by the alliance government with a rather limited circulation, seemed like waste paper to Gu Heng. He had not yet completely abolished the use of alliance currency, but it was just a matter of time. Gu Heng had no patience to engage in any financial industry here. Could the financial industry help with taxes? Could they use alliance currency to negotiate with the tax officials of the empire? Obviously not. Currency is merely a means for regulating the economy. The destructive storm unleashed by the primordial Wrath Owl sect, in some ways, had helped Gu Heng quite a bit. With the outer city people having next to nothing, Gu Heng realized that he did not need to maintain the original financial system of Revival City. And what he obtained from those so-called nobles, the most important thing was the industries they originally controlled. Next, Gu Heng would largely abolish and not recognize the use of alliance currency, which would directly make all the inner city people impoverished. Their past accumulated wealth would, under this decision, all become piles of waste paper in their homes. They wouldn't end up with nothing, after all, they still had their homes, some material savings, far better off than the outer city people who were starting from scratch. But their past lives would surely be gone forever. Actually, not all the people in the inner city are wealthy. With such poor productivity, it's impossible to support that many rentier classes. Most of the people in the inner city still have to rely on their own work to support themselves and their families. They just have a relatively more substantial family background, better education, and more plentiful opportunities. They work as industrial workers, staff in factories and enterprises, clerical workers in trade associations, and officials under the alliance government. They have a stable and even somewhat respectable job, but that's all they have for their livelihood. In fact, under the new system designed by Gu Heng, if these people did their jobs well, their opportunities would still be much greater than those of the people outside the city. A more comprehensive education and a wealth of work experience were their advantages. But this couldn't merely be made credible through propaganda. For the moment, Gu Heng did not need to maintain stability through empty talk. His military could manage that in a short time. As for the future, these inner city residents would come to experience this for themselves. In reality, for the entire political and economic framework of the future, he already had some preliminary ideas, which he had discussed with Osenia. The entire welfare system would be established on 45 grades, a stratification of AE, with 9 levels in each category. Each level would come with corresponding welfare benefits, including food rations, housing benefits, medical care, and determine the purchase rights for a small number of scarce goods. Upon entering the workforce, every official employee would have at least an E6 level of benefits. Below E6, there would be apprentice workers, interns, some scholarship recipients, convict laborers, and relief for those unemployed through no fault of their own. And specific levels would be determined according to the position and the individual's work contribution. Although there is a certain link between rank and position, they are not entirely equivalent. In the early stages, those at lower levels will be promoted year by year based on seniority and work contributions, which means an increase in basic benefits. The pace of promotion will slow down at higher levels. Those with outstanding performance will be eligible for leapfrog promotion. The treatment for military soldiers does not follow this line, but it corresponds. Privates and corporals receive allowances similar to the E-tier, with specific differences depending on the unit. After retirement, efforts would be made to arrange jobs at corresponding levels. Sergeants, senior NCOs, and some lower officers correspond to the D-tier. Middle and upper officers receive C-tiered treatment upon retirement, and senior officers and generals receive B-tier or A-tier, depending on the situation. Rank and position would also be paid monthly wages, only it's no longer the alliance currency. It's now work points, and there could be some sort of currency reform in the future. You can spend work points or currency to buy things in stores. Most civilian goods, as long as they're not scarce items, will be normally placed on the shelves. Want to eat better side dishes beyond the regular food allocations, such as cake, ice cream, meat and dairy products? You can buy them. Want high-quality electronics? You can buy them. Want to buy a tricycle or even a car to use? You might not be able to buy it in the short term, but once production increases in the future, the military's needs are met, and there is extra capacity, you can buy it. There might initially be level restrictions, which can be lifted later when capacity is more abundant. When there are more materials available, personal hobbies, reading, entertainment, art pieces, all can be bought. In other words, housing, food, and medical care, the three big mountains, will be secured once you're part of this new system. Wages will then satisfy higher level, more personalized, and diverse needs. Want something better? Well, work hard to get promoted and earn a raise. The only exception is education. That matter, GU Hang plans to make it public, free, and solely dependent on performance. And this whole system will include future civil servants, industrial workers, service industry workers, farmers, all of them. Of course, for now, this whole system looks beautiful, with a somewhat utopian notion, but there will probably be quite a few problems in implementation. Ensuring fairness, reasonable promotions, adequate supply of materials, satisfying individual diverse needs, fighting corruption, avoiding system rigidity, planning material distribution and production. The list of issues is long. But this collectivized, planned system has a fundamental advantage: it's easier to concentrate resources to accomplish big things. On Rage Owl Star, there is a fundamental difference from the modern world. There is no problem of overproduction for a long time. The meaning of market regulation is not that significant. All excess productive capacity would be absorbed by the immense pressure of imperial taxation. The only thing GU Hang needed to do was to expand productive capacity as much as possible. Making more goods, whether they could be sold or used, didn't matter. The empire's vast system would consume it all. And with this premise, what GU Hang valued the most was how to fill the people within this system with motivation. He would not tolerate widespread attitudes of idleness and dependency on welfare benefits. These detestable ideas must be addressed by GU Hang. Incentives such as rank progression, salary increases, and active promotion of values are all forms of positive motivation. Performance assessments, competitive promotion slots, and a demotion penalty system. These kinds of relatively competitive incentives are also essential. If the people don't work hard, how can GU Hang prosper? Work hard, and next year, the governor can change to a sports car. Of course, this was a joke. What GU Hang wanted was not those lowly pleasures. Expanding the military, developing industry, constructing starships, and maintaining one or several combat regiments. His ambitions were grand indeed. As for the present reality, once these inner-city folks entered his new system, thanks to their own advantage and education level, professional skills, and past work experience, they naturally outperformed the impoverished people from the outer cities who might not even be able to recognize all the characters. They would easily strive for a higher starting rank and a faster promotion speed. As long as they supported the governor, they would feel the benefits. Restoring their past standard of living was not difficult, and it was inevitable with the increase in productivity. Moreover, better class mobility would give them opportunities they could never have had before. The good days were still ahead. GU Hang's divergent thoughts came to a close with the death of the last batch of executed convicts. Next, another big event was to come: the award ceremony and the military parade. These two events were combined. In fact, the vast square was now occupied by only about 10,000 citizens, leaving open space for the upcoming parade. The various units would one by one, accompanied by bugle calls and majestic music, set off from the outside assembly area, pass the main road outside the parliamentary square, and advance along the path made way by the audience to arrive here at the podium. The commanders of the units would come to the platform to receive medals, military ranks, and more importantly, on behalf of the entire unit, accept the designation and the flags. The military music had already started, with 4 bands in 4 directions of the square creating quite a din, along with trumpets arranged in various locations to further amplify the sound. Then, a formation slowly approached. 4 Strider V armored vehicles led the way, followed by tanks still not fully repainted, captured from the previous Alliance Legion, and then a column of Iron Bull trucks accompanied by Scout Rider motorcycles advancing. Some of these trucks carried full loads of soldiers as troop transports, and others towed huge 155mm howitzers. This was the 3rd Battalion of the original Governor's Infantry Regiment. Among the leading officer vehicles, Perbov from the 2nd Battalion and the 3rd Battalion's commanding officer were seated. In fact, the 2nd Battalion should have been reviewed first, and Perbov, as its commanding officer, was indeed the first. Unfortunately, he was a bit of a lone wolf. His main force was still recruiting and reorganizing in Wying City, so he could only tag along with the 3rd Battalion's formation. As the entire formation arrived below the podium, whether riding in vehicles or marching on foot, all the soldiers shouted their slogans loudly. It began with the officers at the front belting out, "For the Emperor," followed by all the soldiers chanting together. Then came another, "For the Governor." Gu Hang stood at the forefront of the viewing platform, watching his troops march past, his face expressionless, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. The soldiers followed the directions to the space set aside for them in the square and took their positions. Perbov and the 3rd Battalion's commanding officer went up to the platform together. Gu Hang personally adorned them with the shoulder boards that signified the rank of major. Following that, he also presented them with medals. Gu Hang had personally designed 2 styles of medals. This moment, they were all being awarded the Revival Medal. The design of this medal was roughly circular, featuring a fist clutching a hammer raised upward, surrounded by wheat ears. The Revival Medal, Gu Hang intended as a foundational award to be given out. It was primarily meant for soldiers and officers who had displayed excellence in the series of battles involving Revival City. Half of the awardees were either valiantly killed in action or wounded. The former needs no further mention, while the latter were generally expected to retire upon receipt of the medal. These medals were not recognized within the entire empire, unlike military ranks. The titles from the Planetary Defense Force were acknowledged by the imperial military, although the prestige attached to them varied greatly. But Gu Hang still needed to establish this system. Soldiers fighting for their own should rightfully receive honor. Moreover, aside from honor, the medals also had tangible benefits. The Rejuvenation Medal itself equated to an E5 level allowance, a seemingly insignificant amount. But this was in addition to the basic allowance soldiers already received and would continue until retirement. In cases of disability or death, the pension would also be more substantial. In fact, awarding medals to disabled retirees and fallen soldiers was also to provide additional consolation to the relatives of valiantly fallen soldiers. For those without relatives, the military's political department would arrange for an orphan. There were too many on the wastelands to inherit these, but the precondition was that the orphan had to take up the hero's surname. They would be raised and educated by a specialized war orphans institution. After Gu Hang had placed the ranks and medals on the 2 battalion commanders, the award ceremony for them concluded, and the formation of the 4th Battalion was already coming up behind. The 2 battalion commanders and a few soldiers who had joined them on the podium hurriedly received a sizable box and many furled flags from the governor's attendants, then quickly made space for their brothers in the approaching 4th Battalion. In the boxes were several rejuvenation medals, to be later awarded by the commanders to their own battalion soldiers. The furled flags were the battalion and company red banners, which would clearly display the unit's numerical designation. These regimental banners were distributed, and soon they were raised by the flag bearers. Quickly, during the next batch of ceremonies for awarding ranks and medals, red banners began to flutter within the 1st square formation. Among them were 2 special unit designations, the 1st Abandoned Cave Company and the 4th Cody Company. These 2 banners belonged to Perbov's 1st Composite Brigade, 1st Composite Battalion. Although he had not brought personnel with him, Allies stepped in to help as temporary flag bearers, raising the flags high. The first banner recognized Gu Heng's establishment of the very first company made up of native people from Rajaul Star, which had exhibited outstanding performance in many battles. The second was to honor the heroic deeds of the martyred Cody, assigned to the company where he served as political commissar, which was incorporated into the 1st Composite Battalion as the 4th Company. This concluded the entire process of conferring ranks and awarding medals. To be honest, the level of the military band, which provided the accompanying music in loops, was quite average, and the formations of soldiers and vehicles were not particularly tidy when moving. In Gu Heng's opinion, especially when compared to the military parades he had seen on TV before crossing over, it was still lacking. But there was an entirely different aspect here. This was truly his own army. At his command, the guns and cannons in these formations would fire at any enemy. The soldiers in the formations would die for him. Watching them from the podium, Gu Heng felt an infinite surge of pride. The citizens from the inner city watching alongside him, however, remained silent. In fact, among the soldiers marching in formation, many were familiar faces to them. Quite a few were indeed former soldiers of the Alliance Legion, a significant portion of whom had been integrated into the 1st Composite Brigade. The rest would be infused into the 2nd Infantry Division as its framework. Yet, to the inner city's residents, these familiar soldiers now seemed quite unfamiliar. There had never been a military parade within Revival City, and they only saw these soldiers when they were on duty or out on missions. The inner city residents generally harbored an indifferent attitude towards the military. But now, the entire army seemed to be different from what they remembered. Their whole spirit had changed. Under the leadership of those with red caps, the soldiers puffed out their chests, striding with vigorous, proud steps. When had the citizens ever seen their own army with such a spirited appearance? Oh, that's not right, it's now the governor's army. That's also not right, we seem to be the governor's people too, so this is still our army. It's a bit confusing. The citizens watched these familiar yet strange soldiers marching past them and then assembling neatly on the other side of the square, their emotions quite mixed. The mood among the residents of the outer city was not so complex. Revival City lacked the capability to broadcast live images, which made it impossible for everyone to see the ceremony. But at least the technology to broadcast via radio was available. The pronouncement of death sentences on various individuals by Lambert was also broadcast live via radio. Compared to the calm of the inner city, the outer city was quite lively. As people worked, they heard of various prominent figures being executed. They might not have known who each person was, but they could recognize a detestable name being mentioned as gunned down. Consequently, cheers erupted sporadically on the worksites. During the subsequent award ceremony, the radio announcer would also read the details of the awards received by the units and their exploits, following the script. This also made the poor in the outer city realize that previously there had been such a reliable army fighting to protect Revival City from being destroyed by a cult conspiracy. After all the troops had passed, the last two to appear on the stage were Yan Fangshu and Tadius. For the former, Gu Heng bestowed the rank of colonel. Accepting this rank meant that he was saying goodbye to the Imperial Navy sequence and joining the ranks of the Rajaul Star Planetary Defense Force. The relevant formalities were already in progress, and Gu Heng had even made a special point of discussing his case with Colonel Yelisia. Therefore, Gu Heng spent 10 points of favor to activate Yan Fangshu. In the system's appraisal, he was classified as a rarity of N, which stands for normal, a level 2 military commander with his highest attribute, command, reaching 12 points, and only one trait, excellent military commander, nothing special. Beyond receiving the rank of colonel, Yan Fangshu was also awarded a Revival Medal. And standing next to him, Tadius was conferred the rank of lieutenant colonel, and further, was awarded a Wind Extinguishing Medal. The medal was irregularly conical, resembling the abstract shape of a tornado. Designed by Gu Heng as the second type of medal, only one was issued this time, and it was for Tadius. Without a doubt, the Wind Extinguishing Medal was 100 times more precious than the Revival Medal in the entire military's medal system. After the personal conferring of ranks and awards was completed, both men also received a flag each. They saluted Gu Heng, donned their ranks, wore their medals on their chests, and holding the banners, descended from the stage. Next, each moved to the very front of the two large square formations, passing the flags to the flag-bearers who had been prepared. The flag-bearing squad raised the red flags, and both banners were established at the forefront of the two military units. The flag that Tadeusz took down was nothing special. When unfurled, it was simply the banner of the 2nd Infantry Division. The flag that Yan Fangshu took down, however, had something to talk about. Once spread out, the words written on it were, "First Extinguishing Wind Brigade." Without a doubt, this was also an honorary designation given to the entire brigade, in recognition of the outstanding performances of the officers and soldiers of the whole brigade, including those former Alliance Legion soldiers who were absorbed into it during the wind extinguishing operation. This included the platoon that Tadeusz had previously led as political commissar. After the ceremony of conferring ranks and bestowing medals had concluded, the broadcast signal switched to the microphone in front of Ji Yuhang. His voice, amplified by the loudspeakers, echoed throughout the entire square and then throughout the entire city. People quieted down. They began to listen carefully to the governor's words, seeking to find a new, reliable support for their future lives. Residents of Revival City, my most loyal warriors, greetings. I am your governor, Ji Yuhang. Just now, I have adorned our brave warriors, who fought valiantly to protect this city, with the honors they rightly deserve. I have bestowed 100 rejuvenation medals. Each of the honorees is a true hero. They have made outstanding contributions to the defense of Revival City, even at the cost of their own lives. I have awarded the Wind Extinguishing Medal, the highest honor, to Comrade Tadeusz. Many still vividly recall the storm from 10 days ago. With the help of the Phoenix Battle Group and the St. Lee Nun Association, we thwarted the cultist scheme. We extinguished the storm, saving the entire city. And without a doubt, Comrade Tadeusz was among the most outstanding of them. At the most critical moment, with the most fearless stance, he accomplished the most heroic feat. He struck the final blow to extinguish the storm. Extinguishing the storm is precisely the origin of the name for the Wind Extinguishing Medal and the honorary designation of the Extinguishing Wind Brigade. All the soldiers who fought bravely, everyone who maintained order and rescued the city amidst the disaster, can rightly be called heroes. At the beginning of his speech, Ji Yuhang started with the origins of the Wind Extinguishing Medal and the honorary title of the Extinguishing Wind Brigade. The inner city residents remained silent, not deeply moved by this, but the people from the outer city remembered the images of those soldiers. In the battles over food transportation, they had seen with their own eyes soldiers fighting the cultists who tried to destroy the food carts and leave them starving. In that escalating storm, which then abruptly ceased, they might not have known what happened in several wind farms, but they clearly saw a large number of soldiers maintaining order, distributing food and supplies in the wind and rain, and arranging for people to evacuate the city. This military force seemed indeed different. In the midst of disaster, they did not use their weapons to loot and plunder, nor oppress the poor. Instead, they stood with the people against the wind and rain. All this was witnessed by their very eyes, and the governor's summarizing words of praise reinforced their impressions. This was Ji Yuhang's intention. He wanted to bring honor to the military. Honor keeps the military disciplined. Honor makes the people cherish the military. After saying these words, Ji Yuhang paused briefly and continued his speech. Hundreds of years ago, before the era of war, Rage Owl Star was a civilized world, the pearl of the entire Tianma star sector. Leveraging advanced industrial technology and special psychic energy fields for energy extraction, Rage Owl Star's contribution to the imperial tax could rank in the top 3 in the Tianma star sector, only behind the star sector capital Wing Star and the nest capital world Corellia 3. The standard of living of its inhabitants could rank second, only slightly inferior to the garden world Wing Star. Back then, the people of Rage Owl Star lived in cities, many with respectable jobs. For the majority, the problem of food and clothing was a distant concern. They enjoyed the sunshine, the nightlife, the variety of delicious foods produced, and a thriving cultural industry. Such an affluent world was not something you could see on many imperial worlds. The people of Rage Owl Star were deserving of envy from most inhabitants of the Empire world. Ji Yuhang's words left many with mixed feelings. No one had seen the pre-war condition with their own eyes. But they had heard about it from their ancestors, passed down from generation to generation. Some artifacts occasionally unearthed from the ruins before the war also proved this point. The past Rage Owl Star was indeed prosperous and flourishing. So why are we, the descendants, living such wretched lives? The governor provided an answer. Despicable traitors betrayed us. The highest quality energy resource on Rajal star, the psychic energy field, was used as a source by the chaos traitors to open a psychic tunnel. This tunnel connected to a world corrupted by chaos. Under the shroud of dark magic, even demons from hell were summoned. A brutal war erupted on Rajal star as its battlefield. The people of Rajal star, united with the soldiers of the Empire, with endless sacrifices, defeated those chaos traitors, closed the psychic tunnel, and destroyed the psychic energy fields. But at the same time, this war, which lasted for decades, turned Rajal star into ruins, transforming this once flourishing world of nearly 10 billion inhabitants into a desolate wasteland. The collapsed ecosystem gave rise to terrible low-energy storms and mutated monsters, rendering vast lands uninhabitable. Since then, Rajal star went from being the star sector's pearl to a desolate planet, abandoned by the Empire, removed from the star sector's planning. This part was somewhat difficult for many people to understand. Terms like chaos traitor and demons didn't seem familiar, and they were even more perplexed by psychic energy fields and spiritual energy tunnels. But it didn't prevent them from grasping the gist. Our world had been betrayed by a traitor and destroyed by the chaos traitor. Those abominable things were the culprits responsible for destroying the good life we should have had. It inevitably reminded them of the primordial Wrath Owl sect, that damn cult that almost brought Revival City to ruin. Ji Hang's speech continued. After a dark century with no light of day, an imperial officer named Huo Haiban stumbled upon Rajal star and was startled to discover that tens of millions of people were still alive. He helped the locals and applied layer by layer through the star sector government. Finally, he obtained permission to rebuild Rajal star, reintegrating it back into the Empire's bosom. He also became the first governor of the Rajal star wasteland era. Governor Huo was a man worthy of everyone's respect. He toiled hard on Rajal star for 17 years. Leveraging the first 15 years of tax exemption, he worked tirelessly to restore the population, established a united alliance, brought together various forces across the planet, ended the constant conflicts over scarce resources on the wasteland, and rebuilt the preliminary productivity. But it still wasn't enough. In his 17th year as governor, Rajal star had to pay taxes to the Empire for the first time, standard imperial taxes. But Rajal star hadn't recovered sufficiently to even meet the lowest tax bracket. He was executed by the Department of Taxation, and the alliance government underwent a major reshuffle. Then came the era of Neil Farches as governor, an era that filled countless members of the alliance with dread at the mere thought. He learned from Governor Huo's failure, utilized the power of the alliance government, and implemented many policies a lesser man would prefer death over. He plundered the planet far and wide, solely focusing on paying the full taxes to the Empire, which resulted in a complete halt to all production and recovery efforts. He managed 2 terms of tax collections, but at the cost of squandering over a decade's worth of Governor Huo's efforts. Numerous families were torn apart, and innocent people were taken as tax payments. Countless grains that should have fed the people, numerous essential industrial goods, were seized and handed over to the Empire. Rajal star faced a disaster, and his unsustainable actions incited rebellion. He held his position for 6 years, with the alliance on the brink of collapse. Many people left the alliance, many practiced deception, many violently resisted, many were utterly annihilated. The population of the planet suffered immensely, and 17 years of recovery were nearly ruined in an instant. His deeds brought him to the guillotine in his 3rd term. Afterwards, for 3 successive generations, each governor lasted only 2 years before being executed for their inability to pay taxes. The remaining forces conspired to control the governor's actions, manipulating his orders and deceiving both above and below. They used the governor, along with officials of the temporary governor's government elected to serve for 2 years, as scapegoats every 2 years. During this entire process, Rajal star endured another 6 years. These 6 years of division and chaos did not improve from the time of the second governor. Still many people died, and the planet saw no glimmer of hope for revival. The name Revival City became a mockery, both laughable and tragic. Ji Hang gave a lengthy speech detailing the history of Rajal star over the past several decades. And this period was very familiar to the people. From the first to the 5th governor, spanning 29 years, many of the younger generation had grown up during these times. The older ones had lived through those years in full. They knew that what Mr. Gu spoke of contained no falsehoods, it was their lived experience. However, before this, few amongst them had given deep thought to why all of this had happened. But after Gu Heng shed light on these issues, they naturally began to ponder them. Was it because of the empire? No, before the empire retook Rage Owl Star, during that 6 months of dark post-war times, Rage Owl Star was on the verge of collapse. It was the first governor who established a semblance of order, using the empire's aid in interstellar trade to support the structure of the alliance and revitalize many local industries. The screw-up was the second governor and the subsequent powerless governors. The brutal yet incompetent reign of the second governor brought huge disasters. The following 3 governors were powerless, without troops or supporters, subjected to deception and manipulation. Almost every one of them believed they could meet the tax demands, hearing only the news that things were steadily improving, only to find the warehouses insufficiently stocked come tax time, and the population centers meant to serve as tax payment deserted. The 3 governors could only sit in Revival City like wax figures, blindfolded and deaf, totally unaware that the alliance was so loose it was on the verge of disintegration. The various powers would not heed commands or proclamations. Under this loose and autonomous system, the planet's strength could not be integrated, let alone developed. So, it seems the answer is on the verge of emerging. The problem is not entirely with the empire. The main issue is that there isn't a governor with enough power, enough daring, or enough capability. Of course, there are many people who can't see this at all. The hardships they had personally experienced were, when spoken of from a broader, more macro perspective, almost like a script from heaven. Their thoughts could only passively follow the governor's narrative. But what Gu Heng was about to say was for those not so clever, yet the most important and solid group of people. Until I arrived. Over 2 months ago, I came to this world and saw it was full of scars. At that time, I leveraged the Alliance's communication system to announce my arrival and my philosophy to the entire planet. I said I would rebuild the entire wasteland world so that every Rage Owl Star person could live a good life through their own efforts. I did not come purely to collect taxes, nor would I collect taxes regardless of the people's well-being. When I realized that the Alliance's officials could not assist but were instead an obstruction, I left Revival City. Now, I have returned. My declaration has never changed, and those who obstructed me from bringing you a rebuilt, revitalized, and better life are all dead. From now on, no one will prevent us from jointly building our city, our world. I will establish a welfare system to ensure that everyone who works hard can have enough to eat and clothes to wear. I will establish schools to ensure every child can learn and grow in a bright classroom instead of scraping a living through thievery, begging, or working in sweatshops as a child laborer. I will establish factories to produce more goods and create more jobs, allowing you to live a better life. I will establish hospitals so that every injured or sick person can be cared for. I will establish a more fair and efficient government to maintain order and security. I will establish a more excellent and honorable military to fight for the protection of everything we have created. These are my responsibilities, my mission, the mission of the new alliance government, and the mission of every Rage Owl person. Hand in hand, we will surely triumph. What Mr. Gu, the governor, had finally said was something that everyone could understand. The people cheered and jumped for joy, they were extremely excited. Long live the governor. Gu Heng's speech ended amid the thunderous roar of, "Long live the governor." His last few words could be taken as pie in the sky, yet spoken at this moment, they were a clear and explicit political promise that genuinely instilled hope for the future in the listeners. The residents of the outer city were anticipating that the governor would fulfill all the promises he had made for the future. Considering the activities of the officials obedient to Miss Osenia and the propaganda of those wearing red hats, they started to believe that none of this was too far off. The flame of hope was burning brightly on this land for the first time. Even the residents of the inner city couldn't help but be moved. Not to mention, at least in this speech, the governor seemed to indicate one thing. He was not the type to extort and plunder like the previous generation of governors. They apparently didn't have to worry about toiling endlessly in factories just to pay taxes or how many people would be sent as tax contributions to the imperial transport ships, heading off to unknown parts of the starry sky, never to return, without any news. If that were the case, it seemed that supporting this new governor might not be a bad idea. Humans' baseline for tolerance is breached step by step like this. A harsh slap, followed by a bit of sweetness, and it seemed the situation wasn't completely unacceptable. Was this public trial, execution, military parade, and medal ceremony merely a performance? Of course, it was. But who can deny the importance of propaganda in politics? The inner-city residents, having received the slap of watching their old acquaintances being publicly executed, were then fed some dates. The atmosphere of terror fostered by Lambert after many days of turmoil should, after this event, ease a little. For the residents of the outer city, they simply received a sweet date. There was no need for a slap, they had already suffered too many over the years. The morale of the people, now bolstered, began to truly look forward to the prospects declared by the governor, to a future with a better life. Even their daily work was done with more vigor. However, propaganda is just that, propaganda. These things needed to be implemented, and it wasn't as simple as announcing them over loudspeakers. Things needed to be done one by one. How to build schools? Where would the teachers come from? How to allocate resources? Hospitals were in the same boat. The so-called welfare policies were tied to the 45 ranks Gu Hang had previously envisioned. But what exactly were the benefits for each rank? What was the allocation of materials? How long could Revival City's current resources last? Where would the shortfall come from? How to ensure continued production could keep up? Not to mention, the output mustn't all be consumed. The imperial tax was a matter for 2 years later, but preparations had to start now. These detailed matters didn't need to be broadcast widely, and many of the methods involved couldn't be discussed openly. After the medal ceremony, Gu Heng convened an internal meeting. This meeting was where the real substance and key issues were. The meeting lasted a full 2 days. When Lambert stepped out of the meeting room, it was already the morning of the 3rd day. The morning sun wasn't too harsh, yet it still made Lambert's eyes uncomfortable. For the past 2 days, he had been in literal darkness. Eating and sleeping all took place in the meeting room, with an all-night session held just yesterday. The governor, on the other hand, always managed to appear lively and spirited, but Lambert was only human and couldn't handle such strain. At the moment, he was truly exhausted, yet he couldn't suppress his excitement. In the 2-day meeting, a significant portion was devoted to personnel appointments. Now, he was the head of the Supreme Legal Committee, the highest judge of the alliance. His important task going forward was to draft laws in accordance with the spirit conveyed by the governor during the meeting. For this, he needed to establish the Legislative Council for legislative work, the Executive Council for judicial work, and additionally, the Disciplinary Council to oversee and audit government officials and factory managers. Right from the start of the new alliance government's establishment, there was an awareness of the risks of corruption and systemic ossification. He needed to tackle these issues aggressively. This indeed matched the work he had been doing in the previous period. Legislation, judiciary, oversight, auditing. With many powers vested in him, he, as the alliance's highest judge, was in a position of authority that, in a sense, was on par with the government head, the alliance premier. And currently, the alliance premier was none other than Gu Heng himself. This almost meant that he had become the highest-ranking official in the new alliance. The Hodgson family's early investment in the governor was now paying off. However, the concentration of such considerable power in one individual was inherently unsustainable, merely a temporary measure due to the lack of qualified personnel. After all, positions had been left vacant, presumably to be filled in the future. But what of it? If Lambert was in charge, wouldn't those who took over in the future essentially be his former subordinates? Even if he were to move on from this work area, he would have left a significant legacy of influence behind. However, senior officialdom and lucrative salaries were not the reason for his excitement now. For him personally, were these things worth exchanging for the lives of his entire family? If given the choice, he would not choose this path 100 times over. But his grandfather had chosen it, and it was only when disaster struck that he realized it. When he had just decided to come to governor's camp to help the governor, he knew his decision represented the Hodgson family's stance being laid bare. But at that time, the worst outcome he could imagine was that his grandfather would face tremendous pressure in Revival City, and the family would be suppressed. But all that could be recovered, all would be taken back after the governor's success. He never thought that the Speaker of the Alliance Council would die in the capital of the Alliance. But Hodgson had probably foreseen this, he just hadn't told him. Was it for him? Was it for the Hodgson family? Lambert didn't think so? If it was for these reasons, they wouldn't have needed to go this far. What Hodgson family is there to speak of now? Everyone's dead except for him. So what was it all for? He remembered the conversation with his grandfather just before he left Revival City to join the governor. The whole planet is longing for revival. The sooner the better. I'm willing to make the first contribution, rather than wait in silence. Being a promoter of the era is far more meaningful than waiting anxiously to board the train when the era changes. This statement doomed a political family of Revival City, but it also became the catalyst that allowed the governor to become the owner of Revival City much earlier. Regardless of how many twists and turns there were in the process, it had now become a fact. Why say that only the governor can save the world? This question is better transformed into what exactly did the empire bring to Rage All-Star? History is a witness. Imperial taxation was indeed a heavy oppression, but in the 100 years after the war and before returning to the empire, was the situation on Rage All-Star any better? It was terrible, even worse than during the second governor's era. When the first governor established the alliance, the total population on Rage All-Star was probably just over 20 million. After his 17-year rule, this number rose to nearly 50 million, doubling. The birth rate increased significantly, the death rate dropped dramatically, and a large number of hidden populations re-emerged due to social development. Only in the last 12 years, it has fallen to less than 40 million again. Returning to the empire indeed brought heavy taxation. But apart from that, it wasn't without benefits. In rebuilding the world, the empire would allocate financial subsidies, distributed by the Star Sector government. This aid, in the hands of the first governor, led to 17 years of substantial development on Rage All-Star, tantamount to being the engine of the planet's revival. Without these, could the first governor have formed the alliance, integrating the various forces by risking his neck? Besides the reconstruction aid, another significant benefit of returning to the empire was interstellar trade. Upon returning to the empire, after having their governor, the imperial merchant fleet would make Rage All-Star a trading stop. Many things that could not be produced locally on Rage All-Star would become available through interstellar trade. These two aspects were the greatest benefits after rejoining the empire. Was Rage All-Star really unable to develop? Not at all. Though difficult, with imperial aid and joining the interstellar trade routes, Rage All-Star should have been thriving. What they needed was a reliable governor. He could not be as incompetent as the first three governors, controlled as soon as they stepped into office, their decrees never leaving the office. Nor could he be like the second governor, who ruled the world with violence and fear, completely disregarding development, draining the pond to catch the fish, which would inevitably lead to collapse. Even the first governor, capable though he may have been, was too kind and lacked the authority of a ruler. The loose structure of the alliance allowed the various forces to have a considerable degree of independence, making it impossible to gather the planet's strength for focused development and to handle the imperial taxation rationally. This was the scourge left by the first governor. These were the conclusions Lambert had reached by himself. He was betting on whether Gu Hang was a governor who met these requirements. At least so far, he felt he had bet correctly. Given the circumstances, saving the entire world seemed to be no longer an empty notion. And this is precisely why he and Hodgson were willing to give their all. After leaving the meeting room, Lambert didn't immediately attend to the legislative work assigned by the governor. Instead, he went to the Alliance prison to see a person. A former Alliance councilman, Bradford. This individual had not appeared on the previous execution list. Normally, he would have been condemned to death. The number of crimes he was involved in far exceeded that of many who had been sentenced to death and executed. But he had not been killed. It is said that this was because he had made significant contributions to justice. Primarily, Bradford had accused many people of crimes and had provided evidence of those crimes. Of course. You know, Lambert said to Bradford inside the cell, when being so-called stain witness cannot redeem your crimes, we really don't need the accusations you've made, that evidence. Bradford's mental state seemed to be quite good as he nodded. I understand. Now, the real opportunity to make a contribution has arrived. Lambert continued. Minister Osena has a task for you. It's about the food issue, isn't it? Yes, you are smart, Lambert said. Now, Lady Osena is the only appointed minister, in charge of finance, civil affairs, production, and commerce. These responsibilities will definitely be divided in the future, and you must surely be interested in the position of Minister of Commerce. However, this position is highly competitive, and you are at an inherent disadvantage. Bradford listened carefully. and he was somewhat surprised by Lambert's attitude. Lambert, however, ignored this and just continued. If you truly want to make your way into the new government, you need to make a strong first impression and prove your value. Tackling the food issue is an excellent starting point. I understand, thank you. Lambert held up his hand, stopping the thanks. Someone will let you out in a moment and take you to see Minister Osena. Do your job well. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, Bradford called out to him. Lambert stopped but did not turn around. I'm very sorry, truly sorry. Lambert knew that Bradford's apology was directed at the Hodgson family. He waved his hand, his back still to Bradford, and said, Don't be under any illusions. I've heard your apology, but I will never forgive you. The sole reason you are still alive is that you are still useful to the governor. You'd better ensure that reason remains valid, otherwise, no matter where you flee, I will make you pay the price you owe. The newly free Bradford felt quite good. Even though Lambert had verbally threatened him just before his release, he did not take it to heart. Or rather, Lambert's attitude was entirely to be expected. Even if he wasn't the mastermind, he was still a key accomplice in the downfall of the Hodgson family. The two had irreconcilable differences. Asking himself honestly, if he had been in the same position, he might have risked the governor's punishment just to kill an enemy. In fact, by delivering Bradford into Lambert's hands, the governor probably intended to leave the decision up to Lambert himself. If Lambert had truly wanted his life, the governor might not have said a word of reprimand. No matter why Lambert chose not to act, at least Bradford was still alive. Moreover, he now had the opportunity to climb even higher. Minister of Commerce. If he secured that position, his status might not be any less than before. Feeling motivated, after meeting Osena, he truly gave it his all. After the city reconstruction work in Revival City began to set on the right track, the second problem that Osena urgently needed to tackle was the food crisis. There was not enough food. Revival City was a commercial hub and a center for light industry. Now, with the addition of the heavy industry developing at high speed in the waste hole district of Wying City, industrial development was booming. But Revival City did not produce grain. Although there was a small farm like Manton River Valley Manor on the outskirts of the city, the output of a single season's crop was decent if it reached 2,000 tons. The yield for an entire year could barely feed the whole city for about 10 days. Considering Revival City and Wying City as one, it was an urban area with a population scale of 1 million. Based on the lower-end grain rationing standard, daily food consumption needed to reach at least 500 tons. For a whole year, the required food supply was at least 180,000 tons, with 200,000 tons being a safer provision. When Gu Heng initially took over the city, the entire city's grain reserves could last only about 15 days. And now, 12 days had already passed, leaving the grain reserves at around 9 days' worth. The reason for this situation was not just because they were idly consuming the stockpile. On one hand, following the initial end of the war, when the city's blockade and the wind disaster had come to a halt, grain trades had resumed to some extent. The grain caravans that had already been on their way finally mustered the courage to enter the city, offloading their cargo and loading up on industrial goods before leaving. On the other hand, there was aid from Wying City. The two synthetic starch production lines in Wying City were operating at full capacity, day and night. Their combined daily output could reach 100 tons. Excluding what was set aside for local supply in Wying City's 2 districts, the rest was being sent to Revival City. However, even with these reinforcements, it was still a case of more outflow than inflow. This was definitely not sustainable. The synthetic starch production lines couldn't be counted on for the moment, since the tasks of research and mass production led by Wu Jiarong were quite challenging. The progress of local deployment and development of the synthetic starch production lines was slow. Even if she devoted all her energy to this, it was unlikely to solve the immediate crisis. The only option left was to rely on the old method. Revival City did not produce grains in the first place. Its prolonged existence was thanks to foreign trade. Of course, relying solely on foreign trade meant that the supply of grains would be inherently unstable. The former Revival City didn't care. If unstable situations arose, so be it. After all, the inner city dwellers wouldn't starve. If people in the outer city starved to death, so many would die, and it wasn't a big deal. Eventually, there would always be many refugees who would drift in from unknown places and replenish the lost population. But the current Revival City couldn't operate like this anymore. Osenia knew that the high morale among the city's residents was based on Mr. Gu's political declarations. People had begun to believe that Lord Governor could bring them a better life, which led them to support the new government and work with great enthusiasm. However, if they were to face hunger, Mr. Gu's political declarations would bankrupt shortly after they were made, which would severely damage the credibility of the new government. Osenia would not allow this to happen. In the long term, securing food self-sufficiency within the territory of the new Alliance Council was the fundamental solution to the food security issue. But until then, the short-term solution still had to rely on foreign trade. This task had originally fallen to the first Alliance Councilman to die at Gu Hang's hand, Woan. He was the largest grain trader in the old Revival City. After his death, his grain trading channels were quickly divided up, and the greatest share went to none other than Bradford. He himself had been a trade magnate, but he had avoided engaging too much in the grain business in the past to avoid internal competition with Woan. After Wohan's death, there were no such concerns. At that time, while he was condemning the governor's tyranny in the Alliance Council and shedding tears for Wohan's death, he was also hurriedly snatching up the industry, fearing that hesitating even for a moment would mean missing out. With the loss of the war, he ended up a prisoner. He thought everything he had grabbed was lost, but now, it turned out there was a time when it could be put to use. Of course, not having him didn't mean it was entirely impossible to manage. All the merchant employees weren't dead, after all. Still, with Bradford, who knew many people, and had trade channels in various places outside Revival City to help out, things would be a lot simpler. And at this moment, he was explaining to Osenia the specific situation of grain trade in Revival City. Revival City's grain imports can be summarized into two main arteries and a bunch of capillaries. Bradford was carefully sharing his experience and understanding with Osenia. The two main arteries, one to the west and one to the south. The southern one leads to the Green Valley region. I've heard that you, Lady Osina, were born there, so you should be quite familiar with that area. Yes, Osenia nodded slightly. She was indeed familiar with it. She was the daughter of a plantation owner with a tens of thousands strong workforce and had been helping her father manage the manor's accounts for years. The Green Valley region lay more than 400 kilometers south of Revival City. There was no clear boundary line. It was simply that the further south one went, the better the climate became. That was also one of the rare places on Rajowl Star with a favorable climate, where low-energy storms occurred infrequently and there was a vast expanse of arable land. The only scene of sprawling fertile fields on Rajowl Star could be found in the Green Valley region. One plantation after another was spread across that land. And the road to the west, it leads to the desert. You might not be familiar with it, even though it's covered in sand. There are dotted green oases. Many people surviving in the West Desert region have found underground plantations left over from the era before the war. Once repaired, these factories allow for high-density vertical cultivation. They don't need a large area to produce very high yields. These two major arteries support the main food consumption of Revival City. Last year, Woan mentioned in his work report to the Alliance Council that Revival City imported a total of 400,000 tons of food from these two sources. The so-called capillaries refer to the various medium and small settlements with food production capabilities within a radius of 500 kilometers around Revival City. Within this range, there are some cultivable lands, although not as extensive or concentrated as in Green Valley. Still, there are some, like Manton River Valley Manor. There are also some environmentally special caverns that allow for the dense cultivation of certain fungi. And some places have breeding farms. There are many types, with varying yields. They primarily support nearly all the settlements within this range, and the surplus is brought to Revival City for sale. To give an example from last year, through these capillaries, Revival City purchased a total of 100,000 tons of various foods. These combined rough estimates amount to 500,000 tons. In fact, Revival City did not consume that much, with 70% of the food being distributed to various locations outside of Revival City. After all, Revival City is the largest trade hub on the entire planet. Lady Osina's expression grew solemn. This means that what we need to do is not only ensure our own food security but also, as much as possible, allow food to circulate throughout the wasteland with Revival City as the hub. Yes. Bradford sighed, if we can't manage that, perhaps Revival City won't starve, but many settlements in the wasteland with no food production capacity may suffer catastrophic disasters. Lady Osina said, moreover, there have been issues in the Green Valley region this year. A much larger monster invasion than in previous years has destroyed many plantations. There are many, many displaced people, and many of them have turned into raiders, further complicating the situation. Yes. Bradford agreed, the chaos in the Green Valley region has led to a more than 30% decrease in food imports from there this year, and if the situation does not ease, that import figure is likely to collapse dramatically. The discussion about the Green Valley region was something Lady Osina had experienced personally. It had been several months since she had fled the Green Valley region, but according to the latest intelligence, the situation there had not improved. Refugees from the Green Valley region were still trekking hundreds of kilometers and wandering to Revival City. Behind every refugee who managed to make it to Revival City alive, perhaps 2 or 3 people fell along the way. Thinking about this, Lady Osina felt almost unbearable. But she had to bear it. She knew that they did not yet have the capability to cross hundreds of kilometers southward and rescue those suffering along the way. She had to ensure that Revival City was well taken care of first. Gathering her thoughts, she said, "We must restore food trade imports as soon as possible. Next, under the structure of the Department of Commerce, I will establish a food trade bureau. I have sent people to tally everyone who has worked in the food trade in the past, and they will be immediately transferred to the Food Trade Bureau. They will each have their responsibilities and, based on the 3 main directions we've discussed today, will form 3 working groups. They will try to reach out to those who have had food trade dealings with Revival City in the past and work to restore the scale of the food trade as much as possible. Mr. Bradford, I need your help." Bradford was pleased inside but maintained a serious expression. "That's exactly why I'm here." "Good, I can appoint you as a special advisor to the Food Trade Bureau. I need you to take special charge of the revival efforts for both the capillaries and the West Desert Artery trade routes. I hope that within 2 weeks, our capillaries can mostly resume their function, and within a month, our West Desert Artery can start to flow again. Can you do that?" Hearing the title of just a special advisor, Bradford felt a little disappointed. An advisor, after all, might not amount to an official position. When he first heard the term Food Trade Bureau, he had hoped that he might have a chance to become the head of it, even if only on a temporary basis. Having an official position seemed to represent the beginning of his integration into the new government structure. All that was left was to speak with his abilities and performance. Food trade was, of course, the most important sector of Revival City's many commercial categories. If he did well in this area, solving the food crisis, then would he really have a chance at the Minister of Commerce position in the future? After all, Lady Osina could not possibly continue to take on the work of multiple departments indefinitely. But now, being just an advisor, a negligible and easily dismissible position, was somewhat disappointing to him. But he quickly rallied. Being guilty, having the opportunity to serve and wash away his sins, he should cherish and give it his all. Putting aside these thoughts, he began to calculate carefully and did not speak for a while. Osenia patiently waited. Bradford finally spoke. "I will do my utmost to fulfill your request. I will work hard to restore the relevant trade routes. However, the whole matter cannot be accomplished by my efforts alone. After the trade channels are established, to take in such a large quantity of food, we will also need enough goods to trade." He paused. There was a topic he did not really want to bring up, but in the end, he decided it had to be discussed: alliance currency. Osenia raised her hand to stop him from continuing. "That's not up for discussion. But you can rest assured, we are not going to completely abolish the alliance currency. In foreign trade, we will recognize the value of the alliance currency for a long time to come. For international commerce, we can still accept trade settlement in alliance currency." "With your word, I'm much relieved." His concern was quite normal. If the alliance currency were to be completely abolished, then it wouldn't just be the residents of the inner city who were plundered, it would be all the forces that had traded with Revival City in the past. For convenience in trade, many forces had accumulated a certain amount of alliance currency. If it were suddenly all abolished, it would mean that the money they obtained from selling food or other commodities in the past would now be worthless. This would be unacceptable to many forces. If Revival City could achieve a complete internal cycle, not depending on the outside, then it wouldn't matter. But now that even basic food needs rely on foreign trade, this clearly cannot be done. It would destroy the trading credit of Revival City and offend the highly independent other settlements. "Go ahead with confidence," said Osenia. "I will do my utmost to prepare the other trading goods." The problem Bradford mentioned was actually not a concern for Oceania. As for the currency, it could just continue to be acknowledged in foreign trade. Of course, we cannot simply buy food with alliance currency without giving something else in return. People getting alliance currency would also want to buy things. Oceania was confident about the related trading goods. Revival City has quite a lot to offer for sale. Revival City has a not weak industrial production capacity, textiles, electrical appliances, some metal tools, and even power generators using thermal limestone. It goes without saying. Additionally, there's a large variety of goods stored in the warehouses of Revival City. A trade hub does not only deal in food trade. After those nobles were caught in a single sweep, many channel merchants like Bradford had their goods fall into the hands of the current government. These are all goods that can be used for trade. Moreover, Revival City now has two particularly valuable commodities for sale: arms and medicine. Medicine is a hard currency in the wasteland, and there are few places with the corresponding production capacity. Currently, Wying City's Alliance First pharmaceutical factory has already started production smoothly. According to reports, it can produce over 100 different types of medicines and medical supplies. However, there is no need to implement and produce such a wide variety of medicines all at once. Some medications for treating stomach diseases, skin diseases, osteoporosis. These are certainly not useless, but at least for now, they are not a priority. Quick-acting hemostatic agents, antibiotics, pain relief drugs, and external injury medications. These are much more important, and the demand on the wasteland is also much greater. As for armaments, the arms to be sold are obviously not those newly produced ones. Gu Heng's opulent brigade hasn't even completed its reorganization, so where could there be spare arms to sell to others? However, it's precisely because he is setting up a heavy synthetic brigade that many of the weapons and equipment left by the Alliance Legion have become stockpiled goods. Oceania is planning to sell these items off in batches. But they can't just be sold recklessly. Selling arms is a sensitive matter. In her plan, this trade must not only exchange enough food supply for Revival City but also achieve reasonable political objectives. Oceania is now placing great importance on the stability of the Green Valley region. This isn't just due to personal feelings but also for the food security of Revival City. The Green Valley region has always been an important trading partner for Revival City, being the thicker of the two major food arteries. If it falls into prolonged chaos, the impact on Revival City will be significant. Selecting appropriate trade partners, reaching out to those orderly Green Valley estate owners, and selling them arms to equip them is the best choice. Oceania hopes that the armed plantations can maintain the order of food production and keep supplying Revival City with food. They can defend against and even counterattack the looting gangs that arise from turmoil. Ideally, they can unite and quell the monster surge that has been ravaging the Green Valley region for several months. She is determined to handle this herself, with Bradford assisting on the side, providing some contacts and channels. However, dealing with arms sales is a bit beyond Oceania's authority. She is in charge of civil affairs, commerce, and production, but she doesn't have the final say on military equipment. She turned to Gu Heng. If I can't handle it, the big boss can. After carefully listening to Oceania's report, Gu Heng approved her plan. Half a month later, the food crisis in Revival City was somewhat alleviated. Bradford demonstrated his capability. The first phase of the work to restore food imports was relatively successful. The capillaries restored blood flow, and the various food production areas around Revival City began to resume food trade and transportation. In half a month, a total of 10,000 tons of food were imported. Endless convoys of barbaric ox carts and trucks have started to reappear frequently outside Revival City. Of course, this is due to the fact that many food transports were not in place due to the war and blockade, causing a backlog at various locations. Now, with Revival City's trade routes restored, that food was certainly no longer hoarded, hurriedly transported over in exchange for various other necessities of life. In the future, the trade volume might drop a bit, but it should be able to maintain at about 5 to 10,000 tons per month. Just relying on the capillary blood flow is not enough to completely solve Revival City's food crisis. The food output in the surrounding areas is not enough to meet the city's food consumption. However, during this half-month, Bradford made contact with an old acquaintance who runs to the Western Desert, and a transport convoy from the Western Desert is already en route. The current stockpile of food can still hold up, and a month later, that transport convoy carrying over 50,000 tons of food will arrive in Revival City. Meanwhile, Osenia has reached out to Dennison Henry, Gu Heng's agent in Rubbishtown, and purchased a large quantity of lime ash. The Western Desert has a high demand for lime ash, a good fuel, which is one of their main imports after selling food. The underground plant factories from before the war consume a lot of water and electrical energy. Water resources are supplied by oases and are locally extracted. For energy, they heavily rely on imports. On this front, Osenia has new ideas. Can't the electric grid be extended to the Western Desert? What they really need is energy. Lime ash is transported back for electricity generation. Then, constructing a high-voltage power grid and directly transmitting electricity would be much cheaper than hauling lime ash by ox carts and trucks, right? Moreover, the cost of directly exporting electricity is even cheaper. Ms. Wu Jiarong has already deployed a reactor generator set around Wying City. Osenia also made an appearance at the inauguration ceremony. Once connected to the grid, almost all of the lime ash power generation units stopped. They aren't needed anymore, as the electricity generated by a single reactor unit upon grid connection is already enough for the production and living needs of the combined 1 million population of Revival City and Wying City. Even, there's some surplus. Adequate, inexpensive energy brought about tremendous changes. Thermagstone wasn't eliminated, but could now be fully used as vehicle fuel. The mass-produced iron bull trucks could now run freely without competing with power plants for fuel. The extra energy could be used for some seemingly extravagant things in the wasteland, such as air conditioning. Revival City's air conditioning factory expanded its production capacity. Osenia planned to get a batch of air conditioners on the Alliance store shelves before the weather turned to summer. Those living in the outer city might not be able to enjoy this luxury, but there was hope. After all, without worries for food and clothing, those who really wanted to buy could save up their work points to purchase one. While those in the inner city who were more proactive in integrating into the existing system, if they were capable and had reached higher ranks, and had also earned bonuses for meritorious service, such as the clerks who had joined the Food Trade Bureau and worked hard. Their bonuses were enough for them to afford an air conditioner and enjoy a comfortable and cool summer. Even if there were quotas for electricity use, it didn't matter, as the part exceeding the rank quota, also due to the cheapness of electricity, could easily be afforded with work points. In fact, it was the same for everyone in the city. Those who couldn't afford an air conditioner could always afford an electric light or some other appliance and were able to use them freely. All of these were visible improvements to the quality of life. After the nuclear reactor generator sets were integrated into the grid and electricity prices plummeted, Gu Heng's two cities both took on the character of cities that never sleep. And subsequently, as a variety of industrial goods that used electricity were mass-produced and entered thousands of households, this scene of development based on advanced energy would become more and more common. As electricity consumption increased, what would happen if it became insufficient? Just build another nuclear reactor generator set. Abundant electricity could, of course, be sold as a commodity. Osenia thought it was a good idea to sell electricity to the Western Desert, and the technology for building a power transmission network was available. However, constructing a long-distance high-voltage transmission network over distances of thousands of kilometers was difficult, but maintenance was even more challenging. There were many dangers along the way. Monsters might be a lesser concern, for while they have a strong desire to attack humans, they usually don't interfere with human constructions. But the plunderers along the way were another story. Cutting off or destroying the power grid wouldn't bring them any particular benefit, but they could use such means to extort and blackmail. Osenia once mentioned this idea to Gu Heng during a report. Gu Heng smiled and told her to write it down in the long-term plan. Wait until I clear out everything along the way, and then we can build our high-voltage transmission stations all the way through, he said. Clearing out several thousand kilometers from Revival City to the west seemed far off, but it wasn't as distant as imagined. In just a few days, Major Perbov's battalion had made a fierce advance 200 kilometers centered around Wying City. Before the award ceremony, Major Perbov had received orders from the governor to take on this task after completing preparations. His unit was the first in the Wind Extinguishing Brigade to be fully staffed and equipped. In half a month's time, not only were the troops in place, but all the heavy equipment and vehicles were almost entirely filled in as well. But even before all the equipment had arrived, he had already started moving, unable to wait. Some especially small settlements, with only dozens or hundreds of people, that were well hidden and hard to find, were let be. But those with a population over 1,000, especially those registered with the Alliance as members of the Alliance, were easy to deal with. At that size, most were cases of, the monk can run away, but the temple can't. Actually, most settlements didn't require fighting to be reclaimed. They already considered themselves members of the Alliance. Previously, it was because the Alliance had no interest, no capability, or some other reason that they did not exercise direct administrative control over them. However, these places faced a different attitude when the now governor of Revival City demanded that they unify and accept direct governance. Some gladly accepted, and generally those who did, like the abandoned cave society, were struggling to survive in an impoverished place. Some, though reluctant, had no alternative. The towed artillery pulled by the trucks lined up neatly, the imposing armored vehicles and tanks were displayed prominently, and the fully armed soldiers, uniform in their attire, were clearly an elite force. How could one resist? Major Prabhav's composite camp alone had more than 800 men, and some camps possibly had a total population that barely exceeded this number, with not enough guns to arm even a handful. They could only send out representatives with sweaty palms to negotiate with Prabhav. There was not much to talk about, only one sentence: surrender all weapons unconditionally and accept governance. Following that, the civil affairs officials accompanying Prabhav's troops would enter the captured survivor camps along with the military. Their people would do two things in batches. Firstly, inside the camps, they would promote the policies of Revival City. The political commissars from the first camp's various companies would mobilize some ideologically progressive soldiers to join the Civil Affairs Department in undertaking this task. The general idea was, by coming to Revival City, one could earn their keep. Depending on workability and nature of the job, ranks could be assigned, and with these ranks came assurances of basic living needs, from food to medical care to housing improvements. With this approach, many camps with poor living conditions could generally be stabilized. Even though most people wouldn't so easily believe that all of this was true, since there was no way to resist, they could only choose to enjoy the benefits. The second thing they had to do was to analyze the camp situation in industry, assessing whether the survivor camp needed to be preserved. Those camps without any special local resource-derived outputs did not need to be preserved. Their populations would be collectively relocated to Wying City to fill the gaps in various industrial outputs. Within half a month, 4 abandoned camps were closed down, totaling nearly 7,000 inhabitants. However, some places with local resource output, mainly agricultural output, would be preserved. There were 3 such camps, one of which was a cave-dwelling camp, where a special type of fungus could be cultivated in the underground environment. Relying on this fungus, they not only sustained a population of over 3,000 people but also had a surplus for export. However, this cave-dwelling camp would not be entirely preserved. Maintaining and expanding the fungus cultivation industry did not require so many people. 2/3 of the population would be relocated, and the remaining would be re-employed as mushroom cultivation workers and managers, with ranks assigned. The relevant resource allocation would be transported from the city to this place, but at the same time, the entire mushroom cultivation industry would become government-operated and publicly owned. The other 2 cultivation gardens, each with a population of around 1,000, underwent similar arrangements. Apart from the remaining agricultural workers and mushroom cultivation workers and managers, a batch of weapons would also be sent to the camp. Arms would be distributed among the remaining population to form militia organizations, thus enabling them to protect themselves. In the half-month of Prabhav's operation, he added more than 10,000 people to Wying City's population and secured 3 village-level strongholds with food production. Even though it was a military operation, there had barely been any resistance encountered throughout the process. Of course, this was a good thing. With no battles to fight, Prabhav felt a bit downhearted. He recalled the words he heard on the plane while accompanying the governor to Revival City. In this campaign, he was favored by the governor to be the future leader of the Wind Extinguishing Brigade and had come especially to build his merits. Although his actions were highly successful, at the end of the day, it was due to the prestige of the governor and the legitimate name of the alliance. To claim it was all his own doing was somewhat like having the audacity to boast without shame. Without firing a shot and securing victory by decree, what did it have to do with him, Prabhav? Yet he couldn't engage in the reprehensible acts of killing the innocent and claiming their merits. The political commissar of the brigade and those of the companies were all watching him. It was said that Revival City was still building a military court, and he had no desire to be its first guest. His own conscience wouldn't allow him to commit such deeds, either. But it couldn't always be smooth sailing. A work team from the Civil Affairs Department and the Bureau of Immigration had sent a distress signal and then lost contact. Before the loss of contact, they were in Sanchi Town, working on population relocation matters. Jason Morgan, with a lump swollen on his forehead, felt he was out of luck. He was a clerk at a small factory inside Revival City, doing some statistical work. With no special skills or power, he diligently performed his duties, earning his due salary. Life was much better than it was for starving refugees outside the city, but was by no means wealthy. He could barely afford a room within the inner city and, with his wife's income, just managed to support their 3 children. After the war, his wife, taken in by some superstition, believed that the newly established government by the incoming governor was reliable. She not only joined it herself but also persuaded him at home for 2 days. "We're literate, we can do math, we have work experience, we can make it big." It's said that Lady Osina got promoted to such a high position just because she could read. "The sooner we get in, the better. If we ingratiate ourselves early, we might also become important people someday." Bewitched, he agreed and, after initial political screening and training, was dispatched to the Immigration Bureau under the Civil Affairs Department. At that time, he thought that though it was tough and he had to leave the city to work, just looking at the E9 rank set for him initially, combined with the basic rank quota with his wife, was enough to feed the family. Add to that the salary beyond the quota. Their quality of life wouldn't be reduced at all compared to before. Moreover, just before this business trip, the newly appointed head of their bureau, encouraging them, said that this was a valuable experience. If they did the job well, it would all be counted as meritorious service. He promised to apply for the Rejuvenation Medal for those with the most outstanding performance and give priority to promotion in both rank and position upon their return. Morgan was fed to the full by these promises. Coupled with the extra allowance for the trip, it all sounded advantageous. After discussing with his wife that evening, supported by her, he signed up that very night. The next day, a work group was formed, and a vehicle took them, a group of people, to Major Prabhav's military force. Dealing with the first settlement of about 1,000 people, they were a bit frantic and encountered some difficulties and setbacks, but ultimately, they managed to handle it. They even became the first group to complete the relocation task, and when reporting to their leaders via telegram, they received commendation from their director. He was in high spirits until, without any rest, they were sent overnight to newly liberated Sanchi Town. Sanchi Town had a population of over 3,000. According to the former leader of the town, the name, Sanchi, came from 3 large pools surrounding the town from which they could harvest some aquatic products that they relied on for a living. They would consume part of it and dry the rest to make dried fish and canned goods for export. Additionally, the town's location was favorable, with traders passing through regularly. They ran a small tavern and provided food, lodging, and recreational services to traders, which kept the town's livelihood modestly sustainable. Following such a narrative, the first direction the work team took was that the town could be preserved. It could serve as a trade transit point, and the 3 productive lakes could also serve as aquaculture sites for food production. They began their work along this direction. However, after some field surveys, they quickly noticed that something was off. There were 3 pools, but they were just 3 ponds. They couldn't be called ponds, at most, very small lakes. There was some aquatic production, but it was clearly limited due to poor management. And the tavern? There was indeed one. But adding up the rooms, there were probably only about 10, and the first floor had 20 or so tables, hardly a trading station. If this were just a small village of a few hundred people, those 3 pools plus the tavern might just about manage to make a decent living. But 3,000? They would have starved long ago, relying on that, right? The people of Sanchi Town had lied. At first, Morgan didn't understand why they would lie, but on the 3rd night after the military left, leaving only their work group behind, he saw crates of weapons and equipment being moved out of a warehouse and the townspeople began arming themselves. That's when he knew something was terribly wrong. Those people had pretended to surrender unconditionally and show loyalty to the military as soon as they arrived, and as soon as the military left, they began to arm themselves. Lately, he saw a large number of looters enter the town, getting along well with the townspeople. Combining this with the previously investigated mismatch between industry and population scale, he finally realized that they had walked into a den of thieves. No wonder how those 3 small pools and a rundown tavern could support 3,000 people. The town didn't rely on that for sustenance at all. Trade route transit point. They indeed depended on trade along the route for sustenance, but perhaps not in the way he thought before. Running shady inns, highway robbery. If they said their livelihood was related to merchants, that wouldn't be wrong. Add to that plundering and extorting other settlements, along with acting as a hub for robbers to deal with stolen goods, provide supplies, and hide out as a criminal center. Well, then it wouldn't be a problem to support a population of 3,000. Jason Morgan, covered in cold sweat and not daring to finish urinating for fear of being noticed, tiptoed back to his room and told his other 6 colleagues about his discovery. Everyone was somewhat panicked. Even during the most intense battles in Revival City before, all they did was listen to the sound of gunfire and feel the vibrations when the orbital bombardments hit the wind farms on the outskirts of the city, shivering with fear inside their homes. But as for a clear and present physical threat, it hadn't been as palpable as now. If they stayed any longer, death was certain. The plunderers, no matter what they were planning, clearly weren't going to let them go. The 7 people discussed and decided to make a run for it before those guys came to trouble them and restricted their movement. Unfortunately, it was too late. They were no stealth experts, not even soldiers. They had no training in this area. How could they possibly sneak out of a town unnoticed? In fact, they hadn't gotten far before they were caught. Morgan was struck on the head with 2 strikes of a gun butt, leaving him dizzy. By the time he regained most of his senses, he and his colleagues were already tied up in a room. Now, all he felt was regret, immense regret. Back then, choosing to go on a business trip had been because he was dazzled by the pie in the sky painted by his boss, blinded by the extra travel allowance. He had only seen the benefits and forgotten how dangerous the wasteland was. Now what? No choice, just wait for death, said one person optimistically. A true pessimist would have said, is there any way to die quickly, preferably painlessly? The plunderers here actually eat people, and some even more twisted, to ensure the meat is fresh, slice and roast while the victim is still alive. Morgan, who had just recovered from his dizziness, was scared almost to the point of fainting again upon hearing their conversation. Wait, just a few days ago I was at home enjoying a blissful future with my wife, and now you're telling me I might be skinned alive? His mindset was collapsing. Morgan didn't want to die. He shook his head, trying to think of a way out but couldn't. The 7 of them were tied up tightly, thrown on the ground, struggling even to squirm like caterpillars, let alone think of a way to untie themselves. It would be futile anyway. They were unarmed, and there were 2 armed plunderers guarding the door. What to do? No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't think of a solution. And then an even more despairing situation arose. He heard footsteps outside. It seemed like several people were coming over, then started talking to the guards at the door, and then there was some arguing. The conversation was slightly muffled by the door and wall, but it sounded like orders. To come. Is it these people? Execute. Just bury outside. Release. No good. Those words made Morgan go pale. It's over, they were coming to execute them. As he thought this, the door was opened. He saw 3 armed plunderers walk in. Morgan was terrified. He felt that everything was over. At that moment, all he could do was close his eyes, preparing to face death, praying his end would be swift. But just then, he heard one of the newcomers speak. Chief Terrell's orders are to kill all of you. Just as I thought, Morgan thought to himself. Then he heard a twist that gave him a flicker of hope. But I can let you go, only if you agree to one condition. Before Morgan could speak, his colleague beat him to it. What condition? The newcomer sighed. Chief Terrell insists on opposing Revival City, which I disagree with. I see this as an opportunity to wash my hands of this, stop plundering, and live as a peaceful citizen of Revival City. What's wrong with that? He paused, then added with some dejection, but I can't change his mind. So, I took the task to execute you, but I want to let you go. When Terrell is defeated, you must remember my kindness. If I'm captured, you have to rescue me. If I escape, I hope you report this and help us secure a place in the new alliance. Morgan hurriedly responded, thumping his chest, of course. We'll certainly do that. The others also hurriedly made various promises. The newcomer relaxed a little and threw them some clothes, then quickly change into these, and I can find a route to have my men escort you out. I still have to find some bodies to burn as yours. We're short on time. Morgan and the others sprang into action. While hurriedly changing, it crossed his mind. The promotional work for the new alliance policies in Sanchi town was actually effective. After changing, Morgan and the others were led out. At the moment of parting, Morgan hesitated but still said, "You might as well escape with us. Otherwise, if your act of releasing us is exposed, it could be very dangerous. If I escape with you, we won't make it. My identity will cover for you. As for the risk of exposure, I'll be prepared." All right then. Since the man had said so, Morgan didn't insist, but he asked another question. "What's your name?" "I'm Ready Boar." Ready Boar. These 7, are they really from the new alliance? Faced with Chief Terrell's question, no matter how much turmoil was in his heart, at least Bull managed to maintain a calm exterior, of course. Chief Terrell's green eye peered at him for a good while, then turned his gaze onto the other members beside Bull. "Then tell me, why is it that your Captain Bull specifically wants the bodies burned?" Bull opened his mouth, hoping to speak, but Chief Terrell lifted a hand to stop him. "Shut your mouth. I didn't ask you. Say one more word, and I'll kill you," he said. Bull could only close his mouth and remain silent. The brothers beside him, however, couldn't maintain the composure that he had when facing the notorious and brutal Chief Terrell. Terrell looked at these men with their nervous and confused expressions and revealed a fierce grin. "Speak up. The one who speaks, I'll spare your life," he said. Finally, someone couldn't resist any longer. A tall, thin fellow quickly distanced himself from his brothers and said, "It was Bull. Bull convinced us to do this. He let the person go, talking about needing to keep a way out, not to take things too far." As these words were spoken, Bull and the comrades next to him turned pale. Some were shaking so badly they could barely stand. Others cursed the traitor. Some sought to make excuses. Bull's gaze, however, was locked on Terrell. At this moment, life and death lay within the great leader's whim. As the noise gradually subsided, Terrell calmly took out a gun and spoke, "Do you have anything else to say?" Taking a deep breath, Bull answered, "All I did was for the good of our brothers. If we killed everyone, we'd make an enemy for life, and then—" "You're pretty good at keeping options open for yourself," he was interrupted. Bull tried a different approach, earnestly pleading, "Chief, I've followed you for 10 years now. The brothers from the early days are dead or missing, and few of us are left. We've built a great enterprise, with thousands dependent on us for a living, and we've united many tribes around us. We've come to an end here. What will come next? We couldn't stand against the old alliance government, and we stand even less of a chance against the new alliance government. Haven't you seen the army that recently came here? They have armored vehicles, they have tanks, they have artillery. Are we really meant to fight such an enemy? Though we greatly outnumber them, and we have the advantage of surprise, even if we win, they will send a second, a third army. We can't afford such losses. What's wrong with taking this chance to join the new alliance's system? All the brothers would have a place, and you could still lead us, enlisted by the alliance, into the army. Look at that Major Perbove, how impressive he seemed arriving in that armored vehicle. In the future, you could also be a general. Wouldn't that be good? I really don't understand why you insist on being a bandit, a plunderer." Bull's words indeed came across as sincere. Regrettably, Terrell was utterly unmoved. He quietly said, "Are you done?" "I'm done," Bull replied. "For the sake of your father, who once saved my life, and for the 10 years you've been with me, I gave you a chance to speak. You know, if you begged for mercy, I would have let you live, but unfortunately, you have said such things," Terrell responded. He pulled the trigger. The bullet mercilessly passed through Bull's head. The raider captain immediately fell to the ground, lifeless. Terrell looked at the other followers of Bull with disgust and waved his hand. "Kill all these traitors." A burst of gunfire ensued, leaving no one alive. Then, Terrell turned to the fellow who had reported Bull earlier. The man was so scared that he was about to wet his pants. You said you would spare my life." "Yes," Terrell approached him, his hands gripping the man's head. "I did say that. I will forgive your act of betrayal, but you caused the death of my dear nephew Bull. I never said I would forgive you for that." "You." The man barely had time to say anything more when he felt a tremendous force. Terrell broke his neck with his bare hands. After executing the men, the raiders dragged the bodies away, while others continued to keep watch. Terrell turned to the few people who had been standing behind him, watching the scene unfold, and with a grin said, In my life, I despise traitors the most. I apologize for the display, gentlemen. Nothing to apologize for, Chief. You're still merciful, someone replied. I don't know how old Bull could produce such a naive fool of a son, remarked another. We've roamed this wasteland for so many years, relying on our guns, being tougher than anyone else. To expect us to lay down our arms and become farmers, workers? Hell, I'd rather die. Among those standing behind Terrell were some of his tribal leaders and some raider chiefs he had invited from elsewhere. At this moment, they were all clamoring, praising Terrell for the killing. Meanwhile, they left unsaid what was tacitly understood among them. What Bull had said wasn't entirely without merit. Were the days of being raiders actually that good? They burned, killed, and plundered, but there had to be something to plunder. Finding a fat sheep, a wealthy merchant, a survivor's camp with some savings, they could have a full meal. But such opportunities were not always there, and people wouldn't just willingly hand over their possessions. To rob at gunpoint meant risking lives. Even after attaining significant military strength, they dared not ruthlessly plunder many camps. They had to learn sustainable development. They would demand tribute from weaker survivor camps. But those camps barely eked out an existence themselves. How much could they give? In times when life was hard for everyone, the raiders didn't feast on meat and drink every day. In Sanchi town, during hard times, it was common for people to starve to death. Those who survived would divide and consume the dead, in an effort to endure the lean years. Under such circumstances, if what the officers from the new alliance were saying was true, as long as you worked, basic food and warmth were guaranteed. Then what harm was there in becoming a farmer, a worker, or even a soldier? For the lower-class plunderers, it was indeed so, but it was different for those present. No matter how hard the days were, could they ever really become unbearable for their leaders? After all, they were the rulers. They received offerings. They commanded thousands of plunderers, roaming freely through the wastelands, whistling past, living with satisfaction. Having joined the new alliance, those middle and lower-class looters could perhaps conceal their pasts and live peaceful lives. But what about these leaders? Could they still dictate and act recklessly? I'm afraid not. It was nearly impossible to expect a group of plunderer leaders to think of the greater good, considering the welfare of all their subordinates, and giving up their privileges. However, their minds weren't completely controlled by selfish desires, forgetting the reality of the situation. They were well aware that, in their current state, even though they had a few thousand guns, it was still unrealistic to confront directly the troops led by Major Perbov. Numerous men and guns they had, but they were seriously lacking in heavy firepower. With only 20 light mountain cannons and some individual rocket launchers, they could threaten the heavy armored vehicles, but the risk was too high. Deploying all their forces might not guarantee the destruction of even a few tanks. A single anti-tank group encountering an armored vehicle or tank definitely had the potential to cause damage, but the requirements were too stringent. It wasn't impossible for them to stealthily approach within a few dozen meters and then hit the vehicle's side armor with 2 or 3 armor-piercing rockets. But it was more likely they'd be discovered before getting close, and then a barrage from the enemy would wipe them all out. It was precisely for this reason that they had never considered a head-on collision with the new alliance's military forces. Otherwise, there would have been no need to play the part of compliant citizens when Major Perbov first arrived with his troops. In fact, they were prepared to give up on Sanchi town altogether. They weren't any sort of legitimate settlement. Whether it was the industry Mesh had built, those 3 broken ponds, or the decrepit tavern, if they decided not to cling to these, they would simply depart. Once the word was out, why couldn't they sleep anywhere out in the wilderness? Guerrilla warfare was nothing remarkable for a gang of bandits who lived off plunder. There weren't many mountains here, a few small woods but not many, yet most crucially, there were plenty of extensive urban ruins. These were even better suited for guerrilla warfare than any other kind of terrain. Take part in whatever business is available, strike when there's an opportunity for an ambush, and retreat into the city whenever a powerful enemy force approaches. I have no lair, no foundation. Are your armored forces going to come into the urban ruins to fight me? In the ruins, do armored forces have the agility, the speed of a person? However, before actually moving into the ruins or the forest, they still had to launch an ambush. After those officers from the new alliance had fled, Terrell realized that Major Perbov's forces would surely come. Far from telling his troops to hurry and escape, he decided instead to stage an ambush along the way. After receiving the telegram about Morgan and others escaping, Perbov realized the road to Sanchi town would certainly not be peaceful. To be honest, he was somewhat annoyed. His troops had spent more than 2 days in Sanchi town and yet had failed to recognize it as a den of thieves. In hindsight, there were indeed some signs. But at that time, he was entirely focused on planning the subsequent operations, considering how many settlements could be taken over through intimidation, and where some military measures might be necessary. Put simply, he hadn't paid enough attention to Sanchi town, which had already been secured, and that led to this huge blunder. The escape of the 7 civil affairs officers was good news. The intelligence they brought back was also of great importance to him. In the wastelands, plunderers had always been a major problem. The reason why he decided to relocate all the population except the essential agricultural labor was not only because there was a significant shortage of manpower in Wying City, but also there was another major issue, as Ji Hang had previously mentioned to him. They lacked the capacity to manage those less valuable small settlements. Those places weren't entirely without value, but the input-output ratio was seriously unbalanced. If you wanted to run them, you would need to input a large amount of materials and support industries, which basically meant engaging in poverty alleviation work. Besides poverty alleviation, military forces had to be invested for protection. Otherwise, settlements that became even slightly wealthier would become targets for looters. Plunderers, monsters in the wild, these were all major threats in the wasteland. And now, in addition to consolidating various settlements, Perbov's forces had another mission: bandit extermination. The 3 agricultural settlements that were left behind needed a stable environment to expand production. This region was also an important trade route from Wying City to Rubbish Town. Rubbish Town was a crucial source of raw materials for the industrial base of Wying City, and it also needed to ensure the security of this transportation route to import food. According to the governor, he wanted to see every power in this region fly the flag of the new alliance, and that included the plunderers' forces. Originally, Perbov was unaware of the severity of the banditry in the area, and he had planned to settle the survivor settlements first before dealing with the bandit suppression. Now, it seems that action had to be taken ahead of schedule. Similarly, Perbov could tell that those plunderers definitely didn't have the guts to confront him head-on. Otherwise they would have attacked when he entered Sanchi town unguarded. But since they ultimately chose to rebel, they must have had something to rely on. Urban ruins. Guerrilla warfare. Perbov subsequently thought of these and made a judgment. He couldn't let this band of plunderers get away. A few thousand people dispersing and running into the pre-war ruins to then launch intermittent strikes at the trade routes would leave him with very few options to counter them. The entire bandit suppression operation would turn into a prolonged counter-guerrilla campaign. He almost immediately made a decision. All forces, attack immediately, to Sanchi town. Apart from his main force's swift and fierce advance, he also gave orders to several other deployed squads. Following his instructions, the 2 mechanized infantry companies that could move the fastest were to cut into the back of Sanchi town. The Strider V armored vehicles had exceptional off-road capabilities, allowing them to maintain a relatively good speed even off the road. The orders he gave to the 2 company commanders were to block Sanchi town's retreat routes. If the evacuation had already started, they were to attack immediately, delay their retreat, and wait for the main forces to arrive for an encirclement. The 2 motorized infantry companies advanced rapidly along the roads in 2 different directions, with trucks carrying soldiers charging toward Sanchi town from the connected routes. Perbov himself led the headquarters along the main road towards Sanchi town, with the tank battalion and the artillery battalion possibly moving slower, but they were also the strongest units. And a day later, Perbov's main force, still 2 days' march from Sanchi town, received 2 pieces of news. The fight had already begun at the front. The mechanized infantry companies he sent to cut off the rear arrived just in time. Each of them caught the tail of a retreating band of plunderers and launched an immediate attack. The enemy clearly had a lack of understanding of the mechanized troops' marching speed. The bandits, relying on foot travel and ox carts for transport, were caught completely off guard. The Strider V played an enormous role in the open field. The 40mm autocannons, firing without restraint, made it difficult for the plunderers to withstand, even using ox carts and various goods as temporary cover. The grenade machine gun substituted for the twin machine guns on the armored vehicle's weapon station acted like a rapid-fire small grenade launcher, bombarding the enemy forces relentlessly. The dismounted infantry, following the armored vehicles and sweeping through the area, were mainly tasked with finishing off the survivors. The enemy had artillery. The caliber of those mountain guns wasn't large, but a few direct hits could potentially damage a few armored vehicles if they got unlucky. Unfortunately, those few mountain guns didn't even manage to set up a firing formation before they were destroyed by concentrated fire from the autocannons and grenade machine guns. After these few mountain guns failed to make an impact, the only means they had left to threaten the armored personnel carriers were direct-fire rocket launchers. But these things, beyond 200 meters, were hard to aim accurately, and even when they hit, the power wasn't sufficient to ensure both accuracy and enough power to threaten the Wanderer's side armor. One would have to get within a few dozen meters, and it would be best if 2 or 3 groups attacked at once. How difficult was this condition? Quite a few brave warriors tried to carry their rocket launchers closer, but in this open field with little cover, there was no chance to approach. The crew inside the Wanderer was equipped with a considerably sophisticated battlefield reconnaissance system, which could detect most threats through observation ports. Then came a round of machine gun fire or explosive shells, promptly blowing those brave ones daring to advance to pieces, along with the tubes in their hands. Even if there were blind spots in the armored personnel carrier's observation that allowed 1 or 2 rocket launcher teams to emerge, it was not a big deal. The soldiers who dismounted to fight on foot were for just this task. T5 level soldiers, no matter which military skill, all had sufficiently solid proficiency. You have a launcher, I have one too, plus more. The gun in my hand is more accurate than yours, with longer range and fiercer firepower. A few controlled shots or a preemptive rocket launch, and those Raider fire teams that had managed to get close were wiped out. When the brave warriors daring to counterattack had mostly died, those left with less courage finally couldn't hold out any longer, and in complete collapse, they scattered. Then, like lambs awaiting slaughter in the wilderness, they were eliminated by soldiers wielding all sorts of weapons while fleeing. Actually, even if they all fought to the death, what could that have accomplished? Caught in a surprise attack by mechanized forces, without any position, without cover, lacking heavy weapons, out in the open field, they were just sitting ducks. Of course, there were many of them, and in the completely disordered rout, quite a few managed to escape. But without any transport, without supplies, it was uncertain how many of the raiders who fled would survive, how many could regroup and return. If the 2 mechanized infantry platoons responsible for the encirclement fought an exceedingly beautiful ambush and claimed a great victory, then the 2 motorized infantry platoons rushing towards Sanchi town along the roads had suffered a small loss, a sort of draw. These 2 platoons were a bit lacking in heavy weapons and heavy vehicles. The motorized infantry platoon only had the Iron Ox transport trucks and Scout Rider motorcycles. But the enemy they faced came prepared. The battle reports indicated that the raiders had clearly expected Perbo to lead his troops here. Along the way, they planted mines and bombs. They constructed roadblocks and positions along the roads. They set ambushes on both sides of the roads, ready to emerge and strike when the troops passed by. All these preparations had been effective. However, what they absolutely did not foresee was that the soldiers coming to fight would be of such elite caliber. During the advancement, a platoon led by Scout Rider motorcycles detected the enemy troops blocking the road ahead of time and relayed the information back. The platoon's scout squad also spotted the ambushes on both sides and immediately deployed from the trucks to meet the threat on both flanks. Bombs and mines along the road destroyed 2 trucks, but they did not cause further casualties, as the platoon's engineers began mine-clearing operations and constructed positions using the vehicles. These responses and reactions left the raiders, who were supposed to be the ambushers, somewhat dazed. This is not right. It wasn't the first time they had used similar tactics. The caravans they had ambushed before, even if protected by relatively strong mercenaries, would be disoriented after such an attack, and a complete rout was very possible. Even if they didn't scatter, it was already good if they could barely organize a defensive line relying on their baggage train, let alone have the spare capacity to counterattack the ambushers. And this counterattack was especially fierce. A single infantry squad dared to face over 100 enemies. Their tactical movements were standard and effective, crouching low, using the slight undulations of the terrain to conceal themselves. During fire exchange, their marksmanship was precise and surprisingly powerful. In contrast, sending an indiscriminate burst of gunfire from their side, whether they hit their mark or not was unknown, But certainly no one on the opposite side was fallen. On the other hand, a few three-shot bursts from the enemy and people on their side were getting killed. One infantry squad managed to hold back the attackers on one side, which was rather exaggerated. But what could be done? Surely over 100 men on their side couldn't truly be chased away by a mere dozen from the other side? After a brief regroup, they began a forceful assault. They intensified the firepower directly in front, while others were sent to infiltrate from the flanks. Who doesn't know how to infiltrate? The result was, the team responsible for infiltration ran right into another infantry squad. Next, the limited heavy firepower from the platoon and company came into play. At the convoy, hastily constructed mortar positions began to assert themselves. Rocket launchers from the squads were drawn, loaded with high explosive ammunition, and as the raiders launched their attack, a single shot would explode and kill several. They really couldn't break through. Then more soldiers flushed out from the positions built around vehicles and launched a countercharge in the direction of the two ambushing forces. The ambushing forces on both sides of the road, each numbering about 200 men, were actually overrun by this assault. However, these soldiers did not pursue too aggressively. After all, a gunfight between infantry in the open field still results in a certain level of casualties. There was simply no need for it. They retreated to their positions, allowing those looters who had started to fall back to come forward again. This was exactly what they hoped for. In battle, the efficiency of killing with guns is just too low. In fact, at the very start of the combat, they had already sent word to the rear. Upon receiving the message, the driver of the artillery support company, parked quite a distance away at the main camp, floored the accelerator. In less than half an hour, they had covered almost 20 kilometers. This was a somewhat risky decision. Moving the artillery battalion forward without protection was hazardous. The only defense they had was a few dozen soldiers from the guard, engineering, and logistics units, riding scout rider motorcycles for protection. But obviously, the looters who had never encountered heavy artillery didn't take that into account. The artillery support company, having advanced 20 kilometers, halted the Iron Bulls acting as tow trucks and quickly set up the towed howitzers. Using the coordinates relayed from the frontline infantry, they adjusted their firing parameters. Then, the 10 gods of war before them began to roar. The 155 mm howitzers they deployed had a range that could reach nearly 25 kilometers. And that was exactly where the two motorized infantry companies at the front were engaging in combat. After entangling in battle with the ambushers in the front and on both sides for nearly an hour, they finally received support from friendly artillery. 12 heavy artillery shells fell about 200 to 300 meters outside their positions, covering a half-circle. The looters were dumbfounded by the explosion. The 50-kilogram shells, standing half the height of a person, blasted craters 2 meters deep upon impact, with a lethal range nearly the size of a soccer field. Those near the blast center were obliterated. Those a bit further away suffered from shattered organs due to the shockwave or were wounded by shrapnel. Without defensive fortifications or cover, this round of artillery fire resulted in extremely heavy losses for the ambushing looters. Besides the loss of personnel, an even heavier blow was to their morale. In the hour of combat preceding, they exerted themselves only to fail in vanquishing this group of soldiers, less than half their number, and even suffered a few counter-charges, losing men. With all the advantages on their side, being prepared against the unprepared, resting against the weary, using terrain for ambush, outnumbering the enemy, they still ended up in a deadlock. This had already disheartened them. And with a round of heavy artillery pounding down, it further shattered their already low morale. The number of men killed in the hour-long fierce battle was probably fewer than those killed by this round of artillery fire. Immediately, looters whose morale had entirely collapsed began to flee, and the few who obeyed their leader's orders to stay were soon met with a second round of artillery fire. After the deafening barrage of heavy artillery, not a single survivor dared continue the battle. What was the point of fighting if they couldn't win and just took bombs on the outskirts? But now, escaping was not so easy. Within the motorized infantry companies, there were indeed motorcycles. The scouts that had been pulled back inside the positions raced out with a sputtering sound. 2 men per vehicle, one driving, the other operating the machine gun mounted in the sidecar, began the pursuit. A large force of infantry followed closely, accompanied by the blare of the charge horn. How could the fleeing looters outrun the scouts, with their superior off-road capability? Many were mowed down by the light machine guns on the motorcycles, and any attempt to stop and retaliate was met with a brief engagement from the scouts. The following infantry would instantly greet them with rocket launchers, then a dense shower of gunfire. The looters involved in this ambush and blocking battle suffered extremely heavy casualties, and less than 1 in 10 managed to escape the battlefield. 2 battles, 2 reports. The information reaching Perbov's hands still served as a wake-up call. There was no doubt it was a great victory. In the 2 battlefields, at least 2,000 enemies were defeated. The number of dead and wounded was countless, with no time to tally, but certainly exceeding 1,000. Meanwhile, the 2 mechanized infantry companies had suffered fewer than double-digit casualties. The 2 motorized infantry companies fared slightly worse, with a combined total of about 30 casualties. With a casualty ratio of 150, what was there not to be satisfied with? Still, there were concerns. Perbov was summarizing the lessons learned. For instance, he should not have allowed the motorized infantry companies to advance too far ahead, leading to artillery support not being available until an hour into the battle. If that timeframe could be moved up by half an hour, the casualties of the motorized infantry could perhaps be further reduced. Moreover, considering he had spread his forces quite thin, he also needed to consider how the main force of looters from Sanchi town would act next. After all, he was still unclear about the exact number of enemies, their arms and equipment, especially regarding heavy weapons. If the enemy also has formidable heavy firepower and takes advantage of his current situation of having divided forces by launching a fierce attack on one of his units, what then? But on the other hand, this problem is unsolvable. If he were to gather his troops in one place, they might still be en route, and if the enemy were to launch an ambush during this time, even a small one, holding them off for just a few hours through progressive resistance, what if the main plunderer force in the rear got the message and seized the opportunity to scatter and escape? Conversely, the current situation is still relatively good. The motorized infantry company, with the help of artillery, broke through the enemy ambush and has entered the area before Sanchi town, where they are now constructing positions and laying siege. The mechanized infantry company is cruising behind, blocking the retreat. Looking at the 4 separate companies, they have locked down the 4 directions of Sanchi town, effectively trapping the gatherings of plunderers who were preparing to evacuate. As long as he can achieve another significant victory, a battle of annihilation, then coupled with the previous battle outcomes, at least 5,000 upward plunderers would have been dealt with. From Wying City to Rubbish Town, the route would essentially be cleared of plunderer bandits. Of course, there will inevitably be a small number of fish that slip through the net, but they will no longer pose any threat. How did the plunderers come to be? While some were born bad to the core, they are the minority. The majority of the plunderers are just ordinary people unable to make a living, who in desperation began to rob others of their chances to survive on this wasteland. Murder and theft, though reprehensible, becomes somewhat understandable upon deeper thought. And if the welfare policy for the 45 occupational classes being promoted by Lady Osenia in Revival City could successfully be extended to all the areas here, and if the majority of property-less poor people were relocated away, then the breeding ground for the plunderers in this area would be swiftly eradicated. Without a source, without more impoverished potential plunderers, these bandits would decrease with each one eliminated, negating the situation where the more you suppress them, the more they multiply. Sitting in the command vehicle, Perbov thoroughly pondered the whole situation and ultimately decided to maintain the current method of divided encirclement and suppression. Despite the risks, from a purely military standpoint, this wouldn't be the preferred way to fight. There was a hint of waging a political war, but Perbov remembered something the governor had said during a casual chat with the military officers: military actions are an extension of politics, and war is the most brutal and intense form of special violent political means. He was beginning to understand what that meant. Damn it! They're really looking down on us. We must teach them a harsh lesson. So what if they have armored vehicles and cannons? Does that make them so great? Inside Sanchi town, the leaders were holding a meeting. From Terrell down, emotions ran high, and everyone was yelling. Though they talked tough, in reality, each of them was panicking. How could they not panic? The original plan was to quickly evacuate once the army left, trying to take as much from their homes as possible. However, a traitor emerged, allowing several detained officials to escape. Then, sticking to the plan to continue the evacuation, they even decided to get a jump start by having some people take part of the supplies and leave first, while also setting up ambushes along the enemy's path, complete with landmines and roadside bombs. The result was that the enemy breached their ambush in just an hour, and most of those sent to participate in the ambush were killed or injured. The forces that left early with some supplies were ambushed by the enemy's mechanized troops from behind on the plains. The escorted supplies were completely lost, and of the 2,000 people, less than 400 made it back. One piece of bad news after another truly bewildered them. And what made them even dizzier was the combat strength exhibited by the new Alliance army. About 40 armored vehicles and fewer than 200 infantrymen crushed 10 times their number with almost no casualties. About 200 infantrymen formed a defensive position using trucks, stuck it out against nearly 8,000 men for an hour, and then everything was wiped clean after a round of artillery fire. How were they supposed to fight this? Indeed, their group of plunderers still had their main force untouched, and there were over 3,000 men in Sanchi town. But judging by the displayed combat power of the new Alliance army, if all 3,000 men were thrown into battle, they would probably be swept away by several rounds of artillery fire and a charge by the armored forces. No one was willing to admit defeat, they only acted fierce with their words. Tyrell had already attempted to muster a force to attack, but when it came to leading their own trusted troops out for a fight, nobody was willing. Amidst the clamor, Tyrell finally lost his patience. He banged the table several times until everyone fell silent, then he spoke. "Are you done arguing?" Seeing the grim face of Tyrell, the leading chief, no one dared to speak further. But in reality, many still held a disdainful attitude, and some even dared to openly display such feelings. How does a plunderer leader maintain his authority? It's nothing but battle honors. If you can lead your men to victory and indulge in feasting, then you're the toughest, regardless of whether you are known for loyalty or brutality. It's merely a matter of style. But if you lose, those who are known for loyalty get backstabbed, and those who rule with cruelty face rebellion. He hadn't reached this level yet, but there were already signs of it. 2 devastating defeats, coupled with being cornered in Sanchi town and facing a deadlock, had greatly shaken his authority. He could even guess that there must be many people whose faith was wavering, who were already considering Bull's words. Would surrender be a better choice, following the previous opportunity to join the new Alliance army? Would it not spare them from facing the sharp edge of blades? Even without privileges, being just an ordinary civilian was better than losing one's life. There were probably not a few people with this mindset, and all these thoughts would turn into resentment, falling onto him, the great leader. But there was still a way out. He had to find a way out for his brothers. Then perhaps his authority had a chance of being maintained. Seeing that his action of slamming the table had silenced the crowd below, he felt somewhat relieved. His authority, built up over many years, had not completely vanished. He took a deep breath and began to outline his plan. Those governor's lapdogs, to put it plainly, are only about 800 strong, armed with fierce weapons, but they've spread their forces too thin in their attempt to surround us. If we concentrate our remaining cannons, all our explosives, in one place and strike with all our might, we're sure to break out. Someone jumped out with a dissenting view. The great leader makes it sound so easy. It's our men who will be going out to die. Another spoke up, talking about breaking out. Who knows how many would die on the way? Bohr is right. We should have just been honest from the start. First there were scattered remarks, then the remaining crowd seemed eager to try, as if the whole meeting was on the verge of descending into a marketplace again. But the sound of gunfire cut off the brewing argument. The 3 who had just spoken each now had a bullet hole in their forehead. They fell backward with disbelieving faces. The shooter was Tyrell. Everyone else was startled, their faces carrying a look of disbelief as if they never expected Tyrell to dare to draw a gun and kill people in such a setting. All from outlaw backgrounds, some instinctively reached for their guns within moments. Nobody moved. Tyrell bellowed loudly, but at that moment, was shouting alone enough? There were still those continuing to reach for their guns. However, the many plunderers guarding nearby, as if prepared, raised their weapons and aimed at those who were stirring. These men were undoubtedly Tyrell's confidants. With the present situation foreseen, Tyrell was naturally prepared. These guards, already in position, targeted the agitating leaders and opened fire, but bullets don't discriminate, and stray shots hitting the innocent were all too common. Many fell and died. Those not involved yet injured called out, some tried to resist, but in the end, they were all swept to the ground like the others before them. Quickly, all the plunderer leaders on one side of the meeting hall were shot dead. On the other side, there was little commotion. That side consisted of Tyrell's staunch supporters, who even anticipated the current turn of events. Once the tumult subsided, Tyrell stood up and cursed, "A bunch of ungrateful bastards." After finishing his tirade, he directed his supporters to take over and integrate the troops of those who had been killed. After making arrangements, he had someone bring in 2 wooden crates from outside. Upon opening them, green vials of medicine wrapped in straw were revealed. Hand these out, and when it's time to break through, have the assault team drink them. The battle came even more suddenly than expected. Tyrell, after clearing out the internal opposition, had almost exhausted all the authority he had accumulated over the years, managing to keep the tribes of the slain leaders under control as he took them over. Then, he struggled to mobilize the troops, hoping to rally the remaining 3,000 to nearly 4,000 people within Sanchi town to launch a full-scale breakout in the same direction. The heavy artillery the new Alliance army possessed was the weapon he feared the most. One shot from that thing, if the troops were a bit too clustered, meant dozens, even hundreds of casualties, yet the width of the battlefield for breaking out of the city would not be too large, and if one were determined to break through, ensuring enough force in the assault team meant troops couldn't spread out too much. However, that would significantly increase the lethality of the enemy's artillery. It was truly a dilemma, but choice had to be made in the face of any dilemma. Tyrell planned to order his troops to launch a desperate assault, rushing to fight at close quarters with the enemy, just tens of meters away, so they could engage in close combat. In this way, the distance between friend and foe was greatly reduced. The new Alliance army's heavy artillery would not be able to perform as well. They would have to be wary of causing friendly fire, as the enemy could not afford to take losses any more than they could. However, he somewhat underestimated the difficulty of reassembling his forces after the killings. Although he managed to avert outright mutiny and internal strife, the speed of regrouping the entire military force was far slower than expected. Before he was ready to lead his forces in the breakout, the new Alliance army launched an attack first. At the start of the attack, the plunderers in Sanchi town were already a little stunned. Even Tyrell, when he bravely ascended a high platform to observe the battle, was somewhat dazed. It was unquestionable that the heavy artillery fired first, around the edges of Sanchi town, and then at the buildings, followed by the plunderers who had dug trenches, were too scared to stick their heads out under the bombardment. If it weren't for the leaders exerting pressure, nobody would have dared to run, and it's possible that this artillery barrage alone could have totally shattered the outer defenses. The plunderers hiding in fortifications, bunkers, and trenches actually suffered relatively few casualties, if they weren't hit directly by a shell, or too close to the blast to be killed or injured by the shockwave. The deadly and terrifying shrapnel couldn't penetrate their cover to cause harm. After all, they wouldn't die as miserably as those unlucky ones who had been defending in the open field. Being bombed there was truly horrific. However, the ear-splitting roar of the cannons and the terrifying force that made the earth tremble filled people with fear and horror. It seemed the enemy's artillery must have been more than 20 kilometers away. Even if they wanted to retaliate, they couldn't see a thing. They could try to calculate the enemy's artillery position based on the trajectory of the shells, but it was useless. They did have cannons of their own, but those small caliber, assorted mountain guns could barely maintain accuracy beyond 10 kilometers, let alone affect the heavy artillery positions 20 kilometers away. Their only option was to shrink back and bear the bombardment. But if that had been all, it would still have been within Tyrell's expectations. However, following this round of artillery fire, he could see that the Alliance army had launched a full-fledged offensive. Just after the shelling, maybe just 200 meters from the blast site, the infantry of the Alliance army had already appeared. The mortar teams also showed their might, unleashing a round of shelling toward the front. The soldiers were rapidly charging forward. Before the warmth of the artillery barrage had even dissipated, they had already rushed into the position that had just been shelled. The stunned plunderers, with the wounded getting finished off by rifle fire, and those lucky enough to be unharmed, were too scatterbrained to put up any effective defense and were quickly and messily eliminated. But of course, there wasn't just one layer of defenses. Aside from the locations that were bombed, there were still other plunderers present behind them. If they had shown themselves and started shooting at this moment, they could certainly have posed a threat to the attacking soldiers. But they didn't, as another round of artillery had already covered their position. The most terrifying thing was that the infantry of the Alliance army were only about 200 meters from the blast site. The lethal range of those fearsome heavy cannons was nearly 100 meters. Weren't they afraid that if a shell were to fall just a bit off course, it might land on their own men? The gunners weren't afraid, the commanders weren't afraid, weren't those frontline infantry afraid? Tyrrell had never seen anything like this before. A few terms he had only heard of but never witnessed crossed his mind: combined arms operation, creeping barrage. He knew that the outer defenses he had spent so much time building were now doomed. But Tyrrell quickly realized that he couldn't really let the outer defenses be destroyed. Otherwise, once the Alliance army broke through, without the town's edge fortifications and trenches, the battle would become even more difficult. That area was intended to be his launch point for a breakout operation from behind. Tyrrell, gritting his teeth, issued orders to the troops behind him to open fire with their own artillery. The much smaller caliber mountain guns, even if they couldn't reach the Alliance army's artillery in the rear, at least had to threaten the enemies right in front of them, making them taste the artillery fire as well. Moreover, under his command, more plunderers counterattacked in the direction of the Alliance army's advance. He didn't want this, but the situation changed too fast, and there was no time to slowly organize troops and find a breakout direction. If they truly had to fight a breakout battle, then they needed to crush the enemies before them and they could potentially kill their way out. However, just as he had ordered a large number of his own troops to fill into the first line of defense and engage in close-range firefight with those new Alliance soldiers, two new developments occurred. First, the artillery barrage they had just fired 2 rounds of was finished. He had ordered his own artillerymen to fire and then move positions after each shot. Nevertheless, the narrow spaces within Sanchi town made it difficult for the artillery to maneuver, and relocation was even tougher. Moreover, although their cannons were light, they lacked towing vehicles, and relying on manpower to push meant the speed of movement was not at all guaranteed. As a result, they were caught in the act. Their artillery could not reach the Alliance army's artillery formation, yet the enemy's heavy cannons undoubtedly brought their cannons within their firing range. After 2 rounds of bombardment, the raiders' artillery positions were no more. Not only were there heavy casualties among the gunners, but a large number of the cannons were destroyed or damaged as well. Of course, once the Alliance's artillery had focused its firepower on the town's artillery, there was no way to provide cover for the soldiers fighting at the front. Although the attacking infantry still had some mortars available to them, these were nowhere near as powerful as the 155mm howitzers. This slowed the pace of those soldiers trying to break through the outer defenses, but the raiders who continued to push forward actually succeeded in pulling the combat range to within 100 meters. At this distance, the effectiveness of firearms greatly increased, and it became difficult for the Alliance's heavy artillery to cover this area. Even if the Alliance's gunners were accurate and their soldiers fearless, friendly fire from artillery was a real concern. Hesitant to risk hitting their own, of course they couldn't continue to recklessly bombard an area where both sides were intermingled in close combat. However, just as he started to comfort himself with this thought, Tyrrell saw another scene that sent a chill through his limbs. The Alliance's tank platoon had advanced. A total of 12 tanks stirred up clouds of dust on the dirt roads. Their 76mm smoothbore guns began to assert their dominance. Knowing they wouldn't be facing any armored targets, all the tanks were loaded with high-explosive fragmentation shells. A dozen guns fired in unison, and at a range of just a few hundred meters, not even a kilometer, they began to strike at the raiders' newly formed counterattack posture. The raiders appeared to have no answer to these steel beasts. And taking advantage of the tank's suppressive fire, the infantry began to surge forward. They specifically targeted raider fire teams trying to threaten the tanks. As for places firmly held by the enemy, such as scatter pits and temporary positions built from building debris, there wasn't much to discuss. Just call for the tankers to fire a couple of shots, or even sweep through with coaxial machine guns, and it was all over. The tanks' tracks rolled over trenches, moving closer and coordinating with the infantry in combat. The raiders' counterattack was directly destroyed, and those who dared to close in for hand-to-hand combat all learned of the power of tank cannons and coaxial machine guns, suffering heavy casualties as a result. Seeing this scene, Tyrrell finally lost his composure. Frantically grabbing the field radio, he shouted, "Drink all those combat drugs. Drink. Fight them with everything. If we can't win, there's no way out." After finishing, he took several deep breaths, then shook his whole body as if realizing something, and hurriedly left the command post. Immediately afterward, His closest and most trusted squad, protecting him, headed out of Sanchi town in another direction. He was running away.